Eldora Speedway.
Winning the World 100 3 times in 4 years put me in a different arena for the rest of my life. It really did.
Eldora and the World 100 speak to each one of us individually.
That's never changed in almost, 50 years now, I guess.
Most prestigious dirt track race that there is.
Fans or drivers that, if you just showed them that picture, they'd know exactly where that race is, when it is.
But it's just the world. It's what you work up to.
No matter what you've done in the past, you're remembered. You were a World 100 winner.
Everything else stops. That's the race for the weekend.
Still, you would rather win the World 100 in any race all year long.
And now takes home the race that he and many of these other drivers freely admit holds the prestige in late model racing.
It's going to be around for a long time, this race is going to be.
You don't live here, but you are from here. We all are. Welcome home to the World 100.
Billy Moyer from 23rd up to first. With Sargent back. That's his right. That's like you and Colorado Muscatine, Iowa has waited 10 years. They are not going to catch Superman. Wins the 25th World 100.
You dream of doing this in your career.
The smooth operator wins the 46th annual World 100, and Bobby Pierce does it.
I ain't never forgot how to drive.
And they will take the win in the World 100. Timmy McCready does it. Son of a Jonathan Davenport wins his third World 100.
The show is over.
He'll pick up his first globe here tonight. Brandon Overton wins the 51st World 100.
This is the biggest race that we have. This is our Daytona 500. This is it.
It is Jonathan Davenport, your winner. He did it. That's a deal win. Bobby Pierce wins the World 100.
Now we're going to drive by him this time.
The campgrounds have been sold out since February. And about 40 minutes ago, the signs were hung on the ticket windows. For the first time in World 100 history, it is a sellout, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight will officially be the biggest crowd in Eldora Speedway history. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 55th running of the World 100. If you're here on the grounds, just know that you're part of history. If you're watching at home live on Flow Racing, we're certainly glad that you're with us here for this historic event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Eldora Speedway. I'm Dustin Jarrett. He's James Essex. He's also James Essex.
Blame this guy. He got the last ticket. This guy right here, courtesy of Brian Woolard. Well, we stayed green last night for 2 features. Unbelievable. It's like, as we call it, Christmas. It's Christmas Day. Christmas morning, all-time record crowd. The 72-year history of this race. 72,000 to win tonight. I don't know what else to say, my friend.
The first prelude to the dream was a sellout crowd as well. That's the only other time they've sold out in the history of the event. Eldora Speedway officials have confirmed with me that tonight's crowd is larger than that. This will officially be the biggest crowd ever in the history of any event at Eldora Speedway. It's truly unbelievable. We've said it all week long. What an amazing event to be a part of. It's the richest purse ever in the history of the World 100. Over $600,000 on the line this weekend, James.
Yeah.
$72,000 is going to the winner of the 55th World 100 here tonight.
And they announced in the driver's meeting, we'll talk to Tony here in a little bit, but they announced in the driver's meeting, next year, Dustin, bigger and better.
I can't wait to find out exactly what that means. We've got a lot to cover in our 30-minute pre-race show. Let's jump right into this evening's race information and see what's going to go down over the course of the next few hours. We'll have our welcome coming up again, our pre-race show for the next 30 minutes, Dirt Draft Hot Laps, and that will roll in to the famous opening ceremonies for this event. We'll have the presentation of colors, we'll have the state flags, we'll have the horses, rusty shields, we'll have it all. We'll have your 6 traditional heat races as well, James. There'll be 15 laps each. The top 3 out of each will transfer to the main event. The winner of Heat 1 starts 6th, and the winner of Heat 6 starts on the pole. We'll have 2 B mains. They are also 15 laps. The top 3 out of those race their way in. And then, of course, we'll have the 55th World 100. Bobby Pierce won this race 1 year ago in a barn burner that had 8 lead changes
among 4 drivers.
And he passed Dale McDowell with less than 5 to go to get it done.
It seems like JD's led a bazillion laps here over the years, right? But in the last 25 years, only 2 drivers have led from green to checkers. Dan Schleeper in 2003, Jonathan Davenport for G.R. Smith in 2017. You mentioned all the lead changes last year. There you go, 1954.
1954 half-mile oval, James, and again, the story is incredibly famous in terms of how this racetrack was carved out of a cornfield by Earl Baltus and managed this place many years with his loving wife Bernice, now at the helm of Tony Stewart. James, take a look at the weather as well. It's been another just absolutely gorgeous day out here today. Highs have been in the upper 60s most of the day. Currently 66 degrees, a little breeze blowing. You see the world famous Eldora Speedway push trucks on the racetrack right now. We're going to step aside for our first set of commercial breaks, and when we come back, Ben Shelton will join us from the Eldora Speedway victory stage. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the historic 55th World 100 live right here on Flow Racing.
Welcome back to the world's greatest dirt track and the biggest race in the world, the 55th Annual World 100. From here at Eldora Speedway, opening ceremonies continue, and over $600,000 on the line, including $3,000 and $3,000 that every lap matters. The highest point earner from the past 2 nights. Help me in welcoming to the Eldora Victory Lane stage, Nick Hoffman. He's picked up $3,000 as the highest points earner over the past 2 nights. Nick, $3,000 to start the weekend. I feel like you have earned every penny of that. Here tonight, looking at this crowd coming in, a sold-out crowd, the first time ever. How surreal is this for you?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So hats off to every one of you guys that showed up. Everybody's still watching on Flow. I know the ballroom's open. It's unbelievable. You know, Dirt Late Model Racing is in a great spot right now, and it's just really cool to be able to race in front of all you fans.
You pulled the 6 on the invert, but you know no matter what, you get a provisional. How much did you have to hide in the pit area today for some angry drivers that are now starting much deeper than they wanted to be?
I'll tell you what, Ryan Gustin's crew's from some pretty big boys, and they're on the front row of this heat race, so they were pretty happy. They were like, if anybody wants to come over here and fight, they're going to deal with us first. So a lot of people mad, a lot of people happy, so it's just part of it. And I know the race fans want to see a 6. You know, you want to put Jonathan Davenport and a couple of these guys, Bobby, myself, Shane, or Dale, behind a little bit and make us race through. So it is nice to know that I got a provisional, but you don't really want to start 19th, but it can happen from there for sure.
Race fans, how about it? Nick Hoffman, the Every Lap Matters highest point earner, $3,000. Second was Brandon Shepard getting $2,500. Dale McDowell got $2,000 for third. Corey Hedgecock fourth with $1,500. And Devin Moran picked up $10,000 in that payout. Also tonight, we're going to be talking about it momentarily, a very special Shane Unger Rookie Memorial Program. But right now, welcoming to the stage the Miss Eldora representatives, Miss Savannah and Miss Abby. Well, Savannah, you got the ride of a lifetime last night with Randy Weaver. What was it like to ride in a dirt late model around this famous half-mile oval?
I'm just happy I finally got to do it, the first woman Moran. So, no, it was great. Thanks to everyone that let me do it. I've actually been wanting to do that since my first year here. So I got the opportunity, and I think you should all put a chance in to try it one time. So, yeah, it was great.
Abby, you watched her last night. Do you feel like it's your turn now to get to do that?
Yeah, and I feel like we can't let Randy show up Tony Stewart. So I think next time we do the 2-seater, we're going to have to get Tony out there. So I don't know if you guys see him around, maybe give him the nod and let him know we want to see him out there in that 2-seater.
I think that's more than fair, and we're going to see Tony up here in a little bit, but right now, again, Savannah and Abby, they are all over the Eldora Speedway social media channels. Make sure to follow them. And once again, how about a round of applause for our Miss Eldora representatives, Miss Savannah and Miss Abby. At this time, we would like to welcome to the stage Mike Unger and Shad Unger. Of course, Mike, the father of the late Shane Unger. His mom, Jan, works in the command center, and Shad, his brother. Mike, man, it's hard to believe. It's been almost a decade ago since we lost Shane. But this weekend, we've got a lot of great rookies. They're battling for some nice prize money. And everywhere you go, you see the Unger family. You know what it means to Eldora Speedway. How great is it to be with your family? I know this is a tough weekend, but to be so many people that love you here this weekend.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating, really, because Shane wasn't a big dollar racer. But, you know, everybody, the race, that's how we tell people, that's how we can get through it, and how we can still be here is the racing family that supports us and you know, remember Shane.
Shad, you were a big part of the race team, and to come out here this weekend, how important is it to the Unger family to stay involved here at Eldora Speedway?
I love it. Like Dad said, it's family. We love everyone here, and glad that we can keep doing this. That people, glad to see more rookies involved.
Race fans, how about a round of applause for the Unger family, a major part of Eldora Speedway. We love you guys. We're going to be handing out some rookie money coming up later, and we'll have them back up here. And, of course, Mike, the track chaplain. And, Mike, final thing, anything you'd like to say to all the great fans here?
Just thank people for remembering Shane, remembering him, and yeah, that's all I really can say about, you know.
Well, we definitely remember him. We lost him back in 2016. But one more time, the Unger family, thank you so much for being such great supporters here. We have one more here before we go into the next commercial break. We're going to bring Matt Altiers out. If you bought a seat for the 2-seater chance to ride, we're going to be giving that away later tonight. And we're going to go ahead and draw now for who's going to get to ride with Randy Weaver later tonight. And once again, if you have the winning ticket, go back to the fan zone to where you bought the ticket, and we get you back there as soon as possible. As Savannah is going to reach in. She got to ride in it last night. It's only fair she draws somebody else's chance, right, Matt?
Exactly. Yeah, she did a great job last night.
All right, here is the winning ticket number. Ticket number 727316. 727316. And if they had that ticket, Matt, where do they need to go?
Turn 4, fan zone. We took our tent down, but my wife is standing there waiting on you to go. And be there within 10 minutes.
We need you in 10 minutes. You're on the clock. We're also on the clock as we're getting closer and closer here tonight to Dirt Draft Hot Laps of the World 100. We're going to step aside. Thanks to marketing partners. When we come back, it's almost time to mash the loud pedal as we chase the globes here at the Big E.
I love the sound of someone getting their money's worth. I mean, where else are you going to get ahs like that for 89 cents? Only in Casey's country. It's not crazy, it's Casey's. For a limited time, get medium fountain drinks for just 89 cents.
This isn't just a shop. It's where racers build products for racers with blood, sweat, and gears. At Buzzy Racing, we know what's at stake because we race too. From rear-end rebuilds and tube straightening to dyno-tested steering boxes and transmission overhauls, we don't just fix it, we build it like it's our own. Family-owned, track-proven, built with purpose, built to win.
This is what you save your lunch money for. Welcome to the High Limit Room.
Premier Health was first in the region. First emergency room, first ICU. We created the first ambulance in the air. We broke records. We made history. Our 110 years of experience were gained for this one split second.
We're going to take you to Miami Valley Hospital, okay?
We were granted level 1 trauma verification, the highest level of care for critically injured and sick patients. We treat patients that other hospitals can't. We are the most experienced. Premier Health.
Pride in a great looking lawn. And my pride begins with my ride, a grasshopper mower. Whether you roll it off the trailer or out of the garage, you'll get the power to effortlessly tackle tough terrain, mow around obstacles, or cut through thick grass and overgrowth. You'll trim, vacuum, mulch, and more, all from a driver's seat that's as comfortable as your favorite pair of jeans. The exclusive Powerfold deck even makes cleanup and storage a snap. Whether you're a pro or just want to mow like one, make a grasshopper mower your ride and your pride.
Willie's Carbon Dyno Shop has been setting the pace for over 40 years by manufacturing championship-winning high-performance carburetors, including the U.S. patent Super Bowl and revolutionary Twin Blade. The Super Bowl delivers instant throttle response, eliminates fuel foaming, and keeps jets perfectly fed, built for gas, methanol, or E85 in both 2-barrel or 4-barrel designs. And the Twin Blade, the most innovative carburetor of our time, tuned for maximum output while protecting your engine. Visit online at Willie'sCarbs.com. Willie's Carbon Dyno Shop. Run one or follow one.
There is not room for another human being inside Eldora Speedway as our coverage of the 55th Annual World 100 rolls on. I am Michael Rigsby, joined alongside my counterpart and two-seater driver for the weekend, Randy Weaver, as we're about 12 minutes away now from hot laps on Saturday night of the World 100. And Randy, in my video that I did home, that I think has become quite popular now in dirt late model racing, where I talk about how special Eldora is, I say candidly, every moment of the entire season, from speed weeks through the heat of the summer, all leads up to this one night, this one moment in Saturday. The culmination of the dirt late model season is what we see behind us tonight.
Absolutely, and you know, it means everything to these teams because this is the race. It don't matter if you've had a great year, a bad year, whatever. If you win this race, it fixes everything. So to be here is what everybody shoots at, and you know, it's time to see if you can do it or not.
We arrive at Saturday night with those vaunted 6 heat races coming up, those 15 laps heats that'll start about 7:30 tonight. Let's take a look back first at how we got here from last night. 2 features last night, and it was a direct repeat of Thursday night with Dale McDowell and Jonathan Davenport picking up the win. You see Dale McDowell, he's kind of, the start of this race, Randy, kind of buried back there in 7th or 8th. I didn't think at 25 laps the 17M could get there, but sure enough he did.
Yeah, he did. He, I think, started 10th in the first lap. He's 4th, second, he's 3rd. So, you know, it wasn't easy from there, but that sure did help. That great start.
You had the 59-year-old veteran pounding that bottom. You got the young guns,
the 32 and the 99 pounding the top. But in the end, Dale McDowell just too much as he's coming. I think this is coming near the checkered flag here. Bobby was coming here at the end, but he got picked by a lap car. It's not here. He's passing Ethan Dotson for second here. I thought Bobby had a chance. It was just too much McDowell at the end.
Yeah, he got a car kind of in his lane, and he couldn't run that top and get the momentum, so he had to change lanes on us.
And if you thought the 17M was impressive, winning back-to-back, you and I on that start for the 49. This is in that second feature, Randy. Jonathan Davenport took off, and you said what in that second feature?
I didn't know the green was out. It didn't look like anybody else did either. He just got such a good start, got him 5 car lengths, and then he kind of pick and choose.
Nick Hoffman, by the way, I will say this, Nick Hoffman, it's a lot of his information about Eldora from Jonathan Davenport, and Jonathan said he noticed Nick kind of creeping on him last night. Jonathan said, maybe I'm telling him too much. You might want to back off the info, Randy.
Yeah, definitely. JD knows a lot. He ain't going to tell everything, I promise.
Yeah, and of course, JD comes to the checkered flag here, winning his 26th Eldora feature as he stands on top that vaunted 49 car one more time. I wanted to pick your brain on these 3 storylines that I picked out for tonight. And the theme of it was kind of, this feels like such a big weekend. You said we've been feeling it for 2 weeks. I wanted to talk about what's at stake tonight, right? It feels like everything is so heightened that there's a lot at stake tonight. So I picked out 3 things that I think are at stake. And the first one's pretty simple. The richest World 100 winner's prize of all time is at stake tonight. $72,000 to win. Remember, it was supposed to be $58,000 if they went in normal order for the World 100, but they went ahead and jumped it up to match the 72nd anniversary of the track. Even more money coming next year, but right now, $72,000 to win, the most in World 100 history.
Yeah, just hats off to Tony and them guys. That makes sense, and that's going back to a lot of history here at this track. And for them to jump that up to $72,000, that's unbelievable. And once again, Eldora, biggest stage, biggest pay.
The second thing that I think is at stake tonight, of course, when Billy Moyer won his 6th World 100 back in 2010, I think everybody, me included, thought that is a record. Unless Scott somehow manages to do it, it will never be broken. It will never be matched. We are on the precipice tonight. Can Jonathan Davenport, in just a 10-year window, do what Billy Moyer did in 19 years and match him with 6 globes tonight? Would be unprecedented.
Yes, he can. And the thing is,
it's a rhetorical question, Randy.
I know, but it's just amazing to me how strong Jonathan is every single race. I ain't even going to say from year to year. It's any time he shows up, from the prelims to the 100s to the Dream. It's just amazing to me. With the best people in the business, he can still do that.
And last one I've got there, all eyes on us. What does that mean? Well, you've already seen the social media graphics everywhere, and you heard our great Justin Jarrett talk about it at the top of the show. For the first time in World 100 history, the Kings Royal never did it. No other event in Eldora did it. We are sold out at Eldora Speedway tonight. I had friends from Fairbury Speedway, which is my home. They pulled up here about 15 minutes ago, and I looked down and saw this guy calling. He said, please help me with tickets. I said, you're out of luck. There is no tickets to be had. Randy, there is nobody that can get into this building if you're not in or have a ticket later. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, and they was mentioning that yesterday, and I actually told some friends from Georgia that didn't have their tickets for today. I said, you better go now and get tomorrow's tickets. So it's unbelievable. I never think it's going to get any bigger, and it does every time we're here.
Yeah, people tease me. They say, you say that every year. Well, Randy, what happens every year? It gets a little bit bigger every year.
Look at the camera, yeah.
You said you got here Tuesday. You're camped way out there. You're safe out there, right, where that camp spot is?
Oh, yeah. I'll walk by a couple of Dollar Generals and stuff, but it's pretty good ways out, but it's really quiet out there, and it's a great place.
You can feel those motors starting to rumble behind us just over my left shoulder. Randy Weaver and I will be back here afterwards tonight for a full press conference. First, second, and third place will join us, and then Randy and I will wrap up with our post-race show. This guy's got more 2-seater duties tonight, and you got some more tech tips tonight from the infield as well.
Yeah, hopefully we've got some stuff that's pretty interesting, and then the 2-seater, like last night, it's always interesting.
Don't crash tonight. You were close last night.
I know, right? I was close. I'll try not to.
We're going to step away and take our final commercial break during our pre-race show. We are live on Flow Racing from the 55th Annual World 100 at a sold-out Eldora Speedway. We'll be back after this.
Impact Race Gear is your source for custom race shirts. We are certain that you will see the same things that hundreds of racetracks, teams, organizations, and manufacturers have already discovered. When it comes to quality and service, we simply can't be beat. We are not one of those here today, gone tomorrow print shops. Impact Race Gear has been trusted for years by racers all across the country. Give your fans and sponsors what they deserve. Simply awesome race shirts. Visit us online at impactracegear.com to learn more and start your order today.
Hunt Brothers Pizza is proud to be the official pizza of Eldora Speedway. Fuel up with a hunk of pizza or a large 12-inch pizza loaded with all toppings, no extra charge. Pick original or thin crust, then add on any combo of our 10 delicious toppings. That's 1,024 ways to make it just the way you like. Head to the concession stands to get yours today. Want more? Download the Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find one of our 10,000 locations in convenience stores near you. Hunt Brothers Pizza, fuel for race day.
Hey race fans, have you set your dirt track line?
Poske's Performance Parts has been serving the Ohio River Valley and racers from all across the country since 1978.
Poske's is also the home to Hoosier Tire Ohio Valley and Octane Race Products. We keep the popular name brands in stock and ship nationwide daily,
including Winners Performance, Willwood Brakes, Bill Stein Shocks, Impact Safety Equipment, along with hundreds of others.
Visit us in Parkersburg, West Virginia, or online at Poske.com.
Tired of lugging around big bottles of liquid bleach? Now there's an easier way to whiten your laundry and freshen your home. Introducing Evolve Concentrated Bleach Tablets. Evolve makes bleaching easier than ever. Avoid the hassles of liquid bleach with a better, more versatile way of keeping your home fresh and clean. Evolving new concepts for cleaning. No spills, no splash, no mess. Choose Evolve Concentrated Bleach Tablets for all your bleaching needs.
Hey race fans, picture this, a tap house with 46 taps where you make all the choices, paying by the ounce as you try all of your favorites on our unique self-serve pouring wall. Sure Shot Tap House offers something for everyone, from crafts, ciders, and seltzers to old favorite domestics, bourbon, and wine. Oh, and let's not forget our awesome beer-inspired food menu. So race fans, while at Eldora, be sure to check out the Sure Shot Tap House. Online at SureShotTapHouse.com, just right down the road in Greenville.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eldora Speedway for the 55th running of the World 100. And James, maybe an issue already on the driver that is slated to start on the pole of heat race number 1 is they have swapped radiators.
You see Josh Davis, Jerry Sprouse, Evan Hinkle on the crew down there of the Skyline Motorsports 157 looking for his first crown jewel victory at Eldora.
And it's interesting to note, drivers are hot lapping by heat race, so Mike Marlar is not going to make it out for his hot lap session here this evening. Again, he is slated to start on the pole of heat race number 1.
So again, we have started with 101 cars here on Thursday, and we'll narrow down. We will have 28 starters here tonight, as you mentioned, in provisional land. Now that's the accumulated points over the last 2 nights. So Nick Hoffman, right now the top point man. Then it's Brandon Shepard, Dale McDowell, Corey Hedgecock, your top 4 DJ right there. So if they don't make it out of a heat race, one of those may start 19th or 20th, and if you go down the list, it would be Devin Moranin and Garrett Alberson behind them. There's Tyler Brenning. That is Marlar's teammate, the Goldbeard. He's in the Quick Supply 16. That is a Longhorn. He comes to us out of Decorah, Iowa, for Tyler Bruning, the opening night winner at Golden Isles earlier this year. There's the 111 car. He's in the Brad Spo Chaz entry. Out of Centerville, Pennsylvania, that'll be Max Blair. Max Blair, he will start 7th, DJ, and he's number 1 here tonight.
Yeah, they're going to bring out every car. They're not going to split these heat races in half. Each heat will have is slated to have 17 cars in it. We'll see how they shake out and see if anyone has scratched or not. You're going to see the graphics on the bottom of your screen indicating each driver. Luke Anstedt in the 64, Nevin Gainey. In the 17, attempting to make the World 100 for the first time. There's the 97 out of Robeline, Louisiana. That's Cade Dillard. James, he is scheduled to start on the inside of row 2, down to the infield.
Hey, real quick, guys, I wanted to say a little shout out to Luke Anstead. He had all the veterans that were here down in the pit area signing that race car. It's got a cool tribute to that 64, but all the veterans that were here and wanted to sign it, they put their John Hancock on the 64. So God bless all our veterans here. Thank you for your service.
Awesome. And then Luke's dad, he is, I think he's here. He is a Vietnam veteran, Mikey. So thank you very much for all that. As Mike Norris, Ben Shelton, Randy Weaver, and there's the driver. Last year was the Lucas Oil Limited Series Rookie of the Year. This year leading the World of Outlaw Series Rookie of the Year. Dustin, that is the driver out of Heinemann, Pennsylvania. That is Drake Troutman. There's the Dude Wipe 76, the Riggs Riggs Dude Wipes, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Heartbeat Hot Sauce 76 of Brandon Overton. He'll start outside of row 100, and he's out of Evans, Georgia.
A few notable drivers in this first heat race, James, as they hot lap. A few notable drivers that have never made the World 100 include both drivers in row 2, Cade Dillard and Drake Troutman. And you got to think they may stand a pretty good shot to make it. And of course, you say that it's first heat race. A couple all these heat races are loaded, right?
Right, absolutely.
The first heat and the third heat are probably the two that stood out more to me than anything else. The first heat's going to have Mike Marlar and Brandon Overton in row 1, Cade Dillard and Drake Troutman in row 2. And then, of course, two-time and defending World 100 champ Bobby Pierce and High Point man Nick Hoffman in row number 3. Some other drivers in this are going to have Max Blair, Zach Dome, Tyler Bruning, former track champ Kent Robinson, among others. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how things shake out in these 6 traditional heat races tonight.
Again, there'll be 15 laps apiece. We'll take the top 3. Then we'll have 2 last chance showdowns. Top 4 will go down to you, Ben or Mike.
Yeah, Randy, Ben. Right now, they're basically sending the entire heat race out there. They're going green to checkered flag. What is the best you can hope to accomplish as a driver right now? Do you just make sure that everything's running, nothing falls off? Can you gain anything out of this?
That's the only thing you can do is just like Mike Marlar, by missing this, really ain't missing anything except if it was just now that he found out the radiator was leaking. So it is good, even though it's going to be just basically packing the track, it still gives you some confidence that everything's okay and ready to go.
Hey, you talked about hot lap, and Scott Bloomquist was one he never really liked to hot lap, did he? Hey, I want to give one mention, Dustin. I was down at the Whistle Stop today, saw Ariel Bloomquist down there with her friends down there, and it's good to see her. I know her mom, Katrina's here as well. So, and of course, they're rooting for the 17M car here tonight, the Team Zero car of Dale McDowell. So good to see her.
Scott was not much for hot laps, but he never missed a good chance for a test session. And if you ever talk to him after a second or third place run, he'd tell you pretty fast they were testing that night. It's one of my favorite memories of him.
No doubt, but it was good to see Ariel here. And, man, we miss Scott, 4-time World 100 winner. As we have the second heat of cars on the track. There's the 74X car, the tribute to Merle Haggard. That is Ethan Dotson. Ethan Dotson, third in one of the races last night. He comes to us out of Bakersfield, California in the 2X Motorsports entry. You saw the car passing him, having a really good year in that Steve Curtis 53 car. Currently second in the Valvoline Ironman points. That is Colton Burdett. Colton Burdett out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. There's the one car. And the Chuck Noonan-owned car, that is driven by his son, Casey Noonan. Casey Noonan in the J. Reynolds Builders entry out of Sylvania, Ohio, DJ.
He's another one that been coming here a long time, has never made the World 100. There's a former World 100 runner-up. That is Greg Satterley out of Indiana, Pennsylvania in the 22. Satterley was second in this race back in 2017. Zach Mitchell in the 57, currently second in the Hunt the Front point standings, 4-time Ultimate Champ in the 57. There's Carson Ferguson in the Donald and Gina Brattrone, Paylor Motorsports, number 93. He's a 3-time World 100 starter in the Hoopah Grading Company entry, and there's a driver that a lot of folks think can put that car in the show for the first time in his career out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. That is Tyler Carpenter, the 2-time Gateway Dirt Nationals champion.
Behind him, the 19 car. He'll be on the pole tonight in the Hunt the Front. He is currently third in the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series and making fourth place in the points. He'll be running the rest of the Lucas Oil Series this year for the JCM Motorsports team. That is Joseph Joyner. Joseph Joyner in the Kubota entry. Number 19 in there, you saw Kyle Bronson in the Atomic Music Group entry out of Brandon Ford, the 88 car, the Ivy Septic entry Rocket of Petey Ivy's son, that is the little head knocker. That is Tyler Ivy.
Brandon Shepard in the Rocket One out of
Trent Ivy, I'm sorry. I called him Tyler Ivy. Trent Ivy.
Close. Very close.
Yes.
Brandon Shepard, the 2019 winner of the Dirt Late Model Dream, has never finished better than 6th in the World 100. Eli Johnson trying to make this race for the first time in his young career in the 55 car. He hails out of Moorhaven, Florida. And there's Gordy Gundaker in the 11G. Gordy has never made this race himself. His dad, Kevin, was the runner-up in this race back in 1980.
I saw him earlier, KG, and a granddad. Gordy's granddad, Gordon Gundaker,
Gordon, yes.
had some heart surgery this week, and he's doing better. And so good to see KG here. You mentioned second to Charlie Swartz back in 1980. I have to get a Swartz reference in at least once. I don't have a Swartz car, but there's a Kryptonite car. That's the Kryptonite House car. That is Fast Freddie Carpenter in the C4 car out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. He will start 14th in Heat 2 here tonight, DJ.
Yeah, Ryan Crane also on the track. Again, these are the drivers in heat race number 2. When their heat race comes on the track, James, they will be vying for starting spots 5, 8, and 14. Again, the top 3 out of each heat race make their way to the 55th Annual World 100. The winner of Heat 1 starts 6th, and the winner of Heat 6 starts on the pole of the $72,000 to win. Sold out World 100.
$5,500 just to start. The first World 100 paid $25 to start. Somebody tried to slip me $25 tonight to get in, right? Didn't work.
I think it would have taken a little more.
If you want to see the late models one more time here at Eldora, coming up October the 16th, 17th, and 18th, it'll be Carl Short's Dirt Track World Championship. $100,000 to win. Tickets and camping available at EldoraSpeedway.com for those watching at home and want to make it out to the Big E here in October. Don't forget, their next race will be in a couple of weeks. It'll be the Four Crown Nationals here at the Big E. That'll be September 18th, 19th, and 20th at Eldora. Again, more information at EldoraSpeedway.com. There is the Soyber Calf Ranch's Valvoline number 1, quickest in that Dirt Draft Hot Lap group for heat number 2, 16.800 for Brandon Shepard, who currently sits 5th in the Lucas Oil points, trying to win his first World 100, guys.
Watching a challenge for a lot of these teams coming in down here. There is a lot of mud coming off these race cars, and a lot of these teams right now are knocking it off. But to Randy Weaver's point, if you're like Mike Marlar and you don't see what happened when you would put engine heat in, this is your chance to make sure there's no other issues. But right now, some of these teams have got a lot of cleaning to do on these brand new wraps.
So heat number 3, their hot laps will be coming out next. Again, that'll be 15 laps here in a little bit. It's going to have Dennis Erb Jr. and Brian Shirley on the front row, DJ. Man, Tanner English, Tim McCready, Hudson O'Neill, Dale McDowell.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Those are the first 3 rows in Heat 3. They're going to come out to hot lap.
You know what's in that heat race are a lot of good picks for your Dirt Draft fantasy team, James.
Yes, sir.
You've got until the start of the first heat race to lock in your Dirt Draft fantasy team. I cannot believe they still have that graphic, by the way. The good news is, James, I gained positions.
You did?
I was 382nd. Now I'm up to 198. The bad news is I lost points. I was 80-some points behind. Now I'm 108 points behind. But hey, listen, we've seen drivers rally from the 21st starting spot, 23rd starting spot to win the world. I could rally and get a win in Dirt Draft.
Who Eli Valentine is leading, right? You know Eli Valentine?
Yes. No, I'm not giving my trophy up.
So you're 108 behind. So what are you going to have to gain tonight?
Well, at least 108.
Well, you can do it. You can do it.
DJ, you might lose the trophy, but you'll always have that Michigan Wolverines and New England Patriots tattoos on your triceps, buddy. You're still in the game.
The twisted sense of humor some of my friends have is just incredible.
Well, there you go. KBM40. They're getting up the spoiler down there. So heat number 3 hot laps will be coming up next. So we'll have our pre-race ceremonies coming up here in just a little bit. Always spectacular here at Eldora. There is the boss man right there.
We didn't have smoke.
Hey, congratulations to him, the regular season champion in the NHRA Top Fuel drag team, and he won clinched the points last Sunday at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park, and he'll be back in action next weekend, by the way, trying to wrap up the playoffs for the NHRA Top Fuel division.
A sold-out crowd
This is spectacular.
Streaming is obviously just killing racing.
Again, if you didn't make it, you want to come and you want to come back again. Dirt Track World Championship, DJ.
That's
you and I will be back here, and again, you can go online if you order tickets in advance. You're entered into three winners of a prize package that week of the Denego bike. We're going to give 3 prize packages brought to you by Denego, so you can get that on our website there at lucasdirt.com. The finale of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series season, $100,000 to win. Again, that's October 16th, 17th, and 18th. We'll be joined by the Modifieds, Super Stocks, and the Ohio Valley Steel Blocks. Saw Todd Fronapple here earlier.
The drivers in heat race number 3 now going to make their way out on the track for a quick hot lap session. Trey Mills will roll from the 7th starting spot in that one. There's your outside pole sitter for heat race number 3. That's Squirrel Brian Shirley, the 2025 Prairie Dirt Classic champion out of Chatham, Illinois. And the 3S for Bob Cullen. There's Seth Daniels in the S21. James, he starts 12th in heat race number 3 tonight, currently 6th in the Valvoline Ironman Late Model Series point standings. And the 71R of Hot Rod Conley, James, a 2-time World 100 starter. He's got a win at 201 Speedway this year, and he is 3rd in the Valvoline American Ironman Late Model points.
There's Dylan Thornton. He drives the DRT chassis for Cody Summer. Comes to us out of Bear Plain, Iowa, by way of Orcutt, California. Good year for him on is it the Malvern Bank East or West? It's one of those, right? Malvern Bank
East, yes.
The East Series for Dylan Thornton. There's the 96 car. He currently sits in the World of Outlaw Series points 9th in that Brett Coleman entry. That is Tanner English. Tanner English out of Benton, Kentucky. There's Hudson O'Neill, currently 4th in the Lucas Oil points. The winner here in 2023. He is in the Big River Steel 000. That is the Wheeler Metals entry. And there's the 20 TC of Richmond, Indiana's Tristan Chamberlain, the Vision Woodworks entry for Wayne Gibson.
I want to give a shout out to Tristan Chamberlain. You mentioned it the other night, James. He's had some pretty good runs here with the World of Outlaws lately, down at Arrowhead and a few other tracks. Timmy McCready and the throwback to his dad, Barefoot Bob. Of course, Tim was the winner of the World 100 back in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. He won the stream back in 2020 as well. Frank Heckenus Jr., 8-time World 100 starter. And there's the 17M of Dale McDowell. He won it in 2005 when Shannon Babb was light at the scales. There's a lot of people pulling for the 59-year-old. He has made this race 17 years in a row.
That is unbelievable. Multi-time Fairbury track champion, the BD Chemical entry. That's the 89. That is Mike Spatola. Mike Spatola out of Mandela. There's a driver that's won not only the World of Outlaw Series title, but he's won also the Dirt Late Model Dream. That is the Vomac Truck Sales entry of Dennis Erb Jr. Dennis Erb Jr. in 28 at Carpentersville, Illinois. When was the last time Gary Struhler made the World 100, DJ?
Well, I have that information right here. He last made the World 100 in 1996. He was 3rd in this race back in 1989. He's a 6-time starter. Bailey Curry out of Driftwood, Texas. Does a lot of asphalt racing in his spare time, trying to make this race for the first time, as is Dylan Cohn, the 2nd-generation driver out of Sheridan, Michigan in the 26.
Jeff Cohn, his dad, is here. Tried to make this race several times. Right now, Trey Mills. Now Tristan Chamberlain goes to the top here in Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Again, this will be Heat 3 cars here in a little bit. Dale McDowell. What a career he has had, and if he could top it off this weekend with a clean sweep, he's won both preliminaries. So is Davenport the last 2 nights, but man, simply, I'm shocked they didn't win the 50-50 last night, right? Either one of them. By the way, the 50-50 last night was claimed by a young man from Loudonville, Ohio. I won't give his name because I don't know his name, but he's from Loudonville, Ohio.
Well,
congratulations to him.
If you were one of the 300 and some thousand that did not win the 50-50 last night, you can play again tonight, a brand new drawing. The winner's share of the 50-50 is in the lower right-hand portion of the video board in turn 2. If you were on the ground, you can visit one of the many 50-50 ticket selling stations. If you are anywhere in the state of Ohio, you can visit Eldora5050.com. That winner's share is now north of $72,000.
Well, here's a driver like Ricky Thornton Jr. and some other ones looking for his first crown jewel victory here. He is in the Cale Green 44 car. He was 2nd in the Topless 100. He was 2nd at Port Royal. That is Chris Madden. Chris Madden out of Great Court, South Carolina. There's a driver that's won a Dirt Track World Championship, the number 10 car For Scott Smith, that is Garrett Smith. Garrett Smith, this year's Spring Nationals champion. He's out of Madison, Georgia.
Will Harrington's a 4-time winner this year in that Bruce Kane Racing number 15K. He'll be followed by a driver that was a quick qualifier here a couple nights ago, 4 wins on the season for Jason Jameson. Remember, he led the first 8 laps of the Dirt Late Model Dream there back in 2018. There's Jason Jameson in the throwback to his dad in that James Ratliff Racing number 12. He'll be followed by the driver of the 23V. He got his best career run in this race 1 year ago. That's Corey Hedgecock out of Loudon, Tennessee. He was 6th in this race last year. There's this 1T of Turbo, Tyler Erb. Turbo is going to roll from the outside front row tonight in heat race number 4.
Behind him or on the track, there's the youngster Brendan Smith out of Dade City, Florida. He and his brother Brody here. Brody being the 17 SR. Brendan trying to make it in his first World 100. He'll fire from inside of row 7. By the way, Cade Loudy was scheduled to start alongside him. He is scratched for the weekend. There's the 44D car, having a pretty good year. He's 5th in the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, trying to make his first World 100 in his first attempt. That is Dalton Cook. Dalton Cook out of Salem, Alabama.
Todd Morrow on the Speedway at Lafayette, Alabama in the T1. You just saw him. There's Michael Chilton. He's made this race 3 times. He's in that Danny Hatcher owned Hatcher Auto Sales number 6. And there's the big 11 little 4. That's Evan Kohler, the 17-year-old out of Mount Airy, North Carolina, driving for his dad, Bobby Kohler, in the 114. A couple other drivers. Brody Smith, the Slim Reaper, in the 17. You see him there on the Speedway. And I just saw the 8. I believe you may have mentioned him, James. That's going to be Kyle Strickler, 12 modified win this year. Kyle Strickler driving for Austin Kirkpatrick this weekend. Strickler is currently 5th in the USMTS modified point standings. And there's Dustin Nobby out of Batesville, Indiana, the 29-year-old and the 2021 Ironman Series champ in the 5N.
Currently 5th in the Northern All-Star points. Will be at one of his home tracks next weekend, Lawrenceburg Speedway. 1 week from tonight, the Whiskey City 30. Kyle Strickler, the AK Race Cars. Debuted that car at Florence back in August. You mentioned been running mostly modified racing. There's the 99 car. That is Donnie Jeske. Donnie Jeske out of Dayton, Ohio. He had the 99J. Corey Hedgecock. Is he a dark horse, DJ? Could be, yes. 15707. You might want to consider him for Dirt Draft. In that 23V car, his dad, Chad Hedgecock, the car owner of that. Eagle Racing engine and a Longhorn.
Mike Norris, let's go ahead and send it down to you in the infield.
Yeah, we got a special guest. He was up at the church service talking today. Welcome back, Eldora Speedway. How about it for the Rocket Man, Josh Richards? Josh, so glad to have you back, my man.
Yeah, it feels good to be here back at the World. I haven't been to the track in 3 years since my accident, and it's good to see everybody.
Well, tell the fans what you got to do this afternoon. Got to do the church service, be the special guest.
Yeah, it's be able to share my testimony and, of course, my love for Jesus Christ and as my Lord and Savior. And, yeah, we're just glad to be here and just to be able to watch some racing tonight.
Well, we've had some awesome memories with you. And, of course, car number 1. But, man, take us through. It's got to be 06, man, when you, Shannon Babb, Earl Pearson Jr., Jeep Van Warmer putting on a hell of a show for these fans.
Yeah, this place has always been really special to me, and it's been a lot of fun over the years. And they always put on good racing. And one thing about it, I mean, the best guy usually wins. So there's a lot of fast cars here tonight, and just looking forward to some good racing.
Well, you're back behind the wheel of a race car, and you've been there. You had a few issues, but you plan on being back again, don't you?
Yeah, I plan to go to Pittsburgh here in a few weeks and run some laps and just have some fun.
Well, it's very awesome to see you here tonight, and no matter what, it's so awesome to see you involved in the sport once again. Welcome back to Eldora.
Yep, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about it? He's back, Josh Richards.
He'll join you and I at the Pittsburgher coming up there the 1st of October. I tried to get Steve Baker to come out of retirement. He loved Pittsburgh as well, right, DJ? Former track champion there, former Pittsburgher winner. But Josh Richards will be back there coming up for the Pittsburgher the 1st of October. There's Ethan Dotson. There's the tribute to the late Merle Haggard, who passed away in 2016, a native of Bakersfield, California, as Ethan Dotson is. Yes, guys?
I was going to throw in, I was talking to Josh earlier, and obviously going to be at Pittsburgh in a few weeks. He said, don't totally rule him out. You just might see him here at the Dirt Track World Championship in October. So we might see Josh back at the Big E before the year is over.
Inside information there, James.
There you go. What a year. Dale McDowell, 59 years old. Has been incredible the last 2 nights. Last year, remember, people forget, what did you say, 8 or 9 different lead changes last year among 4 drivers. He led the last part to lap 95, right?
Yes.
And then lap 96, Bobby Pierce got him and went on for the win. But, man, if he can get it done here tonight, that would be really awesome. And we know we play no favorites, but, man, I always like to see somebody like that, because this might be it. You never know, right? Yeah. I mean, this could be it.
You never know.
There's the 49 car. That is Luke Morey. Luke Morey, a native of Zeeland, Michigan, now living in Denver, North Carolina. He's currently second in the Hunt Front rookie points, 10th in their overall points. There's the 22 car. Ran good here a couple of nights ago. That is Chris Ferguson. Chris Ferguson out of Mount Holly, North Carolina, in the Brian Conard entry. He's going to start inside of row number 3 and heat number 5 here tonight, DJ.
There's Dan Ebert in the number 60 as he is trying to make the World 100 for the first time in his career. 5th in last year's USMTS modified point standings. Mario Gresham out of Rome, Georgia on your screen in the number 21. Also trying to make this race for the first time. Also on the track, and these are the drivers running in heat race number 5. There's Devin Moran out of Dresden, Ohio, son of the Hall of Famer Donnie Moran. Devin, 9-time World 100 starter, best finished 5th 1 year ago in the Lazy Days RV Double Down Motorsports entry. There's Justin Duty out of Milano, Oregon, son of racer John Duty. Justin trying to make this race for the first time as well. He's currently 6th in the Mars Series point standings.
Randy Weaver, I got a question. There's Jason Fager currently leading the Mars Series points. Randy Weaver, I got a question, sir. You're out there on the track. You're tooling around here. You've got, I don't know how many people are here. All-time record crowd. What is do you get goosebumps probably as well, like all these guys do?
Yeah, anytime you come to Eldora, I always tell everybody go down and stand in turns 1 or 3 and watch them come off into the corner, and it don't matter how much you've raced, it definitely gives you cold chills.
You saw the 11 of Josh Rice currently leading the Northern All-Star Series points, top 10 in the Dirt Late Butter Dreamer. He's going to start inside row 2. There's the 29 car. Trying to make his first World 100. That is Evan Harrell. And there's the 4 car out of Ionia, Michigan. That is Travis Stimler. Stimler in the 4 car, DJ. Jerry Bowersock out there out of Wapakoneta, Ohio.
Bowersock, 5 Eldora Speedway track championships to his credit.
Not bad.
No, not bad.
When was the last time he made the World 100?
Jerry Bowersock he's actually started the World 100 4 times. I don't know when the last time was he made it. This race was 13th. My memory serves me correctly, back in 2012. A few of the other drivers on the track, you saw the 81 of Jayden Frame. There's the 5-star of Bryant Dickinson. Again, these are the drivers competing in heat race number 5 a little bit later on here this evening. And there's Chase Younghands out of Manhattan, Kansas.
I'd just like to be Dan Ebert in this race. First full year in a super late model, right? For the former snowmobile racer, the former USMTS driver. He's on the outside of row heat number 5, row 1 and heat 5. And the winner of that race is going to start in the outside front row. And he's got Jonathan Davenport and Jason Fager and Josh Rice and Chris Ferguson and Devin Moran with him.
So there's no pressure at all.
No,
is that
not
what you're
at all.
saying?
Dan's improved throughout the year. We've seen him each week. There's Chris Ferguson, 6 at 15.903, 15903. As you see the high side tickler there, Kyle Strickler. Looking at Austin Kirkpatrick, AK Race Cars entry. The G-Style Transport entry. There's Jimmy Owens. Final. DJ outside front row of Heat 6 for the O Show. A 2-time winner of this race.
Yeah, Heat 6 always one to keep your eyes on, because the winner of the 6th heat starts on the pole of the World 100, and the driver that finishes 2nd starts 12th in the World 100. You saw Jimmy Owens, 2-time world champ. There's that was Hayden Cowan, who's starting 3rd in the 14. Tyler Millwood will roll from the 7th starting spot in the number 31. And there's the Reaper, Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa. James, he will be the pole sitter for that 6th and final heat race here tonight.
What about row 3 in that 6th heat, my friend?
That guy right there.
Ricky Thornton Jr., the current Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series points leader, the defending series champion, and Garrett Alberson's going to be alongside in that Roberts Racing throwback, back the red 50. There's the 11 car. That is Austin Smith. Austin Smith in the SCCS Solutions entry out of Cedartown, Georgia. Yes, Ben.
Hey guys, it's Randy
here.
Randy,
I'm sorry.
Close. Yeah, close enough, a little taller. But I was just going to say, if you notice something here, Tony or whoever's out on the four-wheeler in turn 1 trying to get everybody to pack this top of the racetrack down, you got cooler weather and you've got more water on the track. That cushion it's going to take a while to get up there. But by feature time, I really feel like the racetrack's going to be back like it's been, but that cushion is going to be a little bit stronger than it has been the last 2 nights. So I know a couple of teams right off the bat that's probably cheering that on, but that's why they're out there now trying to get everybody to go high and get that laid down so it don't take so long to get to the ball.
Yeah, good point. Thank you, Randy, very much. Again, heat number 6 is going to, as you mentioned, Gustin and Owens on the front row, then Cowan and Kohler, and Thornton and Alberson, and then Millwood and Shannon Babb right there, the Dyna Grosseed Petrov towing entry out of Moweaqua, Illinois. There's the 1G car, Rusty Ballinger. He is out of Seymour, Tennessee in the Warrior Comanche entry. For Ballinger, the P3, that is Truck Robertson. Jeff Robertson, he comes to us out of Defiance, Ohio in the P3 car, trying to make his first World 100 here tonight.
Rusty Schlenk, in the number 91. Yep, absolutely. James, former UMP Dirt Car National Champion, leading those Valvoline American Ironman Late Model Series point standings. And Shannon Babb. Did you get Shannon Babb, James?
Yes, I did get
okay,
Shannon
very
Babb.
good.
He's
Yes,
gonna
thank
start,
you.
He's going to start.
He thanks you. Yes, he is.
Yes.
This is it. Final set of Dirt Draft Hot Laps on the racetrack right now. Again, these are the drivers that will go at it in heat race number 6 here this evening. And Ricky Thornton Jr., current Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series points leader, going to the top of the leaderboard with a 1.5578.
You think he can do it tonight? Get his first crown jewel at Eldora?
He could.
He could do it. Currently leading the Lucas Oil points, and that's where they win the season here next month at the Dirt Track World Championship. In that 20 RT, there's the 39 car. That is Brandon Moore trying to make it his first World 100 here tonight. Always special pre-race ceremonies here at Eldora, my friend, and that's coming up here in a little bit.
It sure is. If you are on the grounds, your final opportunity to stand up and stretch your legs before pre-race ceremonies. If you're watching at home, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the 55th Annual World 100. You're watching it all live on Flow Racing.
Like our girls in bikinis, like our coolers in the truck. Motorsports on TV, hard working for a buck. So raise them high, 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 testify, fi, fi. American Rebel is the only beer we're drinking round here. Hey y'all, this is Andy Ross, and it's my great pleasure to introduce you to America's patriotic beer. American Rebel is the only beer we're drinking round here. The Rocket Ship launches tonight at Farmer City and wins the 13th edition of the Illini 100.
Ends his name in the history book. New Waverly, Texas, Tyler Erb is a Little Bill Cora Memorial winner. Off turn number 4, the final time, and it is Greg Sarah's their second night in a row.
The Hawkeye Land 40 goes to Brandon Jeffers.
Line at Posky.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza is proud to be the official pizza of Eldora Speedway. Fuel up with a hunk of pizza or a large 12-inch pizza loaded with all toppings, no extra charge. Pick original or thin crust, then add on any combo of our 10 delicious toppings. That's 1,024 ways to make it just the way you like. Head to the concession stands to get yours today. Want more? Download the Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find one of our 10,000 locations in convenience stores near you. Hunt Brothers Pizza, fuel for race day.
It's time to go all in with Kubota High Limit Racing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eldora Speedway for the 55th running of the World 100. A sold-out crowd here tonight. For the first time in World 100 history, and this will officially be the largest crowd ever for any event in the history of Eldora Speedway. Dustin Jarrett and James Essex here on the call. Ben Shelton, Mike Norris, and Randy Weaver joining us in the infield. James, a lot of good upcoming events here on Flow Racing all season long. Still a lot to go in the season. Of course, Flow Racing Night in America swings back in action on Thursday at the Volunteer Speedway for the second annual Scott Bloomquist Memorial. Other events coming up next weekend, the Fonda 200. Of course, Kubota High Limit Racing makes their way to Western Pennsylvania to the Commonwealth Clash at Lernerville Speedway. Rich Farmer's Napa All-Star Circuit of Champions will be in action at the Fremont Speedway next weekend as they wrap up their season. And, of course, the USAC Amsoil Sprint Car National Championship, they're in action next week just outside Indy at Circle City Raceway and at Hopstadt.
Don't forget the Tuscarora tonight at Port Royal,
yes.
right? How about Aaron Reitzel on 1 foot last night?
Yes.
Got the win.
Yes, he did. Yes,
if you live in Tennessee, you might want to leave right after the race to make it to Volunteer on Thursday because it's going to take you a while to get out of here.
No doubt.
They do have great traffic control, though, here at Eldora.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Well, James, we talked about the 6 traditional heat races this evening. We talked about the Nick Hoffman being the high point man, spinning that wheel of misfortune for a 6 invert. We'll take a look at the points after last night. As we mentioned, it was Nick Hoffman, the high point driver, after last night's racing action.
And then it's Brandon Shepard is second. Then it's Dale McDowell, Corey Hedgecock, Devin Moran, and Garrett Albertson. Now, they got points. It was every lap matters. Qualifying, shootout results, feature results. So Hoffman and Shepard are locked in no matter what they do, okay? So if they don't make it out of a heat race, the first non-qualifiers will go 19th and 20th and don't make it out of their heat race. So again, it's Hoffman, Shepard, McDowell, Hedgecock. You wonder, well, why doesn't Davenport in there? Well, he didn't qualify very well. All that well, right? The first 2 nights, he did win twice, but he's going to start 4th in his heat race testing.
He's going to start 4th in Heat 5 coming up here just a little bit later on this evening. But that's how the 55th World 100 point standing shook out, and that is what set the stage for the 6 traditional heat races. Again, 15 laps in distance, the top 3 in each of these will race their way in to the infamous World 100. And again, James, the winner of heat race number 1 will start 6th. The winner of heat race number 6 will start on the pole here tonight.
Big difference in that heat 1, right? The winner will start
Heat 6.
He'll start 6th, but second place will start
7th in Heat 1.
Yeah,
so Heat 6 is the one that is the winner starts first. Second place starts 12th.
Big difference.
Yes, it
Big
is.
difference, my
yes,
friend.
it is. You ask any driver out there, of course they'd rather start up front, whether it's here or anywhere. The ones that stood out to me are probably Heats 1 and 3. I don't know. Look, it's Eldora, right? It's the World 100. There is never an easy heat race here.
Right.
Never an easy heat race here. But I think 1 and 3 are the 2 that stood out to me the most.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And they're all loaded, obviously. And as our good friend Michael Despain would say, restaurant quality heat races, obviously, each and every time here at Eldora. So nothing like what's coming up, my friends. Friends, if you've never been here or never watched this on Flow, this pre-race ceremony coming up is very, very special.
It sure is, and Eldora does it just as good, if not better, than anybody else, right? I mean, there's nobody in the world that does pre-race ceremonies like Eldora, and the Dream is its own race, of course, but this is the one that has the pomp and circumstance, right? This is the one where we bring out the horses. This is the one where we represent the state flags. Those state flag bearers and everyone else, they're getting lined up at the Eldora Victory Stage now. That's coming up next here at the 55th running of the World 100 at Eldora Speedway. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 55th annual running of the World 100 here at the world's greatest dirt track, Eldora Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to meet your state flag holders here this evening. And when we represent your state, you give a big yell and holler. First off, representing the state of Alabama, Dalton Cook.
Representing the state of Arizona, the 20 RT of Ricky Thornton Jr.
Representing the state of California, the 74X, Ethan Dotson.
Representing the Sunshine State of Florida, at the front himself from Milton, Florida, Joseph Joyner.
Representing the state of Georgia, the driver of the 17M, Mac Daddy Dale McDowell.
Representing the Hawkeye State of Iowa, the Reaper Ryan Gustin.
Representing the land of Lincoln out of New Berlin, Illinois, Brandon Shepard.
Representing the Hoosier State of Indiana, the 2023 World 100 winner from Martinsville, Indiana, Hudson O'Neal.
Representing the state of Kansas, driver of the 18, Chase Younghands.
Representing the Bluegrass State of Kentucky, from Benton, Kentucky, Tanner English.
Representing Louisiana in the 97, it's Cade Dillard.
Representing the state of Michigan, from Zeeland, Michigan, Luke Morey.
Representing the land of 10,000 lakes, from Minnesota, it's Dan Ebert.
Representing the Show Me State of Missouri, it's Gordy Gundaker.
Representing Montana, the 09, it's Michael Leach.
Representing North Carolina, the top point man heading into tonight, number 9, Nick Hoffman.
Representing New Mexico, from Las Cruces, the 58, Garrett Alberson.
Representing the Empire State of New York, it's T-Mac Tim McCready.
Representing my home state, the Buckeye State OH, it's Devin Moran.
Representing the state of Oregon, he'll be in car 15 tonight, Justin Duty.
Your representative for the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, it's Drake Troutman.
Representing the state of South Carolina, from Gray Court, South Carolina, it's Chris Smokey Madden.
Representing the volunteer state of Tennessee, it's Corey Hedgecock.
From the Lone Star State of Texas, it's Turbo Tyler Erb.
And your final flag bearer this evening, Take Me Home Country Roads, miles representing West by God, Virginia, it's Tyler Carpenter. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for all your state flag bearers here this evening?
I tell you what, I know these guys got a round of applause, but this next guy is going to get the loudest applause of the weekend, I got a feeling. He's the 2025 regular NHRA Top Fuel Champion for the regular season. He's also the owner of Eldora Speedway. How about it for Smoke Tony Stewart? Smoke, before we talk about it, I want to know, have you pissed anybody off on the stage? There's a lot of guys that got weapons and you'll never see it coming.
Yeah, they got long, big sticks here, so I'm just going to turn around and just get a gaze at them real quick. But I can tell you one thing, I've never stood in front of a crowd of drivers like this that are this badass. I mean, what we've watched the last 2 nights has been amazing. They've been driving their ass off.
Did you ever think when you bought this place from Earl and Bernice Baltus that you'd be putting a sign up at the front window and the pit window that said sold out, no more tickets?
No, I don't. Now I know why Earl tried to divert that creek that's behind the racetrack over there, but the fine that he had to pay was a little bigger than what I want to pay, so I don't think I'm going to jack with the waterway, but you guys are part of history here. This is the first sellout that Eldora Speedway's ever had, and proud that you guys are all here and a part of it.
Tony, you're a racer, but you're a fan. You love this sport, and when you look around this place, you were watching during opening ceremonies, you just kept saying, wow. What do you want to say to these beautiful people that have come here from literally all over the world to support this racetrack, Tony Stewart Racing, and all points in between?
Well, the crazy thing is, you know, we run a lot of different classes here, obviously. We've got the Kings Royal, which is our biggest sprint car race, but the late model crowd is a different crowd, and I can tell you there's nobody that drinks more beer than the late model crowd and has more fun than this group right here.
All right, we know what the question's going to be tonight, and maybe you can answer it, maybe you can't. How many people are here tonight for this crowd?
There is over 22,000 of you badass fans up here hanging out with us tonight, watching a great show.
Race fans, how about it for Tony Stewart, Eldora Speedway, and yourself? You're part of history. Make some noise. I love everything about it. And I tell you what else I love. I love this country, and I love the family that we are. And at this time, if you're not already standing up, we ask that if you're willing and able to please rise for tonight's invocation and our Star-Spangled Banner. Tonight's invocation from track chaplain Mike Unger.
Let us pray. Lord, man, we thank you for such a beautiful weekend you've given us. We've had good racing, and the weather has just been fantastic, Lord. So at this time, we just ask you to be with everybody here and be with all the first responders, and especially be with all the men and women who have fought and are fighting and will fight to give us the freedom to be here and do what all of us here love to do, coming to races, Lord. So we just thank you for all them and bless them and their families. And Lord, we just ask for a good night. We ask that everybody can get home safely tonight, and we have a good night. And all this we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Mike, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have a very special presentation of our nation's colors with the help of many volunteers, including 19 local fire and EMS volunteers. However, one member of this special presentation is not with us tonight, and that is Chief Brian Pearson from the Versailles Fire and EMS Department. Sadly, Chief Pearson passed away unexpectedly earlier this week. Chief Brian Pearson was a dedicated leader, not only to the Versailles Fire and EMS, but to all of Darke County and the surrounding fire departments. Chief Pearson spent hours working behind the scenes, and it never went unnoticed. Those who volunteered with Brian Pearson were proud to call him their chief, but even prouder to call him their friend. Chief Brian Pearson, we thank you for your service. Rest easy and rest assured, Chief, we will take it from here. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, to sing the Star-Spangled Banner, Mr. Rusty Shields.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light. What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Race fans, how about it for Rusty Shields? We got Old Glory on the front straightaway. We got all these amazing drivers around us. We got a record crowd. Let's see how loud we can be. Turns 1 and 2. Are you ready here tonight? Turns 3 and 4. Are you ready here tonight? Front straightaway. Are you ready tonight? Eldora Speedway, everybody, are you ready here tonight? DJ James, this is why we do it, guys. The World 100, night 3. Let's chase some globes.
Oh, man.
If that don't make the hair on your arm stand up, you probably don't have a pulse.
Goosebumps everywhere, brother. We're ready to do it. This is what, 15 or 16 years in a row for you and I?
Yes, it is.
Let's just do another 15 or 16 more. That's right. Thank you to Tony Stewart, Levi Jones, and everybody involved. All of the staff here at Eldora. The greatest dirt track in the world. And the World 100 started in 1971. Bruce Gould, driving a Stricker Auto Parts car, came home with a victory. 4,000 to win. This year's edition pays a record $5,500 just to start in the 28-car field. And we'll start and we'll put in the first 3 here right off the bat.
Absolutely. 6 heat races, 15 laps in distance. 3 drivers out of each heat race will lock themselves into the main event. That gives us 18 starters. 2 high point provisionals, and then the balance of the field made up from this evening's B mains. You see the shot there from the K1 drone. Hey, Eldora, as he comes back across the racetrack, how about one more round of applause for one of the very best in the business out of Bloomington, Indiana, your national anthem singer, Rusty Shields. James, without further ado, let's take a look at the starting lineup for heat race number 1.
Looking for his first crown jewel victory here at Eldora. He's a 3-time Knoxville Late Model Nationals winner. He's out of Winfield, Tennessee. The Winfield Warrior, Mike Marlar. And Brandon Overton. He won this race in 2021. He's out of Evans, Georgia in 76.
Row 2 is made up of 2 drivers looking to make this event for the first time in their career. On the inside, out of Robeline, Louisiana, the 97 is Cade Dillard, and on his outside, out of Hindman, Pennsylvania, currently leading the World of Outlaws Rookie of the Year point standings in G.R. Smith's 22 star, that's Drake Troutman.
Row 3, the top 2 in the World of Outlaw points, including points leader and defending World 100 champion Bobby Pierce. He's out of Oakwood, Illinois in 32, and Nick Hoffman. He is the overall points leader here after the last 2 nights. He's out of Mooresville, North Carolina, in Ty Torrig's NOS Energy Drink number 9.
Row number 4 on the inside is the 4-time ULMS champ out of Centerville, Pennsylvania. That is Max Blair in the 111, and on his outside, out of Sun River, Montana, the 09, that is Michael Leach.
Zach Dome, a top 5 in the Crown Jewel race at Florence. Can he do it here at Eldora tonight? He's out of Cross Lanes, West Virginia. And Dylan Thompson,
The driver in the 99T comes to us out of Paducah, Kentucky.
Tyler Bruning out of Decorah, Iowa, driving for his father Greg, starts on the inside of row number 6, and on his outside, out of Phoenix City, Alabama, the 7, that's Montana Dudley.
Row 7, Randall Edwards is the crew chief on the 28B for Carson Brown. He's out of New London, North Carolina. And former Eldora track champion Kent Robinson with Kyle Alt turning the wrenches. He's out of Bloomington, Indiana in the 1 car.
Your final 3 starters will be Nevin Gainey out of Fort Lake, Florida. He's in the 17, another 17 scheduled to roll alongside. He may be a scratch. That's Mackinac, Illinois' Andy Clark in the 17C, and then Luke Anstead. Talked about him earlier out of Greenville, Michigan. He would be the 17th starter in this first heat race here this evening. James, we mentioned this earlier. The winner of heat race number 1 starts 6th in this evening's main event. As you see the giant American flag making its way back across, there's where they'll start. You see the graphic on your screen. The winner of this heat race will start 6th this evening. The driver that finishes 2nd in this heat will roll off 7th in the main event, and the driver that finishes 3rd in heat race number 1 will start 13th in the 55th running of the World 100.
Of all the years you and I have done this, again, 15 or 16 in a row, that's the first time we've had a graphic for when you explain it to everybody, right? Where they finish
I may have worked on that with our very own Robbie Johnson.
You did wonderful. Great job, everybody involved. Thank you to Tiffany Swisher, our producer. Mike Marlar, the driver, he comes to us out of Winfield, Tennessee in the Greg Bruning 157. Brandon Overton, he won this race in 2021. He is in the Riggs Motorsports Longhorn Factory car. You mentioned Cade Dillard, Drake Troutman trying to make it in for the first time. And how about that row 3, the top 2 in the World of Outlaw Series points, Bobby Pierce and Nick Hoffman. Man. For those not familiar with it, again, the provisionals, they're based on the points, the combined points from Thursday and Friday. It's Hoffman, Shepard, McDowell, Hedgecock, Moran, Alberson. If you don't make it out of a heat race, if this first heat, if Hoffman makes it, great. If not, he would start 19th. They don't have to run a B main. And there'll be 2 B mains here tonight. So again, 6 heats, top 3, and then 2 B mains, last chance showdowns, top 4 go. Here tonight, 28 cars starting in the feature here tonight. The tire rule on the right rear, they can run a Hoosier, the National Late Model tire, 3 or 4. And on the other locations, the right front and left rear, 2. And on the left front, they can run a 90. So there you go. They bring those cars out on the racetrack.
James, I have stood in the infield before when that first heat race is staged.
Yeah.
It's, you could cut the tension with a knife. I mean, you really cannot explain what that feeling is like if you're one of those folks that are standing down there.
As I told Weaver, and it's like, as we see from up here, we got a great vantage point, and these drivers driving around, and they know what kind of crowd is here. They were told in the drivers' meeting, this is an all-time record crowd, and man, that's got to pump the drivers up, the crews up. We know the fans are pumped up. We know Rick Monroe and Rob Penrod and the Flagstand are pumped up.
Worth noting, if you are tuning in late, that Mike Marlar did not get to run hot laps this evening. They had an issue with the radiator in the 157. Did not get to run his hot lap session.
Remember, did he elect to start on the tail of the feature last night, the second feature, right?
Yes, he did. Yeah, good call.
So we'll see how that carries over here. Josh Davis, Jerry Sprouse, Evan Hinkle on the crew of that 157. Brandon Overton alongside. Are you ready? We've rated 360. Well, we're going to. Well, let's see. Maybe yes. We've rated 365 days, Dustin Jarrett. The world's greatest race, the World 100, my friend. Here we go.
Heat race number 1 will fire in turn 4. Top 3 transfer, 15 laps to the distance, and we're racing on Saturday night of the 55th World 100.
Out at turn number 2, Brandon Overton has the lead down the back straightaway. Brandon Overton 7th in the Lucas Oil Late 100 Series points. Crew chief on that car, Anthony Burrows. They come out of turn 4. Brandon Overton leads lap 1 at Eldora, heat 1, DJ.
How about Nick Hoffman in the Tide Touring 9, James? He's gone from the 6th starting spot to 3rd in 1 lap. He's had one of the fastest cars here so far. Trouble for Montana Dudley on the opening lap. He'll try to nurse the 7 down into the infield and out of harm's way, and he's not going to get there. That will draw the caution flag already for the first time this evening with 1 lap in the books. Montana Dudley with trouble on the opening lap.
For those familiar with scoring, and this was in the driver's meeting, Matt Curl, it's the leader plus 1, by the way. We were well past that, so we did get a lap in. Brandon Overton is the 755, the little 5.5. The driver cannot make it into the pit area. We'll see what happened to him. He's slowed coming up to turn 4, Montana Dudley.
Randy Weaver, where are there more nerves, on the initial start or is the leader on a restart at Eldora?
Both of them is pretty bad, but these restarts are so critical, especially in Heat 1, because the racetrack is, a little slimy on the bottom, got a little cushion on the top, but that middle is a sweet spot, but both cars can't fit there. So on this restart, I'm sure Brandon will probably pick the bottom, but it's all about getting to the flag stand so you can enter turn 1 correctly.
Saw Dudley into the wall there. So here at Eldora, and we've explained it the last 2 nights. If you're not familiar, it's double file restarts all night long, and there is no white checkered finishes. It's a green-white checkered finish, right, DJ? So everything is double file. And Nick Hoffman, how about the start for him, 6th to 3rd right now? Yes, guys.
Yeah, got a little update on the 157 of Mike Marlar. Last night, I asked if they decided to elect to start in the back. They did not. They changed tires. They were confused about a rule. They changed tires and were told to start in the back.
There you go. Well, he started on the pole. He's running second. So it's Overton, Marlar, Hoffman, Troutman, Dillard. I tell you, Nick Hoffman has had a good hot run. Remember, he was 3rd in the Dirt Late Model Dream for Ty Torrig, that team based in Coshocton, Ohio. And Nick Hoffman, the veteran modified racer, elite chassis, right now trying to make it in the World 100. Drake Troutman trying to get in his first, but the 2 veterans on the front row as they come out of turn number 4, DJ. Brandon Overton and Mike Marlar will lead him to Rick Monroe's green flag.
1 lap in the books, 14 laps remaining, and a good restart for Brandon Overton and the Longhorn Factory Team Riggs Motorsports number 76, trying to bring Nick Hoffman with him, but a good run for them with a 157 on the outside. Hoffman, though, with a good run. Troutman trying to find racing room. Hoffman will go to second momentarily, try to bring Troutman with him, and Troutman will have 3rd at the line.
Drake Troutman, last year's Lucas Oil Rookie of the Year, leading the World of Outlaw Rookie of the Year points right now, 5th in this series, points down the back straightaway. Nick Hoffman from 6th. Move over invert, maybe, as he goes to the outside. Brandon Overton still leads. Hoffman 2nd. Drake Troutman runs in 3rd.
A little bit of character, as they like to say, at this racetrack. In turn number 3, kind of in the middle of 3 and 4, but Brandon Overton right now, your race leader. The battle on the right side of your screen would be for positions 4, 5, and 6, and 4, 5, 6, and 7 really, is Bobby Pierce right now on the outside looking in, James, the 2-time and defending World 100 champion, 7th that last time by the stripe.
Yeah, he may have come out of a B-main battle for lead, and Hoffman has got it, I believe, right? Nick Hoffman, no.
Now point. He does. But it'll become official at the scoring loop.
It's not official till it becomes official, right? .013, and Nick Hoffman from 6th to the lead at the Big E. 6 down. Oh my, he has got a good hot rod. And right there's the battle, Dillard, and here comes Marlar, wheel to wheel in turn number 1.
Yeah, that's 1 spot out of a transfer right now as Drake Troutman runs into the 3rd spot. You're looking at, actually, that's 2 spots out of a transfer. Now you're looking at the battle for 5th. Kate Dillard has it. Mike Marlar trying to take it away. Meanwhile, Max Blair has worked his way up to 4th. He is 1 spot out of a transfer behind the 22 star of Drake Troutman.
Bobby Pierce right now running back in 7th. Again, we'll take 4 out of each of the B mains here tonight. And Bobby Pierce leading the Flow Racing Night in America points, the World of Outlaw points, the defending World 100 winner right now is well out of this one, and he's going to hustle in that B main apparently if we don't get a caution in this one, because we've got 6 to go, Dustin, in this race.
He would be 7th in points as well. He's 7th in points after last night, so no guarantees there. Trouble for one of the 17s. I believe Nevin Gainey, he is going to call it a night. We stay green flag racing though. 5 laps remaining, and now Drake Troutman and Max Blair, they have caught up to the 76 of Brandon Overton.
But it is all Nick Hoffman over 2 seconds the advantage. He comes off a turn number 4, 11 down, 4 to go. Good battle here. Blair slings it out wide. Here comes Dillard at 97. In the top 3 advance, Overton 2nd, Troutman 3rd, Max Blair is 4th. Kay Dillard trying to get in his first World 100 in the Shane Sprinkle number 97. Drake Troutman hanging on.
right now in third as he chases Overton into turn number 1, DJ. 3 to go.
Yeah,
in heat 1.
3 laps remaining as Brandon Overton tries to work around the lapped car of Luke Anstead. It's a 2.3 second advantage for your race leader, Nick Hoffman. You see him on the left side of your screen. Again, they're vying for starting spots 6, 7, and 13 in this race. If Hoffman hangs on to win, he'll start 6th in the World 100, less than 2 to go.
Right now, he's got almost a straightaway lead. Overton right now entering turn 3. Hoffman quickly off of turn 4. At the line, white flag, 1 to go. Overton second. Troutman, Blair to settle up, then Dillard. Can Troutman hang on to get at his first World 100, Dustin? You called his first career win in a late model, didn't you?
I sure did. Yep. Allgaier Performance 1 to go for Nick Hoffman. He's going to take the checker flag and win heat race number 1 here tonight. Second spot will go to Brandon Overton, and Drake Troutman hangs on to get that third spot. Those 3 drivers race their way into the show, followed by Max Blair, Mike Marlar, Cade Dillard, 2-time and defending World 100 champ Bobby Pierce is 7th. Tyler Bruning 8th, Zach Dome 9th, and Michael Leach rounds out the top 10. So finishing in third, making the World 100 for the first time in his career, it's Drake Troutman. Finishing second, the 2021 World 100 champ Brandon Overton. And your winner, he will start 6th in the World 100. He's in the Thai Touring Racing, NOS Energy Drinks, C&W Trucking, Lone Wolf Petroleum, Burlisle Performance Products, Petroff Towing, Tri-Valley Equipment Sales sponsored, number 9. He's made the World 100 6 times now. He's currently second in the World of Outlaws Late Model Series point standings out of Mooresville, North Carolina. How about a round of applause for Nick Hoffman?
Nick Hoffman, before tonight, 5 World 100 starts, 12th, his best finish back in 2021. He was 27th here last year, a 7-time winner this year. Second in the World of Outlaw standings, the 2023 World of Outlaw Late Model Series Rookie of the Year. But boy, if he could get this one tonight, this will by far be the biggest win of his career. Multi-time Summit Racing Equipment Modified Nationals champion. And he's got the helmet off. He was the high points, earned already $3,000 in his pocket before this one. He's going to earn a minimum of $5,500 tonight to start this main event. He's got the NOS helmet here. Nick, a big smile on your face. Did somebody not tell you can't win the first heat from 6? Because you got to the lead in 6 laps.
Yeah, this hot rod's really damn good right now, but that's a huge relief for me not to have to start 19th. I know I had it in my back pocket if I needed it, but man, the seas just parted for me on that first lap and got to third, and I didn't want to see that caution because I was going to get to second there right away, but it all worked out, and man, our car's so good. NOS Energy Drink, C&W Trucking, Holdren Construction, Petroff Towing, Burlisle, Lone Wolf, this Clements Racing engine runs great, and man, everybody helps us out. All you badass race fans, and we'll try and put on a show from 6th again in this feature.
Well, how about that? He hails out of Mooresville, North Carolina now, but he's from Belleville, Illinois. It is Nick Hoffman, and he wins heat race number 1 here tonight.
That's the key word of the night, right? The bad. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
You ready? Heat number 2, brother. 15 laps, top 3. How about Hunt the Front? Joseph Joyner, DJ's out of Milton, Florida. He's in the JCM Motorsports entry, and alongside in the tribute to the late, great Merle Haggard. It's the 74X out of Bakersfield, California, Ethan Dotson.
Row number 2 on the inside. It's going to be the 57 of Zach Mitchell, and on his outside out of Indiana, Pennsylvania, in the 22, that is Greg Satterley.
It'll be Carson Ferguson inside row number 3. He's out of Lincoln, North Carolina. Outside will be Brandon Shepard in the 1, then Trent Ivey in 88, Tyler Carpenter in 28.
All right, then it's Jackson Heist, Kyle Bronson, Gordy Gundaker, Colton Burdett, Ryan Crane, Freddie Carpenter, Casey Noonan, Eli Johnson, and Johnny Huck. 17 cars running 15 laps. James, they are vying for starting spots 5, 8, and 14 here in heat race number 2.
And Jackson Ice changed tires. He had to go to the back. He was going to start inside row number 5. Well, look up the track. Hang on, Dotson has nearly got together with Satterley down the back straightaway. Joseph Joyner. He'll be in this car the rest of the year in the Lucas Oil 800 Series for Colton Miller, the JCM Motorsports team. Out in front at the Big E in the turn number 1 with 1 scored.
Don't forget, Joseph Joyner made this race, James, back in 2021, the only time he started the World 100. Zach Mitchell in the 57. He is trying to race his way in for the first time. Ethan Dotson made this race 1 year ago for the first time. Right now, they run 1, 2, and 3 here in heat race number 2.
Joyner currently in 4th in the hunt to front points. Mitchell is 2nd. The Jimmy Owens, Ethan Dotson in the 74X. He's 10th in the World of Ella Series points. They're the top 3 right now.
James,
then Carson Ferguson. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we just saw Tyler Carpenter. He grabbed the wall coming out of turn number 2 and lost about 3 spots. That's a tough break for the Parkersburg, West Virginia driver. Back at the front of the field, though, Joseph Joyner, 1.1 seconds the advantage he has over Zach Mitchell. It looks like a Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series race with that lead duo.
Now they're going to be at Southern Raceway coming up at the end of the month. Down the back straightaway, Joyner. Don't you love how people tell Hunt to front what chassis to run, what engine to run, how to run the race car? He's doing a heck of a job right now, isn't he? With 5 down and 10 to go. The battle back here between a pair of Rockets and Ivy and Shepard.
Clean air so important at this racetrack. We talk about it all the time. That's Trent Ivy in the 88. Brandon Shepard in the Rocket won the battle for 5th on your screen. That's still 2 spots out of a transfer. Here comes Ethan Dotson. You saw Zach Mitchell, James. He slipped up high that time in turns 3 and 4. Opened up the door for Dotson. Dotson now trying to capitalize the battle for 2nd.
Yeah, they're blowing those crumbs off. Meanwhile, Joyner way out in front. 2.2 seconds off at turn number 4. Mitchell slides up. He'll lose a little bit to Dotson, who's hanging right there in 3rd. Ethan throws it through the bottom. Is he going to throw the slider up the track? And he does. And he's got it, and Mitchell goes into the wall.
It took the air away from the 57 of Mitchell. Mitchell gets into the wall, and that allows Carson Ferguson to drive by and grab the final transfer spot. Trent Ivy, Brandon Shepard go by as well, and Zach Mitchell has fallen all the way back to 6th.
And Mitchell's going to go off the pace, and the caution is out on the racetrack for Zach Mitchell.
So 8 laps in the book, 7 laps remaining here in heat race number 2. And Zach Mitchell, who was battling with Ethan Dotson for that 2nd spot, had the air spoiled on that Coltman Farms Racing entry coming off turn number 2. And that car washed up the racetrack and into the wall. And we'll take a look at the 5-star bodies instant replay.
Now you saw that coming a mile away up the track. Just took the nose off of it and got into the wall, and that was all she wrote for Zach Mitchell. Again, comes into the 9th, 2nd in the Hunt to Front Super Dirt Series points. So we have, BJ, 8 laps in the books. It's Joyner, Dotson, and Ferguson, guys.
Randy, you come off the corner like that and you lose the air. How helpless a feeling is it?
You're just along for the ride. I mean, honestly, at these speeds and you can't steer, it's the worst feeling in the world. And obviously you're running so fast you can't slow down enough not to damage the right front suspension, spindle, whatever. And you want to try to continue, but like you said, or you could see, the 57 couldn't even finish the corner. So just hard racing, man. It's go time, and these guys ain't going to take any prisoners.
Well, the yellow lights have been, Randy hit it. Yellow lights have been turned off. Green flag will wave this time by. True double file restarts here at Eldora with the leader getting his choice of inside or outside lane. Joseph Joyner going to choose the inside lane. 8 laps scored, 7 laps to go. Top 3 transfer.
Fire right before the entrance of turn number 4 on the restarts at the apex. They lead on each other. The 19M and the 74X down the back straightaway. We're going to go side by side, and they bump again. Dotson out at turn number 4, trying to take the lead on Joyner. Joyner's may have some damage on the right side of that car as he's falling back to 2nd. He was unchallenged for the first 8 laps of this race, but it's a whole new ball game now, and right now here comes Ferguson, Shepard, and Ivy.
And not the first time we've seen Ethan Dotson out front here at Eldora this weekend as well. James, the ASD Motorsports car looking good, side by side for the 2nd spot, as Carson Ferguson will take that spot away from Joseph Joyner. Now Brandon Shepard going to toss his hat in the ring. 3 cars battling for 2 transfer spots with less than 5 to go.
It is getting sporty. Remember, Shepard would have a provisional because he's 2nd in the points, but right now he wants to make it in and not start 19th here tonight. Right now he's to 3rd in the Rocket 1. But right now it is all Ethan Dotson out of Bakersfield, California. The Okie from Muskogee. coming out in turn 4 in the tribute to the late great Merle Haggard.
3 laps to go and a 1.5 second advantage for your race leader, Ethan Dodson, on the left side of your screen. And trouble for Ryan Crane coming off turn number 4. And that will draw the caution for the second time in this race with 12 laps scored, 3 laps remaining.
So the Panama City, Florida racer trying to make it in his first World 100, going the wrong way there.
Boy, Ethan Dodson didn't want to see that, did he?
No. 1.5, you have the advantage, 3 to go. Carson Ferguson and Shepard Joyner, Satterley, Ivy, but how about that restart? 74X and 19M. We're going to take a look here on the replay, DJ.
Ryan Crane, you mentioned out of Panama City, Florida. And the 10's going to be coming in there. Yeah, what would Dale McDowell say? You over-rotated.
He over-rotated.
One more look at it from the drone. Safe.
I thought we was going to see a replay of that restart.
That was wild. Restarts are so wild.
There was some, yeah. They were rubbing tires and sheet metal and all kinds of stuff down there. But right now, Joyner's back to 4th.
And the 22 of Greg Satterley there, he's actually got the right side, the door. He's knocked it loose. It's dragging the ground for the Indiana-Pennsylvania driver. We'll keep an eye on that. Yellow light's turned off.
Bronson's got a quarter panel. Again, they do not pull sheet metal here at Eldora. They were told that in the driver's meeting.
So 3 laps remaining, as you said, James. True double file restarts. They'll get the green this time by. Top 3 advance. Gunning for starting spots 5, 8, and 14 in the World 100. Ethan Dodson chooses the inside lane, and Heat 2 is back underway.
Fire at the apex of 3 and 4. They told that in the driver's meeting. Ferguson's going to go to the outside. He'll have the momentum on turn number 2. Here comes Carson Ferguson down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3, he's going to throw it in on the bottom. He's going to throw it into St. Henry's. He will clear Dodson. Dodson half a car length behind. Oh, baby, they're heating it up with 2 to go, Dustin Jarrett.
Dodson returns the favor over in turn number 2. Here comes Joseph Joyner. He's not out of it yet. He goes side by side with Brandon Shepard. Yes, white flag in the air. All-Geyer Performance 1 to go. Carson Ferguson to the lead in Heat 2.
Oh, but it may not be over. Dodson's going to throw it in again in 2. You know what's coming? Ethan up the track. He'll lead Ferguson and Joyner. The crossover by Shepard is the beauty to the checkers. Who's it going to be, Dustin Jarrett, off of turn number 4? Oh, my goodness.
It's going to be Carson Ferguson, and second will go to Brandon Shepard. Ethan Dodson falls to 3rd, but he races his way in. Joseph Joyner, Kyle Bronson round out the top 5 in a wild second heat race at the 55th World 100. The 3rd and final transfer spot goes to Ethan Dodson. 2nd goes to Brandon Shepard, and your winner in the Paylor Motorsports, Hoopak Grading Company, Live Oak Aesthetics, Coltman Farms Racing, Spark Oil Company, Boone HVAC, Triple Electric, Buddy's Wrecker Service, Solidified Concrete Floor Solutions, Longhorn Clements. How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for the 25-year-old out of Lincoln to North Carolina, Carson Ferguson.
One start in the World 100. It happened here a year ago. He was 25th tonight. 5th to the win in his heat race. It's been a tough year for the Lincoln to North Carolina driver, but he's going to be grinning right now as he's got the Hoopak Grading bulldozer wrap on this number 93, but he was smooth in that one, and he picks up the win. He'll start 5th here tonight and go after his first World 100 win. Let the temperature come down just a little bit. Carson Ferguson. Well, how about that one, man? 5th to the win. How good does it feel to know you're starting 5th in the World 100?
That's bad to the bone right there. Just everybody went, where I needed them to, and I just gotta thank the good Lord for keeping everybody safe there and giving us the ability to do this. Gotta thank all the fans for coming out, and that was pretty awesome. I lost brakes there a little bit, but I think it really helped me because it made me not drive like a girl. So. I got to thank everybody that helps me. Hoopak Grading, this tribute wraps for them, and my crew, Nick, Kyle, Parker, Scott, Al, my dad. We got a whole crew here. My girlfriend McKenna up in the stands, and Jesse running the merch trailer. Fast and Fancy, Coltman Farms, Solidified Concrete, Mega Plum, and Donald and Gina Bradsher for the opportunity. And this is awesome. There's only one way to go now is his back, but hopefully we can keep it up there.
A big smile on his face. He wins. Now, car owner Gina Bratcher might beat him up for saying he was driving like he didn't want to drive like a girl, because Gina would outdrive any of them. But they may take the brakes off of that 93 for the feature guys, because if he had very little there, he was awfully fast. Randy Weaver, it is tech time here at the Big E. Let's talk about what we got going on here today. What are we going to learn in Randy's tool time?
Well, just something really simple, but it's something that you wonder why we didn't think of this 20 years ago. But, when you're especially doing a tire change in in a heat race or a feature, and everybody's scrambling around, you always see the guys trying to get the lug nuts either out of the socket or where did they go or whatever. So our buddies at LazFab, that's LAZFAB, they've actually came up with a spring-loaded lug nut socket, and as you can see, the lug nut goes in here and there's tension. So when you're actually just pushing it on the stud to try to get the lug nut to back off, when you pull this out, it actually spits all the lug nuts out. Most of the time it'll catch it in the wheel. It's a lot easier to grab to keep up. They also offer a 1/2-inch socket that's for your B-blocks, and then they have a 7/16 socket, which is good for your wheel covers. You see guys all the time in a hurry and nothing will line up, or you can't get it started. These things, you just slam them on there, it's spring loaded, you pull the trigger and it's done. And last I checked, it helped the Rocket 1 car win the Pit Crew Challenge, so that's pretty neat. If those guys are running it, you need to be too.
So you're telling me this was the key to how Rocket 1 won the Hellraiser Jack's Pit Crew Challenge at the Show Me 100?
I'm saying it definitely didn't hurt them, because I fought this for years and years, and we finally got some, and it makes it so much easier.
We just thought Joel, Austin, and Danny were that good. No, it's the tool guys. It's Randy Weaver's Tech Time here at the World 100.
James, you needed that when you got that flat on the highway.
Yeah.
There a few
I
years
needed
ago,
that.
right?
Gotta love Carson Ferguson, right? Scott Fager, the crew chief, Kyle Tompkins, and Parker Martin, the racer.
Yeah.
He is on the crew of the 93 car.
Look at that.
We're
Look
on
at that.
100,000 before the second
That's
heat.
right.
Wow.
30,
Around 30,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, 95,000, your share of the 50-50. If you're anywhere in the state of Ohio, you can get a ticket at Eldora5050.com. Heat race number 3 is pulling out on the track. It's going to line up like this. Your pole sitter out of Carpentersville, Illinois, Dennis Erb Jr. on the 28, and on his outside out of Chatham, Illinois, it's Squirrel Brian Shirley.
The Coleman Farms 96, that'll be Tanner English out of Benton, Kentucky, and the Briggs Transport 9M out of Watertown, New York. It's T-Mac, Tim McCready, the winner here of the World 100 back in 2018.
2 former World 100 winners in row number 3, Hudson O'Neill on the inside in the 71, and Mac Daddy Dale McDowell on the outside in the 17M.
2025 Herald Review winner, that's Trey Mills, St. Augustine, Florida, and Tristan Chamberlain. He's of the Gibson Motorsports 20TC out of Richmond, Indiana.
Frank Heckenus Jr. starts on the inside of row number 5, and on his outside out of Orchid, California, originally the 13, Dylan Thornton.
It'll be multi-time Perryberry track champion Mike Spatola, Manhattan, Illinois, and Seth Daniels. The S21 comes to us out of Jackson, Ohio.
There's your final starters. Conley and Stoller in row 7, Curry and Cone in row 8. Clanton is a scratch. It'll be 16 cars racing 15 laps in your third heat race. James, they are gunning for starting spots 4, 9, and 15 in this one. So the winner of this third heat race will roll from the 4th starting spot in the 55th World 100.
Former Dirt Late Model Dream winner Dennis Erb Jr., Brian Shirley coming off a Prairie Dirt Classic victory for the first time back in July at Fairbury. And at turn number 1, the 2 Illini veterans. Herb on the bottom, Brian Shirley, the Bob and Lisa Colin 3S down the back straightaway into turn number 1, turn number 3, TJ.
You talk about a stacked heat race,
yes,
man.
Sir.
I mean, unbelievable. So far, the heat race winners have come from 6th and 5th in this one, and we got a caution already.
Oh, man, Tristan Chamberlain.
Oh, man, that is a tough break for Tristan Chamberlain. That Wayne Gibson Racing Infinity number 20 TC, and let's check with race officials to see if that was a fully completed lap or not. As you mentioned earlier, it is the leader +1. They were real close. If it was not, it'll be a complete side-by-side double file restart.
I think it was only Shirley. Yes, guys.
I was just going to say, if you don't think these guys are paying attention to the points, the provisionals, obviously we've seen Nick Hoffman race into the show. You see the instant replay on the Jumbotron as Tristan Chamberlain catches the concrete. But we saw Hoffman race his way in. Then we saw second high point earner Brandon Shepard put his car into the show. That means right now Dale McDowell would be next in line for provisional, and behind him Corey Hedgecock. After that last heat, Corey's dad Chad came up to me and said, hey, we're going to try to race our way in, but just to be clear, we're guaranteed a starting spot right now. So guys are paying attention to these points and deciding how hard to push it or not to try to get into the World 100.
Hey guys, something else just to make a note of. This racetrack is so fast right now. Those dips that everybody's been talking about getting into turn 3 all week, that just multiplies the intensity, and that's how people lose the front end, bottom out, and get in the wall. So that's going to be a big deal in the feature tonight.
Well, Tristan Chamberlain at Wayne Gibson Motorsports entry. The Vision Woodworks Keg Sewer Nozzles entry. The youngest driver start the World 100 a couple years ago.
That's right. That's right.
And he started in 8th. McDowell is back a spot to 7th after starting 6th. So it's going to be a complete restart. Because only Shirley crossed the loop line.
Is it a full boy?
It's a full crowd and a full moon. That's awesome.
It's not full. It's really close. There's been a few of those in the campgrounds this weekend.
What's that?
The full moons.
Not the same thing, DJ.
Oh,
not the same.
Not blue moons.
All right, Barney Craig's made his way in the Eldora Speedway Ford Pace Truck. As James mentioned, did not get a lap in, so 0 laps scored. All 15 laps still remaining here in heat race number 3. Dennis Erb Jr. and Brian Shirley bring them to the green.
Back underway, English McCready in at row number 2 as they go into turn number 1. Brian Shirley coming off that big win, the Prairie Dirt Classic at Fairbury back at the end of July. Dennis Erb Jr. looks on the bottom at 28. They go side by side. That was close. Out at turn 4 and coming on the bottom. O'Neill and McCready go wheel to wheel into turn number 1.
And that's one spot out of a transfer as they take the top 3. Right now, Brian Shirley out front at the end of lap number 1. Dennis Erb Jr. going to try to turn back the challenges of Tanner English. Hudson O'Neill working his way up on the bottom. Now he drifts way up the racetrack off corner number 4.
Now McCready trying to get down low on O'Neill. O'Neill slides up the track. T-Mac on the gas down the back straightaway. The top 3 remain Brian Shirley, Dennis Erb Jr. and Tanner English as we score lap 3 here in heat 3.
Again, the first 2 heat race winners have come from 6th and 5th. Brian Shirley trying to become the first heat race winner from the front row. Dale McDowell. Where do you think he's running, James? We all know where he's running. He's on the bottom of the racetrack, going side by side with Tim McCready. That's the battle for position number 5. Well out of a transfer as we only take the top 3.
And if he does not make it out of this heat, he will be in the show. He will start 19th. Oh, that ain't too bad, right?
That sounds about right for Dale McDowell.
19th, 6th. No, he wants 19th. Not really, he doesn't want a 19th, but he can come from 19th to win as there's the battle between Thornton and Mills. 2 young up-and-coming racers at turn number 1, and there's Mike Spatola behind him at 89.
Mike Spatola, the 3-time Fairbury Speedway track champ. You mentioned Trey Mills winning that Herald and Review 100 this year, and Dylan Thornton, the current Malvern Bank E-Series points leader in Cody Summers, number 13. But this one is all Brian Shirley right now. James, a 1.4 second advantage for the 2025 Prairie Dirt Classic champion.
What a dismal start to the year. I mean, that guy had nothing but bad luck. Turned it around. That Prairie Dirt Classic win, his first one. Emotional, won a lot of money, a lot of lap money, and right now trying to go to the World 100 where he would start in position, number?
Would start 5th or 4th.
4th out of turn number 4. Dennis Erb Jr. well behind him. Then you have English, O'Neill, McCready, McDowell, Heckenast, as we still have 7 to go.
There's the battle for the final transfer on your screen. Hudson O'Neill has been gaining on Tanner English over the course of the last few laps, now just past the halfway point. The driver of the SSI Motorsports, number 71, looking for a way around the driver of the Coltman Farms Racing, number 96, English with the spot. O'Neill trying to take it away, and this happens a little ways, about a second and a half behind your second place car, Dennis Erb Jr.
How many times over the years, DJ, have we seen Terry English and Don O'Neill go at it, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Like on a Summer Nationals race or however, there's McCready behind them. O'Neill down low. Here comes McCready trying to sneak by on the outside. T-Mac thinking about a crossover. He'll throw it into turn number 3.
Comes T-Mac down to the inside. He'll take the spot away. Huddle crossing back over. That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th, all right there, battling for one transfer spot. Dale McDowell behind them. If McDowell doesn't race his way in, James, as you mentioned, he would have a guaranteed starting spot in the event. Right now, Brian Shirley continues to stretch out his advantage as Hudson O'Neal and Tim McCready go at it back there for position number 4.
Both drove the Rocket 1 a year ago, right? I mean, O'Neal started the year with it. Then McCready took over, finished the year. McCready with Briggs Transport, SSI for O'Neal. As English throws the slider in on a lap car down the main straightaway. We've got 2 to go to be the white flag next time around. It is all Brian Shirley, about a half a straightaway ahead. 1.7 on the scoring monitor, Dustin.
Shirley looking good there on the left side of your screen. We keep a camera glued to the battle for the final transfer on the right side of your screen. Allgaier Performance 1 to go for Brian Shirley. Dennis Erb second. Tanner English trying to hold off Hudson O'Neal for 1 more lap. James in that battle for the final transfer.
Looks like Dale McDowell's going to finish 6th right now as the checkers are out. And Brian Shirley is going to be the winner. Pending the scales, 2nd spot is going to be Dennis Erb Jr., 3rd Tanner English, then it's Hudson O'Neal, Tim McCready, Dale McDowell, Frank Heckendash Jr., Trey Mills, Dylan Thornton, Mike Spatola, Bailey Curry, Seth Daniels, Rod Conley, Gary Stuhler, Dylan Cohn, and then Tristan Chamberlain, and again Shane Clinton with the DNS.
Well, we're getting the crossed flags on our heat races now. James halfway home. 3 heats in the books, 3 heats remaining. The 3rd and final transfer spot in this one goes to the 96 of Tanner English. 2nd spot goes to the 28. That's Dennis Erb Jr. and the winner of heat race number 3. Coming in, he was a 10-time World 100 starter. He's a 2-time Dirt Car National champ, 2-time Mars champ, and a 4-time Summer Nationals champion. That Bob Cullen Racing, Thomason Express, Hoker Trucking, J&J Ventures Gaming, Allgaier Performance, Race Ranch, J&E Construction, KBC Graphics, Longhorn number 3S. How about it for the driver out of Chatham, Illinois, Squirrel Brian Shirley.
Brian Shirley in 10 World 100 starts. His best finish of 4th in 23. He was 21st here last year, 3 wins on the year, putting that highly popular win in the Prairie Dirt Classic back in July in Fairbury with Outlaws. Currently 7th in Outlaws standings. 4-time Summer Nationals champion, 2-time Mars champion, and tonight trying to become the 33rd different driver to win a World 100 out of Chatham, Illinois. The Squirrel, Brian Shirley, loosening the belts just a little bit, pulling the helmet off, and Brian Shirley picks up the win. He's going to start 4th here tonight. Hey, Brian, how about in a year where you get your first Prairie Dirt Classic, the big one? How about you get your first World 100? What do you feel about this race car here tonight?
Well, the first thing I always said, you just got to get in, then you got to worry about beating JD. So now we got in, now we just got to figure out how to beat JD.
I love it. He's calling his shot. The Bob Cullen Racing 3S race fans. How about Lando Lincoln? Brian Shirley wins heat race number 3.
So Dale McDowell does not race his way in, so he gets one of the provisionals. Real quick house announcement, Tim Hendrick. Tim Hendrick, you need to come to the main ticket office, please, immediately. Tim Hendrick, you need to please come to the main ticket office at this time. James, heat race number 4 is on the racetrack.
It'll be Garrett Smith out of Madison, Georgia, this year's Spring Nationals champion. He in the car number 10 on the outside will be Turbo. That'll be Tyler Erb, the number 1 out of New Waverly, Texas.
Row 2 on the inside. In the 6, it's Michael Chilton on his outside. In the 12, that's racing Jason Jameson.
Is tonight it? Can he get his first crown jewel victory at Eldora? The Kale Green 44 to be Chris Smokey Madden, Gray Court, South Carolina. And on the outside, the 23B out of Loudon, Tennessee, that is Corey Hedgecock.
And he is guaranteed a starting spot if he does not make it in. Kyle Strickler will roll from the inside of row 4 on his outside. First time World 100 entrant Dalton Cook in the 44D.
Will Harrington, he comes to us out of Hawkinsville, Georgia, the Bruce Kane Racing 15K, and Todd Morrow, he's out of Pitton, Alabama. First trip to Eldora in the T1.
It's going to be the 5 of Dustin Nobby starting inside row 6 on his outside. The fastest honeybee, Stephen Roberts in the 111.
Brendan Smith, Dade City, Florida. Cade Loudy's a scratch. Evan Kohler, Donnie Jeske, Michael Page is a scratch. And word on Will Harrington, DJ.
Yeah, unapproved adjustment or late adjustment made on that 15K, so he has to fall to the tail end of the field. That's a tough break for the driver of the Bruce Kane Racing entry. So he falls to the tail end of the field. James, the drivers in this one are vying for starting spots 3, 10, and 16. It's heat race number 4, 15 laps the distance, top 3 advance. The winner of this one starts 3rd in the World 100.
101,000 on the 50-50 right now. Play early, play often, right?
Well, I thought maybe that was the attendance.
You know
the only thing Tony
how it
Tony
goes.
said was over 22,000. I mean,
Hey,
it's, you know.
He's the boss man, so you got to go with that, right? The pace truck on the track, Garrett Smith. Pretty good year in his Scott Smith, his father's car, and that's a Longhorn. He won the Spring Nationals for Ray Cook and Turbo Tyler, the best performance #1, alongside with the Texas Children's Hospital wrap down there in Houston, where he was a patient at 8 years old, and he had a cancerous tumor removed, but he's been in remission ever since, and thank the good Lord for that. As we go at the start zone with Garrett Smith and Tyler, we're underway.
Quite the eclectic mix of cars in this one, James. Is Garrett Smith going to get the early advantage? We've got Michael Chilton. Now Jason Jameson got way high. 4 wide momentarily coming off turn number 2.
Yeah, that's going to cost Jameson right there, as we're going to get a lap.
Nope.
No, we do not. A huge break, DJ, for the 12 car, and the caution on the racetrack.
And debris down here in turn 1, guys.
Debris on turn number 1, so it was not a false start by anyone.
There it is.
Did not jump start. Man, what a break for Jameson, right? Because he had lost several spots there, so it'll be a complete restart. With Garrett Smith and Tyler Urban, Michael Chilton and Jason Jameson in row 2. So we've got 9 in the show. We'll take 9 more out of the next heats. And then we'll have the provisional, which will right now be Dale McDowell. He will start 19th, and then you'll have the top 4 out of the B main, the first B main, and then the top 4 out of the second B main, and that's it.
And you've got a lot of World 100 experience in this heat race, but no previous winners. You know, Garrett Smith had his best run in this race a year ago. He finished 8th. He started the World 100 2 times. Tyler Erb, of course, a multi-time World 100 starter, 3rd back in 2018. Michael Chilton's made the race 3 times. Jason Jameson made the race back in 2023. Madden and Hedgecock, etc. But all of these drivers still looking for their first World 100 win.
That Cal Green 44 for Chris Mann starting 5th. Here we come out of turn number 4 at the opening. We're underway. 15 laps, top 3 transfer. Winner starts inside of row number 2 here tonight.
And a much better start for Jason Jameson. He doesn't lose the snout of that race car like he did on the first start. Tyler Erb able to keep pace with Garrett Smith on this one as well. Oh no, Kentucky on Kentucky violence. They're able to keep it together somehow, and we stay green flag racing. Yeah.
Got a flat tire on the 12 car. And that's going to bring out a caution flag. Yeah, the Kentucky-based 12. The James Ratliff out of Campbellsville, Kentucky, and the Campbellsville, Kentucky-owned team of Danny Hatcher for Chilton. And Jason Jameson, guys, is going to have to come down to the hot pit. And again, there are no courtesy laps, as they were told in the driver's meeting, to change the tires. So they're going to get right on at the Ratliff team, led by Tim Tungett, in memory of Jeff Gullett.
Man, that's a tough break. Jason Jameson, you mentioned it earlier in the weekend, James, running that wrap in honor of throwback to his dad's race car. And here's a look at what happened as they went side by side getting into turns 3 and 4. You know, and it's one of those situations, as you watch right there, that Randy Weaver talked about earlier, where the track's got just a little bit of a dividend, especially with the cooler temperatures and a little more moisture on it. And it looked like Jameson maybe caught that, slid up the track and into the 6 of Michael Chilton.
But you see the Ratliff Motorsports entry, the number 12 down here. Jason Jameson going to work on the right rear, obviously flat tire. They got some braces they got to pull back out. Quarter panel, 4 wins on the year for Jameson. He's had a good year. He's had a lot of speed. A tribute car to his dad that even he wasn't aware of before this week, guys. And they're trying to get him back out there, but lights are down and they're running out of time.
Yeah, again, no courtesy laps here as the right rear is back on, but they got to get the lug nuts on and go because Garrett Smith and Tyler Erb are going into turn 3. We have 1 lap still scored. It's Smith, Erb, Madden, and Chilton, the top 4, DJ. Here they come.
Yeah, green flag out, 1 lap in the books. James, 14 laps remaining, and boy, these restarts are something else here at this place, man. They really are. A good restart for Kyle Strickler in the 8. He's made the World 100 5 years in a row, trying to race his way in again, and here comes Chris Smokey Madden in the 44.
And Jameson does make it back out, but he's a half a lap behind. Here comes Madden at the bottom. In that Cale Green 44 car, up the track, Smith with a crossover, down the back straightaway. Mad now. He lets out of the gas. Is up top. Here comes Tyler Erb. Off a turn 4. They're side by side at the line. Half a car lead. Garrett Smith. It's sporty in here in Heat 4. Here comes Uncle T.
Turbo right there as well. Garrett Smith, 8th in the World 100 a year ago. Turning back the challenges of Chris Madden. Madden, 3 times a runner-up in the dirt late model dream. Best finish in the world is a 3rd. As you mentioned, still looking for that elusive first crown jewel here at the Biggie, and a good run that last lap for Madison, Georgia's Garrett Smith in the 10.
Kyle Strickler right now solid 4th, and at Austin Kirkpatrick, AK Race Cars entry. Then Will Harrington, he had to start on the tail, do a change down in the, once you're into the staging area, you present your car, you can't make any changes. He did, but he's come from the back in the Bruce Kane Racing Team, and he's right now in 5th.
Yeah.
And he's trying to close on Strickler as we score lap number 6 this time with Garrett Smith out in front.
He's looking to buy another L as Will Harrington, as he started dead last. He started what would have been, 15th in this race, up to 5th already. But right now, your lead trio, Garrett Smith, Chris Madden, Tyler Erb. There's Corey Hedgecock in the 23V. He's fallen back to 8th, James. So if he doesn't race his way in, he will get the 2nd points provisional.
And that would probably put more pressure on Bobby Pierce, right? Because Bobby Pierce would have to finish in the top 4 of his first B main, which he will be in.
Top 3.
Oh, top 3, okay.
All right, 7 laps to go.
Kyle Strickler in the Yeet car, the Mooresville, North Carolina. A lot of modified racing this year, back in the late model. Last couple of weeks, he was at Florence for the Sunoco North-South 100. 8, 9 down, 3 to go. It is all Garrett Smith right now. 1.2 seconds ahead of Chris Madden as they go around the 99 of Dayton, Ohio's Donnie Jeske.
Yeah, Garrett Smith looking good in the 10. I talked to Garrett and his dad Scott down there a little bit earlier on in the weekend on Thursday, and he said, you know what? He said, I think that we're going to be really good here this weekend. He said, this car's been good. I feel like I've kind of gotten a liking to this racetrack, but now he's got the back of the field to contend with, James.
Man.
Business is picking up for the 10 of Garrett Smith.
It's not over yet. It is not over yet. There's 4 to go. The Spring Nationals champion is going to slide up the track. The 2022 Dirt Track World Champion. And here comes Chris Madden down the back straightaway. Madden is going to throw it in on the bottom. Madden for the lead. He's going to slide up the track. And wow. He's got the lead. Garrett Smith into the wall. They did not touch, right?
I don't think they touched.
Well,
I don't think they
don't
touched.
take much. You take the air off the car, and Chris Madden, who was out of it, right? I mean, Garrett Smith had a big lead, and right now, 2nd spot. And here comes Tyler Erb. They're side by side for 2nd out of 4.
And you got to wonder if that little bit of damage on the right rear, Garrett Smith's number 10, is upsetting the race car as well. Turbo throws it into 1 and 2. Garrett Smith will try to cross him over down the back straightaway. They might have made contact right there. Jump, stick your fingers in between the 2 cars. James 3 wide with the lap car of Doler contacting again. Oh, man.
Like roller derby. By the way, white flag, Madden, Smith, Herb, Strickler, Harrington from the back. Brandon Smith out at turn number 2. Right now, it is all Madden. Madden's over almost 2 seconds off at turn 4 for the win, DJ.
He's going to get it done here in heat race number 4. 2nd will go to Garrett Smith, and Tyler Erb will finish 3rd, followed by Strickler, Harrington, Brendan Smith, Dalton Cook, Corey Hedgecock, Dustin Nobby, Jason Jameson.
Another winner from 5th, Dustin.
Comes back and unofficially rounds out the top 10. And another winner from 5th. 3rd is Tyler Erb. He'll start 16th. 2nd is Garrett Smith. He'll start 10th. And the winner of heat race number 4 will start 3rd in the World 100 out of Great Court, South Carolina. He is the driver of the Kale Green Motorsports, Transtel Incorporated, Jesse's Well Service sponsor number 44. How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for Chris Smokey Madden?
19 tries for the South Carolina driver. 17 times he's made it, race fans, in car number 44. Again, his best finish in 2022 was a 3rd. And we'll ask him about this. Man, you guys got into lap traffic, battling hard for the lead, but you did what you had to do, and you got a big heat race win. Congratulations, Chris.
Yeah, man, we had a great race car out there. We got into lap traffic. And, you know, he chose the bottom down here, and I run the top, and got a big run on him down there. And, you know, we left 4 down there, and he got hung in a cushion. You know, we never touched or anything. So, you know, hats off to my guys, giving me a great race score. We'll see if we can't get this World 100 win tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dale McDowell has been oh so close, but how about it? Could it be finally time for Smoky Chris Madden?
What did he say at Port Royal? We're running for 50,000. They're running for 72,000 tonight. They're letting it all hang out, Dustin.
Yeah, and the most prestigious trophy in all of racing as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Heat 5. The winner of this one will start on the outside front row of the Dirt Late Model Dream.
We're scraping the wall and getting the cars that are on top of the hill down here into the middle, but...
And before we give you that lineup, James, we will step as we'll keep the anticipation building.
Corey Hedgecock. Hedgecock.
He gets the final points provisional. Don't go anywhere. Heats 5 and 6 coming up next. It's the World 100 on Flow Racing.
Premier Health was first in the region. First emergency room, first ICU. We created the first ambulance in the air. We broke records. We made history. Our 110 years of experience were gained for this one split second.
We're going to take you to Miami Valley Hospital, okay?
We were granted level 1 trauma verification, the highest level of care for critically injured and sick patients. We treat patients that other hospitals can't. We are the most experienced. Premier Health.
If you're like me, you take pride in a great-looking lawn. And my pride begins with my ride, a Grasshopper mower. Whether you roll it off the trailer or out of the garage, you'll get the power to effortlessly tackle tough terrain, mow around obstacles, or cut through thick grass and overgrowth. You'll trim, vacuum, mulch, and more, all from a driver's seat that's as comfortable as your favorite pair of jeans. The exclusive Powerfold deck even makes cleanup and storage a snap. Whether you're a pro or just want to mow like one, make a Grasshopper mower your ride and your pride.
Tired of lugging around big bottles of liquid bleach? Now there's an easier way to whiten your laundry and freshen your home. Introducing Evolve Concentrated Bleach Tablets. Evolve makes bleaching easier than ever. Avoid the hassles of liquid bleach with a better, more versatile way of keeping your home fresh and clean. Evolving new concepts for cleaning. No spills, no splash, no mess. Choose Evolve Concentrated Bleach Tablets for all your bleaching needs.
Launches tonight at Barber City and wins the 13th edition of the Illini 100.
And his name in the history book. New Waverly, Texas, Tyler Erb is a Little Bill Corum Memorial winner. Turn number 12, the final time, and it is Greg Sayers, the second night in a row.
The Hawkeye Land 40 goes to Brandon Jeffers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eldora Speedway for the 55th running of the World 100. 4 heat races in the books, 2 heat races remain. James, let's give them the starting lineup for Heat 5.
On the pole, the defending Mars Series champion and current points leader with the Mars Late Model Series out of Bloomington, Illinois, the high side hustler. That is Jason Fager. On the outside, he's third in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase. In the Lucas Oil Series, trying to make his first World 100 in his first attempt. It's Dan Ebert out of Lakeshore, Minnesota.
Josh Rice will start inside row 2 and the 11 on his outside. The 49 of Jonathan Davenport. Row 3, Chris Ferguson and Devin Moran. Row 4, Jaden Frame and Chase Younghands. Then it's Maury and Duty in row 5. Bowersock and Stempler in row 6. Following them, row 7, 8, and 9. Mario Gresham and Clay Stuckey. Evan Harrell and Bryant Dickinson. Brody Smith. Shotgun on the field. 17 cars, 15 laps. James, they will start 2nd, 11th, and 17th out of this one. So the winner of Heat 5 starts on the outside front row of the 55th World 100.
Jason Fager, Dan Ebert, Josh Rice, Jonathan Davenport trying to equal Billy Moore tonight with 6 wins of the World 100. At the start zone up for turn 4, we are underway in this pivotal heat number 5.
Jonathan Davenport again gunning for that record-tying 6th World 100. Would love nothing more than start on the outside front row. There's 16 other drivers in that race that want to do it as well. JD for the lead in turns 3 and 4, and he will do it from 4th to 1st on lap 1.
Here comes Moran. Devon's going to go to the outside. Out at turn number 2. Ebert is second. They're trying to go down the back straightaway. Fager got hot into turn number 3 that time. Moran throws it in. Devin Moran throws it into the turn 4 to St. Henry's nightclub, but he can't hang on for a second. Ebert got him back. They are going at it. Devin going, oh baby, it is picking up. Business is picking up with the Big E.
8-5 as usual at Eldora. Right. Not disappointing. Devin Moran trying to make it official this time by at the scoring loop. He washes up in front of Dan Ebert, but out front in this one, Jonathan Davenport with a 1.5 second advantage, 3 laps in. Here comes Josh Rice.
Rice throws it in the current Northern All-Star points leader on the outside, and they get together, and Dan Ebert into the wall. And that's going to bring out a caution to Dan Ebert in his first attempt at the World 100 in his first full year in a late model, as they came out at turn number 2, and the caution is out with 3 laps complete.
And that will erase a 1.5 second lead Jonathan Davenport have and put Devin Moran in the second position. So 3 laps into this one, Davenport from 4th to 1st, Moran from 6th to 2nd, and there's the Dan Ebert crew getting ready to change the right front of that race car, or the left front on that race car rather.
Dan Ebert, we've seen him show a lot of speed here over the last couple of months. The former snowmobile racer, former USMTS modified racer. First full year in a late model, 3rd in the Lucas Rookie of the Year chase in the James Trantina-owned car. There might be more than a tire needs to be changed on that one, DJ.
Yeah, heavy contact there, and you can see the damage on the left front of the number 60. Ebert 5th in last year's USMTS modified point standings. You'd mentioned he was trying to race his way into the World 100 for the first time in his career, and he is going to have a pretty tough row to hoe. Now in this one, James, the caution lights are already going off, so it's going to be a tough break for Dan Ebert, the Lakeshore, Minnesota driver. 3 laps scored, 12 laps remaining, and now Devin Moran will roll alongside Jonathan Davenport in row number 1.
You think the crowd would come to life on this one if Moran can beat Davenport?
Probably a good hunch.
Here we go at the apex of 3 and 4, back underway with 3 scored, 12 remaining, and the 2 Lucas Oil regulars out in front, Davenport and Moran.
Yeah, 49's really good on restarts. Moran goes down low, though, going to try to hang with him side by side momentarily for the final transfer between Josh Rice and Fager. Moran trying to make a move in the Roger Sellers 99, but it's JD out front at Eldora.
How about the 81 car coming up through there? Jaden Frame. Look at this battle back here between Rice, Fager, Frame, Young Hands, Chris Ferguson. Good battle there. But up front, it's Jonathan Davenport in 49. Again, he started 4th, took the lead before we scored a single lap.
As Jaden Frame found something on the very inside of that racetrack, well, he's able to make up a little bit of ground down in 3 and 4. The high side right now may be the place to be down in turns 1 and 2. Top 3 advance. Again, the winner starts on the outside front row of the world. Right now, it's Davenport, Moran, and Fager running 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, good lead now. About a half a straightaway lead for the 49 car. 1.3 on the scoring monitor. Jason Fager 2.2 back as Josh Rice eyes him into turn 3. So the 2 black cars, the 25 of Fager, Rice on him, out of turn number 4, down the main straightaway. 7 down, 8 to go, halfway, next time around.
Side by side momentarily, James, for that final transfer spot. Jason Fager has it, Josh Rice trying to take it away. Fager, multi-time World 100 starter, was 4th back in 2014. Josh Rice going to drive back down to the bottom. That is the battle for the final transfer spot. It would be for the 17th starting position, and Rice just let him hang out there coming off turn 2.
Rice top 10 in the dirt late model between back in June. Chris Ferguson is 5th in its Frame, Young and Stuckey, Stemler, and Luke Morey runs in 10th. But all eyes on that 3rd and final spot out of this race. Jason Fager, the current Motor Series points leader. Josh Rice, the current Northern All-Star points leader. To turn number 3, Fager trying to open up right now. Last time around, DJ, 1.7 the deficit between first and second. He's cut 0.3 of a second off. There's 5 to go, but he has got to pick it up. Right now, the 99 of Devin Moran, and it looks like he's going to turn number 3, Dustin.
Yeah, the back of the field is kind of backing up, so to speak, to your race leader, Jonathan Davenport, spoiling the air in front of him, and that's allowing Devin Moran to close in just a little bit.
Got hung up on the cushion that time, did Devin?
Yep, he sure did. That's Davenport, your leader on the left side of your screen. Battle for the last transfer spot on the right side of your screen. They're going to come around this time, James. There will be 3 laps to go in heat number 5.
Oh, Davenport, which way does he go around Dickens? He's going to cut right through the middle to turn number 2. Slide up the track around Brody Smith. He'll lose a little bit of momentum, but right now it's 1.2 the advantage. Fager is still third. Rice is fourth, about 4 car lengths back. Then you have Chris Ferguson, about 7 car lengths back at 22.
Jonathan Davenport making moves out there in a one fall swoop. He just suddenly put about 3 back markers between himself and Devin Moran. Moran had trimmed that lead down to just a little over a second, but now the 99 getting hung up in lap traffic. This time by Allgaier Performance, 1 to go, and it's all Jonathan Davenport. We keep the camera on the right, glued to that battle for the last transfer.
Rice is going to throw it in on the bottom in the 11 car. D tries to clear Fager. They got a couple of lap cars between them. Out at turn number 2. Davenport is going to win. Then Moran is going to be second. Who's going to get third, DJ?
Third spot's going to come down to the line. Fager on the inside. He will hang on and take it. That will put Josh Rice in a B main along with Chris Ferguson, Jayton Frame, Chase Younghans, Clay Stuckey, Travis Stemler, and Mario Gresham. So the final transfer spot belongs to Jason Fager. Second goes to Devin Moran, and from 4th to the win in heat race number 5, he will start on the outside front row looking for his record-tying 6th World 100. In the Lance and Darla Landers, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Dyna-Gro Seed, ASC Warranty, Mark Martin Automotive, Mega Plumbing of the Carolinas, number 49 out of Blairsville, Georgia, Superman Jonathan Davenport.
13 wins in 2025. Here's a stat. The last 10 years here in the World 100, he has 8 top 5s, 5 wins, but the last 2 years, he's finished 3rd and 2nd. Jonathan Davenport, is this a year you finally get win number 6 of the World 100?
I don't know. I sure hope so. These guys are getting really, really good here, and Nick looked really good there, and Madden, of course. So gonna be a lot of good cars. I know Bobby didn't get the brakes he needed in his heat race, and Dale didn't either. So they'll be coming on too. But my guys, just got to thank them for all the work they've done to us. I don't know if I missed Jason up there or not. He's one of my buddies, but man, it's the World 100. So I had a good run, so I tried to go far enough that he could turn under me, but I never seen him. So hopefully I didn't slide across his nose or anything there. But his hot rod's pretty good right now, so we just got to go tweak on it a little bit more and get ready for this 100-lapper.
Ladies and gentlemen, what the competition feared, the 4-9 will start P2 in the 55th World 100 as he tries for number 6 globe.
All right, Mike Norris, great job as usual. Heat number 6, the final heat of the night. 2 B mains will be coming up. By the way, we will take 4 out of each of the B mains, Dustin, as that says the top 4 transfer out of the 2 B mains.
You are exactly right. I believe I said 3 earlier, and that's incorrect. It's 4. It's always been 4. It's been 4 for many, many years. But James,
we know one thing. McDowell's going to start 19th. Hedgecock will start 20th. The winner of this race is on the pole.
Gustin and Owens in row number 1 for the pole of the World 100. Hayden Cowan and Jordan Kohler in row 2.
Row 3 will be Ricky Thornton Jr., the 20 RT, and Garrett Alberson in 58th. And it's Tyler Millwood in 31 and Shannon Babb in 18.
Jason Riggs rolls from the inside of row 5 with Clint Keenan alongside Rusty Ballinger on the inside of row 6 with Rusty Schlig, a pair of Rusties in row 6.
And Rusty Shields is here too. Austin Smith, Forrest Trent, Brandon Moore, Jeff Robertson, 15 laps, top 3 transfer. And where do the top 3 start at? The winner first, right? Second starts
12th.
I'm waiting.
And third starts 18th. There it is. That is a big difference between winning heat race number 6 and finishing second.
Ryan Gustin coming off a career victory in that Todd Cooney car at the USA Nationals at Cedar Lake. Jimmy Owens, we know what he's done. He's having a Hall of Fame career without a doubt. 4-time Lucas Oil champion, 2-time winner of the World 100, current Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series points leader. The youngster Hayden Cowan, Cody Ballery turning wrenches on the 14, and the youngster Jordan Kohler. Started the weekend off in the Randall Chubb Throwback 114. Back in the Ultimate Towing Recovery 114 here tonight. You see row 3, Ricky Thornton Jr., the current Lucas Oil points leader. Garrett Alberson on the outside in 58. Final heat of the night, Dustin.
2B mains coming up after this. Ryan Gustin and Jimmy Owens in row number 1. Again, the winner starts on the pole of the 55th annual World 100. 15 laps, 3 drivers transfer, and they'll go green flag racing off corner number 4.
Good start under Rob Penrod's green flag. And they're trying to go 3 wide there on the bottom. Ricky Thornton Jr. is going to slide up the track right in front of Jimmy Owens down the back straightaway. Gustin has the lead. The Reaper into 3. Off at turn number 4. How about this? 2 drivers who reside in the great state of Iowa running first and second, Gustin and Thornton.
And Ricky Thornton Jr., of course, originally out of Chandler, Arizona, spent some time in Adel, Iowa, then Martinsville, Indiana, now back living in Indianola, Iowa, and he has gone from 5th to 2nd in the early stages of this one. But out front, the Reaper Ryan Gustin showing the way in the 19R.
So we've had winners from 6th, 5th, 2nd, 5th, and 4th. Right?
Only one heat race winner from the front row.
And
Gustin trying to make it. Yeah, Gustin trying to make it. So yeah, no winners from the pole. Shirley started on the outside front row. Gustin trying to change all of that. Not only win the 6th heat race from the pole, trying to start on the pole for the World 100.
It's unbelievably competitive. Gustin a good lead right now for the Reaper. In turn number 3, again at $100,000 victory at Cedar Lake. Todd Cooney Motorsports. They look forward to we got a caution on the racetrack.
Trouble down in turns 1 and 2 as one car has got into the outside wall. It's going to be the driver, the number 39. That is Brandon Moore. So the Bryan, Ohio native gets into the outside wall, and he's going to try to back that kryptonite off the wall and rejoin this field at the tail if at all possible.
Gustin did not want to see that, did he?
No.
He had a pretty good lead there. It's 1 second, but it was about 5 or 6 car lengths over Thornton, and now they'll be side to side.
Gustin, Thornton, Owens, that's your top 3. Hey, a good start for Jason Riggs. He's come from 9th up to 4th here in the early stages of this one.
Well, his teammate Jane Frame, of course, he had a good run, did not make it in, but first B main coming up after in a little bit here after a break, and Bobby Pierce is going to start 9th, Dustin. The provisionals are taken on total points, so he has to run in the top 4 or he will not be in the World 100 here tonight. That is totally shocking if that happens, but never count him out, right? Never.
Absolutely
never,
not.
never, ever. Okay.
Nope. All right. Not a full moon tonight, by the way. Tomorrow night. The corn moon.
This is a corn moon.
Yeah, tomorrow night it will be.
We'll be home tomorrow night.
It's almost a full moon.
Well, I mean, this is Davenport on the front row, though. But remember last year we had, what, 8 or 9 lead changes among 4 drivers.
Yeah.
Dale McDowell, lap 95, and then Pierce passed him on lap 96. Dale McDowell swept both of them. He's going to have to start 19th here tonight, which is, hey, you know, he can start anywhere. It's 100 laps. It's a long time here at Eldora.
Absolutely. I mean, Davenport started 4th last year.
Yep.
Right? He started 4th last year. Everybody said it's over. Davenport's going to win it. And he didn't. He finished in 3rd. You never know when it comes to Eldora Speedway.
So Gustin, Thornton, Owens, Riggs, Cowan, Alberson. 12 laps to go, the final heat of the night here at Eldora for the 55th World 100 at the apex of 3 and 4. Back underway at the Reaper, and not a good restart for Riggs. Here comes Alberson on the outside, Dustin.
Garrett Alberson in that Ray Gus Jr. throwback to Herschel Roberts. And Alberson in the 58 trying to make some hay. Last year, James, 1 year ago, Alberson started on the outside front row of the world. He needs to get up a few more spots if he's going to race his way, and he's looking to start on the pole here tonight, but he's got to get to the lead. That's where Ryan Gustin is, and now a pair of 20s battling for 2nd.
Out of turn number 2. Right now, it is Thornton, Owens, and Alberson, but out in front it's Ryan Gustin. He's already stretched it out to about a 2nd. Thornton throws it into turn number 4.
Alberson, he got it. Garrett Alberson to the final transfer. Jimmy Owens says, not so fast, my friend. He's going to take that third spot back away. This all happens 1 point. Wow, no,
big
trouble. Oh, baby. That is a massive accident down in turns 1 and 2, and that is going to draw the red flag in heat race number 6 at the 55th World 100. Red flag out on the Speedway with 5 laps scored, 10 laps remaining in the 55th running of the World 100 for a vicious crash over in turns 1 and 2. Tyler Millwood, Jason Riggs, Rusty Schlenk among the drivers involved in the accident over in turns 1 and 2. James, things happen in a hurry here at Eldora Speedway. And that accident right there was a sign of just how quickly things can happen.
Yeah, we saw the wreck back at the Dream with Carson Ferguson and Chris Simpson.
Well, the word from track officials is that all drivers are out of their cars over in turns 1 and 2. That is a good sign. Rusty Schlenk is out of his race car and telling track officials that he is maybe got a little bit of pain, that they would like him to check out. And that is where we stand right now in this red flag situation with 5 laps scored, 10 remaining over in turns 1 and 2. So Schlenk is going to be 10-2 over there by safety officials in the number 91. And that will also reshuffle this running order considerably.
So I don't want to get in that.
Drivers from about 6th on back, several of them were
Millwood, Schlenk, Keenan, is he? I'm looking at the cars that are here on the front straightaway.
Riggs was involved. So again, drivers are either out of their cars or have signaled to the, given the track officials, the signal tapped on the roof. Some drivers, again, maybe not able to get out of the race cars, they've tapped on the roof. Rusty Schlenk has let track officials know that, you know, he's awake, alert, he's okay, but maybe needs medical attention over there. May not. As you can see, those of you here on the grounds, it's going to take just a few minutes to clean up this accident site down in turns 1 and 2.
And so Tyler Millwood, he called a ride back with safety crew back to his pit area out of that race car. And I'll go with the tail end of it, guys. Just a chain reaction deal. A lot of drivers getting involved in that, and hopefully nobody more than maybe the wind knocked out of them or a little bit of a bruise from getting jarred around in the cockpit.
Jason Riggs was running in 50. He had a good run going. He was running in 6th, and Kohler also involved. So we do have 5 laps officially in. It's Gustin, Thornton, Alberson, Owens, and Babb, your top 5.
I did not see what happened to start that, James. I don't know if you did or not. Yeah.
So is that Millwood's car on top of Kohler, right? I think, right? Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
So again, all drivers have said they're okay, so that's a good sign. So the final heat of the night here, the final 3 out of the heats into this race, and that'll give us 18. And again, Dale McDowell will start 19th. Corey Hedgecock will start 20th. In the inside row will be this Group A, which will be the first B main, and in the second B main, top 4 will go to the outside guys.
Hey guys, I got Tyler Millwood down here. Tyler, take us through what happened there. I think you were saying a couple of guys got together in front of you, and then you got woed up, and then something happened behind you.
Yeah, I really don't know who it was. They got together right there in front of me and just slid up, and I was going to try to roll around them, and they just kept coming, and I got my stuff stopped as much as I could there, and I was just waiting on it because I know what it's like trying to get stopped right there. But glad everybody's okay. Hated it ended that way, but thanks to everybody that lets us do this. And packed crowd here is pretty awesome.
Tyler Millwood is okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's good to see. And his car was the one that was underneath of Schlenk's and somewhat on top of the 114 of Kohler's. It's a tough break for everyone that is involved. Yeah. Kohler, of course, had already gone to a backup car, James, after hurting his primary car here back on Thursday night.
Another good year for Schlenk. He's second in the UMP national points, I believe, behind Jason, maybe he's third behind Fager.
Yeah.
And currently leading the Valvoline Ironman American Late Model Series. And you see them trying to extricate the 31 car.
Yeah, and
Kohler is in there. Riggs is right there. Yeah. Okay.
And I believe that Kohler is still in his race car, only for the fact, again, that they got to get the 31 out from under him. And the 31 is on top of the 91. It's kind of like putting together a two-sided jigsaw puzzle with a piece missing. Rusty Ballinger involved, and man, that Warrior race car has got a lot of damage. So,
man, the Warrior Comanche house car for Mike Knuckles and the Seymour, Tennessee driver out of this one.
I talked to Mike down in the pit area on Thursday. They were excited for their opportunity here this weekend. He does a lot for the sport. Hate that for him for sure. Now they're going to work on getting those cars again extracted down there without doing any further damage and maybe what is already done. We will take a look at the 5. Now that we know the drivers are okay, we will take a look at the 5-star bodies instant replay and see what happened here to bring out the red flag in heat race number 6.
Really? Oh, wow. Kind of reminiscent of Ferguson and Simpson right here back in June.
There's another angle.
Fortunately, both of those are right there, right on top of him. This Kohler on top of the 81, and wow. Oh, man, that is hard contact. Thank goodness for the safety, the self-containment seats, the head and neck restraints, and as Millwood said, tried to whoa up and man Ballinger and then Schlenk. Man, you hate that.
This
sport is so expensive, and you just hate to see any of that happen, and especially, every one of them involved down there, and it's like.
And you can't get woed up
down
there.
No.
It's impossible. It really and truly is. Thank the good Lord that everyone is okay.
Yeah, all these chassis builders build something. Of course, Richie Schlenk builds his own cars.
He builds his own.
Yep.
Mike Knuckles builds the Warrior race cars,
Yep.
and yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
There you see Jason Riggs there, the 81 car. So they'll put him on the hook. So we still have Kohler up there, and Millwood are still. We'll take a look again here on the video board and for those at home.
It's just, we say it all the time, James. You and I are incredibly blessed. We get to know so many of these drivers personally. I'm going to a football game with Jason Riggs tomorrow, and Rusty Schlenk. I can't tell you the number of announcers I've raced with him. I saw him and his wife Danny and talked to them walking in here on Thursday. And sentimentally, you hate to see anybody get involved.
And his return to Eldora. I mean, it's been a while since he's been here, but one of the top regional drivers in the country is Rusty Schlenk. Former Jackson, Michigan native, now living in McClure, Ohio, and we'll see it full speed here one more time. And
oh, man. It's the impact. It's the coming to a dead stop. It's everything. And you can never overstate how hard one of those impacts are here at Eldora Speedway. All right, as they are cleaning up the accident site down in turns 3 and 4, we are going to step out for a set of commercial breaks. When we come back, we will have the final 10 laps of the 6th heat race here at the 55th running of the World 100. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 55th running of the World 100, cleaning up an accident down in turns 3 and 4 with 5 laps scored here in heat race number 6. There's a look at the mangled 31 of Tyler Millwood being extracted from the Speedway. Jason Riggs, number 81, with an absolutely unbelievable amount of damage on that race car. We saw Rusty Ballinger towed off the racetrack as well. There is the Warrior house car for Mike Knuckles. And again, you simply put, you can't overstate the damage on these race cars. My goodness, just carnage and mayhem reigning supreme. There's Jason Riggs, good to see him out of that race car. And as they continue to clean things up, Rusty Schlenk gonna get that Domination race car towed off the racetrack. And as they get things cleaned up over there in turns 3 and 4, I've got Carl Short, the promoter of the Hillbilly 100 and Dirt Track World Championship, up here with me. Carl, we've talked about it a lot, a sellout crowd here tonight. James said it best, though. You're disappointed you couldn't be here tonight. They still got another chance to see a very high-profile late model race. Your Dirt Track World Championship is traditional third weekend of October, and that will also decide the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion. You have got to be excited, maybe more excited than ever after seeing this crowd here this weekend.
Well, let's hope all these same folks come back next month.
That's right. There you go. There you go.
I'm sure that they won't. But the ones that don't come, I think, are going to miss one heck of a show.
Maybe you ought to pass a $100 bill out to all of them as they come in the gate.
Well, that's a thought. That is a thought. But actually, I have been associated with racing for over 50 years now. And this is the absolute first time that I ever saw a racetrack quit selling tickets.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
And there is no doubt in my mind, if Earl Baltus is looking down, he is probably jumping up and down right now. What do you mean quit selling tickets?
That's right. I could sell more hot dogs if you let more people in here. Hey, Carl, I have not got to see you yet in the last few months. I want to personally say congratulations on your induction into the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame. Long overdue, my friend.
Well, thank you, Dustin. This was the second time, Dustin.
Yes.
Actually, I was inducted the first time in 2003. And then this was, you know, something special.
Yeah, absolutely.
It actually had Earl Baltus's name on it. And anytime you get something with Earl Baltus's name attached, it's something special.
Absolutely, man. Well, and you kind of bringing all of this together as we're getting the field line back up here. You have got Earl Baltus's name attached to your National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame award this year. And, of course, your Dirt Track World Championship, your famed event, will be hosted here at Earl's house. And I don't know that there's a better place in the world to have that than right here at Earl's Palace.
Absolutely not, Dustin. In fact, if there was ever any doubt that Eldora is the greatest dirt track in the world, I think tonight should remove that doubt.
Yes. Tony said, Ben asked Tony, how many people? Tony just said, well, over 22,000 that are here. So you need to go out there and put a flyer on all of those cars in the parking lot to make sure they all come back in about 6 weeks.
Right.
Well, Carl, I want to personally say thank you for everything that you do for racing, man, and I cannot wait to get back here in October for the Dirt Track World Championship.
Thank you very much, Dustin. I appreciate it.
All right, Carl Short, ladies and gentlemen, and you can come back here the third weekend of October for the $100,000 to win Dirt Track World Championship. It's not just the DTWC, it's Carl Short's Dirt Track World Championship as well, and we will be back here to celebrate and crown the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion. As the field gets lined back up, caution lights are turned off, and they thank you, Carl, and they are going to go green flag racing now next time by. James Essex, welcome back. 5 laps in the books, 10 laps to go in heat race number 6. And Ryan Gustin had a 1.1 second advantage when that red flag came out. That gap as he raced, and true double file restarts here at the Big E will once again put Ricky Thornton Jr. alongside.
By the way, tickets and camping ahead of the last couple of years here at Eldora, so get yours now at EldoraSpeedway.com. 50-50. We'll have the drawing in a little bit. Right now, over 118,000 as we go. The final heat of the night, still for the pole of the World 100. Gusted into one. On the bottom, here comes RTJ. He's going to throw the slider in turn number 2. He clears him by a mile. Gusted, nice crossover by the Reaper, goes back to the lead.
And Ricky Thornton Jr. going to try to do it again down in turns 3 and 4. Does he have a run on the 19R? They'll roll side by side off corner number 4. Oh man, half a cat's whisker the advantage for Gustin that time at the strike.
Bab to third. Here comes Alberson. Owens on the bottom. Good battle here this final heat of the night. Out of turn number 4, they work lap number 7. It is Thornton. Gustin is right there. They are running the ragged edge. Jimmy Owens on the bottom. Owens up the track and Bab out at 2. Down the back straightaway. Here comes Garrett Alberson has a run at 58. Halfway coming up. 8 down, 7 to go as Thornton tries to stretch it out. So your front row tonight, DJ, could it be 20 RT and 49?
Oh my.
How many times have we seen that?
It could be. I want to know what year it is. Shannon Babb and Jimmy Owens out there running side by side for a transfer spot with the Ray Gus Jr. throwback of Garrett
Alberson. Go 3 wide.
Yes.
They do go 3 wide. Are you serious? Owens on the bottom. Jimmy Owens takes the 3rd spot back. Alberson now, he'll do the crossover on Shannon. Down the back straightaway. Alberson trying to get the dig. They go side by side into turn 3. Garrett throws it in. He's in 4th. He'll slide up the track. We still have 6 to go. Thornton by 1.6 over Gustin.
Look at Forrest Trent.
Highly entertaining. Service 101, and the Team Zero is going to go in there. Forrest Trent, good move.
Oh my goodness, Forrest Trent trying to race his way to the World 100 for the very first time. Austin Smith is there as well. This now happens a little ways back to your 3rd place car, Jimmy Owens. Owens has stretched out his advantage. Garrett Alberson, though, trying to reel him back in. You're not missing anything up front. Ricky Thornton Jr. a 2-second lead over Ryan Gustin, this time by 3 to go.
He's got about a straightaway lead. Reaper right now in the 2nd spot. 3rd spot right here. Garrett Alberson trying to eye the 2-time World 100 winner, Jimmy Owens. Out at turn number 2, Alberson has that run down the back straightaway. They've got 2 to go for RTJ. Gustin, 3rd still in doubt. And that top line, man, that cushion is very razor thin, Dustin.
You stole my line. I was going to say it's a razor thin cushion up top, and that's what the 20 RT likes. He's got a 2.5-second advantage over Ryan Gustin. Gustin with a 2.5 over the battle for the final transfer on the right side of your screen, as Alberson will stay married to the top. James, this is the Allgaier performance, 1 to go.
It's all Ricky Thornton Jr., 2 over 2 seconds, the advantage now. Jimmy Owens trying to hang on for 3rd. Gustin's a solid 2nd. Into turn number 3. Alberson is too far back to try to throw the slider, and Ricky Thornton Jr. is going to be on the pole here tonight.
2nd spot's going to go to Ryan Gustin, and the O-Show Jimmy Owens will hang on to the final transfer and race his way into the World 100. Followed by Garrett Alberson. Austin Smith takes 5th at the line ahead of Forrest Trent, Shannon Babb, Clint Keenan, Hayden Cowan, and Jeff Robertson will round out your top 10. So 3rd goes to Jimmy Owens, 2nd goes to Ryan Gustin, and your pole sitter
from 5th
for the 55th running of the World 100 in the Lone Wolf Petroleum Ultimate Towing and Recovery Elite Ready Mix Capital Waste Certified Inspection Services, Knight Companies, Hoker Trucking, Coltman Farms Racing, 20 RT, ladies and gentlemen, out of Chandler, Arizona, Ricky Thornton Jr.
6-time World 100 starter with his best 5th in 2022. He's only missed it once. As he gets unstrapped, ready to go, having a heck of a season, leading the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. He's got a $60,000 win, $30,000 win, and oh, by the way, he's won 3 out of the last 4 Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series wins. Ricky Thornton Jr. going to be on the pole, the 55th World 100, looking for win number 1, but you got to start alongside somebody you raced with all season long, Jonathan Davenport. I'm going to ask you, what's your plan here for the World 100?
Hopefully get a better start to him and just run like a little scared kid or something. I don't know. Really, I didn't want to see that yellow or that red. Glad to hear everybody's okay. We're going so fast here. You get a big wreck like that, you never know what's going to happen. Car feels pretty good. I think Gustin was a little bit better out front. I knew I knew if we can get into the slide job battle, my car is good enough I can move off the top. So gotta thank my boys for working hard. Everyone at Color Motorsports, Lone Wolf Petroleum's on our car this weekend. Really haven't been fast enough to be up here and talking about them. So I gotta thank them for coming on board this week. Everyone, Ultra Shield seats, Insight tear-offs, Sharp Advantage, Bilstein shocks, Longhorn chassis, Capital Waste, Ultimate Towing, Hoker Trucking. There's so many great people that help us. Brad at Coltman Farms is here. Pete Knight at Knight Companies. Just a lot of big supporters. Feel like we at least got the first one checked. Now it's definitely gonna be tough to try to run with JD.
Ladies and gentlemen, two of the best in our sport. One going for win number 6, the other looking for his first. It is going to be an awesome 55th World 100. Ricky Thornton Jr. got to lead him to green.
All right, we got Randy Weaver in the 2-seater, and Weaver is going to pull out on the racetrack, and you know what? We got something really cool, and I'm really hoping this works. Our good friend from Racing Electronics are going to provide some in-car communication. Randy Weaver, this is Dustin Jarrett on the broadcast. You're about to pull out there, man. Tell us what it's like behind the wheel of the 2-seater.
It's really exciting to get to give this young lady a ride from West Virginia, and hopefully we won't do anything crazy like that last heat race, but we're going to try to see what these bumps are about, getting into 3, and try to run us a couple good laps.
That's awesome. All right, Weaver, be safe out there.
Kelsey Tincher. I thought that was Neil Armstrong for a moment from up in Wapakoneta.
Hey, how about
we've got a corn moon. We've got Randy Weaver on the.
And a big shout out.
Cool. Absolutely.
A big shout out to our good friends from Racing Electronics, racingelectronics.com. That literally came together at the 11th hour. I mean, as a matter of fact, we were still working on that while working on about a bajillion other things as we started tonight. Absolutely. We'll try to talk to Weave here after this as well.
Got to get up against the wall, don't you? You just got to do it.
Have you ever ridden in a 2-seater, James?
No, I have not. By the way, 50-50 tickets still, what? We're going to shut that off. 121,000.
Nice.
Holy cow.
Well, that says something about the crowd here, at least the people living in the state of Ohio, right?
Don't forget tickets on sale for the, we have the 4 Crown Nationals coming up in a few weeks here. And then, of course, Carl Schwartz Dirt Track World Championship. And the top 2 in the Lucas Oil points are going to be on the front row tonight at Eldora for the 55th World 100 as Randy Weaver gets the checkered flag.
You know, that race fan right there just got the ride of their life for sure. All right, Weaver, you just took a few laps out there. Are you ready to go and tag the tail of one of these B mains?
There's no way, man. I'm telling you, you just don't understand how those BS getting into 3 can upset a car, and to do what these guys are doing this weekend, it's pretty amazing.
All right, Weaver. Hey, good job out there, and thanks for everything you do for this sport, buddy.
I appreciate it. Appreciate the opportunity.
Hey, let him hear you inside the race car, Eldora Speedway. How about it for the one and only Randy Weaver?
One giant step for mankind, and there you have it.
Hey,
awesome. Thank you, Racing Electronics.
Wapakoneta is just up the road, by the way.
It is.
I mean.
So you've got Jerry Bowers like Tyler, but Neil Armstrong living in Wapakoneta.
Ben Shelton, go ahead.
Well, we're down here, and my good friends Misha and Aaron, they're going to have a shoulder press competition. No, Burt Transmission, Burt by Buddha, we want to thank him. The first non-transfer out of HB main tonight, they're going to get a different Burt by Buddha transmission or a core, different things. And we want to thank Burt by Buddha for the bell housing, the transmissions. He does so much to support racing, and we're going to see how long they can stand here and be uncomfortable. No, they're done. Now, we want to thank Burt by Buddha so much for everything he does to support racing. And again, the first non-transfer out of HB main, guys, is going to get something courtesy of him.
That's good to know. No scrambles tonight. We're going to commercial break. When we come back, the first of 2 B mains will be on the track. Don't go anywhere. It's the 55th World 100 right here on Flow Racing. features of that 4-wide parade lap later on. Scan that QR code right now on the grounds. Let's light Eldora Speedway up with this sold-out crowd. Go ahead, download the Q Live app. Those of you on the ground, scan that QR code on the video board in turn number 2. James, we've got B-Main number 1 on the track.
It'll be Max Blair in the 111 out of Centerville, Pennsylvania. Joseph Joyner alongside on Milton, Florida.
Row number 2 on the inside will be Hudson O'Neal, and on his outside, the 157 of Mike Marlar.
Kyle Bronson, he's out of Brandon, Florida. The 4 to beat T-Mac, Tim McCready, the winner in 2018. He's out of Watertown, New York.
Kate Dillard's in the 97. He'll be flanked by the Truth, Greg Satterley in the 22.
The number 1 driver in the country has got to go from 9th to the top 4 to make the show tonight. It's Bobby Pearson on the outside of the St. Charles, Missouri is Gordy Gundaker.
It's going to be Frank Heckenus Jr. inside row 6. On his outside, the 16 is Tyler Bruning.
Trent Ivey, he's out of Union, South Carolina. Trey Mills out of St. Augustine, Florida in the 14 junior.
And it's going to be Zach Dome in the 17, Jackson Heiss in the 388. That's row 8.
Dylan Thornton in the Cody Summer out of Orcutt, California, now living in Belle Plaine, Iowa. And Michael Leach, the 09, trying to get in his first World 100. He's out of Sun River, Montana.
Yellow lights have been turned off. You see the rest of the starting lineup there on your screen. James, worth noting that the 97 of Kate Dillard is a scratch. So Dillard not able to answer the call, or is he at the tail end of the field? No, he does not answer the call. So they cross over here at Eldora. So that does move Bobby Pierce from the 9th starting spot up to the 8th spot. This is it. You either race your way into the top 4 or you're done for the night. 15 laps the distance. 4 drivers transfer to the feature. Everybody else will transfer to the trailer.
Max Blair, Margler through the middle, 3 wide into 1. O'Neal's going to throw it in and take the lead. Out at turn number 2, we'll keep the track of the 32 car down the back straightaway through the middle. The defending World 100 champion already up to 4th from 8th for Bobby Pierce.
And getting there's one thing, but staying there's another, and he and Mike Marlar made contact, maybe. Down in turns 3 and 4. At the end of lap number 1, O'Neal, Bronson, Blair, McCready, your top 5. Bobby Pierce trying to work his way in, but this one is Hudson O'Neal right now, the Pied Piper at the head of the pack.
Yep, Pierce back to 6th right now. We'll keep an eye on that. Hudson O'Neal down the main straightaway. There you see Max Blair in 3rd. Kyle Bronson, one of the winners of the Baltus Classic last Sunday night, along with Ricky Thornton Jr. McCready and Blair go side by side down the back straightaway. Satterley is 5th. Pierce is 6th. Gordy Gundaker is 7th. Out in front, it's the SSI Motorsports Big River Steel 71 of Hudson O'Neal. Battle there between T-Mac and Max Blair.
Yeah, that is the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on your screen. Greg Satterley and Bobby Pierce are the first 2 drivers out of a transfer right now. Max Blair, he's never made the World 100, James, trying to stay inside that top 4 for 15 laps in this one, 4 in the books.
Out of turn number 2. And up top is McCready, the winner here in 2018. Is he going to dive through the middle? McCready thought about it on Bronson, throws in the end. McCready right through the middle. T-Mac, the 2nd place car right now, battle for 3rd between Bronson and Blair. Then it's Satterley, Bobby Pierce. 10 laps to go, Dustin Jarrett. Down the back straightaway, he's got to pass 2 cars, right?
Yeah, he's got to pass 2 cars, and now that last lap, both he and Greg Satterley went to the high side of the speedway. Just as we say that, Satterley rolls through the middle of turns 3 and 4, and Pierce going to go down low and try to throw a slider on Satterley and take the 5th spot away. He does so momentarily. Satterley going to cross him back over at the front of the field. Business is picked up as Tim McCready has caught your leader, Hudson O'Neal.
They had a good battle in the heat race right now into turn number 1. Tim on the bottom, Hudson O'Neal. O'Neal won this race in 2023. T-Mac in 2018. And he squeezes him out. O'Neal has room on the outside. T-Mac with the lead down.
Those 2
off at
cars,
turn number 4, yep.
Yeah, they're catching the 2 in front of them. They're catching Max Blair and Kyle Bronson. That's the battle for the lead on the left side of your screen, and McCready's got by O'Neal, as you said, James. Right there is your 4th place car, Kyle Bronson. He's trying to turn back the challenges of both Bobby Pierce and the 22 of Greg Satterley. 8 laps scored, 7 to go.
McCready, as O'Neal has got the lead back. Right now, McCready is still leading 9 in the book. Sorry about that. As he comes out at turn number 2. O'Neal is 2nd. Max Blair, I was watching your hand gestures. Bronson 4th. Pierce is still 5th.
We
Five to
get
go,
animated up here,
Dustin.
man.
Here
We get
comes
animated up here,
Satterley.
yeah. That high side, man, looks like it's the place to be right now. You got to wonder about the 111 of Max Blair. He's running down on the bottom. That car looks good down there, though, and he's in third. Kyle Bronson is the one that may be worried, but he's on the high side where Pierce is. 4 to go this time.
Yep, Pierce to the outside. It's all McCready O'Neal safely out in front. Blair solid in third. Here's the 4 spot right here. Bronson, Pierce, he's going to throw it on the bottom. Bobby Pierce will throw the slider on Bronson. Up the track, Kyle with the crossover. Pierce made it stick. Pierce made it stick. And that might be the move that gets him into the World 100 to start 28th here tonight as they come off at turn number 4.
Yeah, Bronson tries to get back under him down in turns 3 and 4, not able to do so. 3 laps to go this time by, and Pierce is in a transfer in the 4th position. He may not be done. He's got a long way to go. Tim McCready has set sail out front. He's got nearly a 3-second lead over Hudson O'Neal and Max Blair. Blair is caught up to Hudson O'Neal. That's a battle for second. Pierce in 4th, now 2 to go.
Bronson, Satterley, Mills, Joyner got to hope for a caution or something else happen to one of these top drivers. They go out at turn number 4, the white flag from Rick Monroe. It will go to Tim McCready in car number 9. Here's the battle back here. O'Neal, Blair has caught him. Pierce right there. Final lap, Dustin.
Yeah. Hey, Hud and Max, you're both in the show. Don't take each other out right here. They head down the back straightaway side by side. On the left side of your screen, checkered flag in the air. Timmy McCready is going to win this first B main side by side for second. Off corner number 4, Max Blair is going to race his way into the World 100 for the first time in his career. Hudson O'Neal finishes 3rd. Bobby Pierce finishes 4th. Pierce will start 27th in the World 100. So 4th spot goes to the 32, the smooth operator, Bobby Pierce. 3rd goes to the 71, Hudson O'Neal. 2nd to the 111 of Max Blair, and your winner in the Barefoot Bob Throwback, ladies and gentlemen, the 2018 World 100 champ, the XS Storage, Dave Warren Power Sports, Briggs Transport, Sherlock Ventures, Valvoline Performance Bodies, Johnson Hydraulics number 9. How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for T-Mac Timmy McCready.
So McCready will start 21st. O'Neal, or Blair rather, Blair will start 23rd. O'Neal 25th. Pierce 27th. The Pierce camp, a sigh of relief for all the Pierce fans, man. He
no doubt
just made it in, but he will put on a show from 27th. One more preliminary to go. The final 4 into the World 100.
And they're going to be vying for starting spots 22, 24, 26, and 28. That's it. The 2 high point provisionals are spoken for. This is it. You finish in the top 4 in this race, you make the World 100. If not, you are watching from the trailer.
Kyle Strickler, the AK Race Cars entry. Mooresville, North Carolina is home. And on the outside, the current Northern All-Star points leader, the 11, and the Rick Jones team, Sinessa's entry. Out of Crittenden, Kentucky, it'll be Josh Rice.
Garrett Albertson started on the front row of the World 100 last year. He's trying to race his way in at a B main here tonight. And on his outside, after starting from the tail of his heat race, the Bruce Kane 15K of Will Harrington.
Hope they didn't touch it this time, right? You get down there, you can't touch your car. You start 4th. Starting in 5th will be the 22 out of Mount Holly, North Carolina, Chris Ferguson. And the 11 trying to make it his first World 100 out of Cedartown, Georgia. It'll be Austin Smith.
We move back to row number 4. There we find 2 drivers also trying to race their way in for the first time. Brendan Smith out of Dade City, Florida in the 17 SS, and Winchester, Tennessee's Jayden Frame in the Riggs 81.
Row 5, it'll be Forrest Trent. He's out of Morristown, Tennessee in the Team Zero car, and outside will be Dalton Cook. First trip to Eldora, trying to make it to the World 100. He's out of Salem, Alabama in the 44D.
We move back to row 6 and we find a pair of drivers that have made the World 100 previously. Manhattan, Kansas native Chase Younghand in the 18, the blue and white 18 on the inside, the black and red 18 is Shannon Babb out of Moweaqua, Illinois on the outside.
Travis Stimler, he's out of Ionia, Michigan in 4. Clint Keenan, the 29. He comes to us out of Pataskala, Ohio.
Row number 8, Dustin Nobby, the second generation driver out of Batesville, Indiana in the 5N, and on his outside, inside. Out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the Larry Mooring, Steve Francis throwback number 15. It's Clay Stuckey.
Rode on to be Hayden Cowan, the youngster out of Lincoln, Georgia, in 14, and Jason Jamison out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. He will be in car number 12. He'll start 18th in this second B main.
Super Mario Gresham starts inside row number 10. He's out of Rome, Georgia in the 21, and the 20th starting spot goes to the P3, Defiance, Ohio's Jeff Robertson.
Two drivers here for the first time at the World. Todd Morrow, he's out of Penn, Alabama, the T1, and Luke Morey, the 49. He is out of Denver, North Carolina.
I don't believe we're going to see Jason Riggs in the 81. Evan Kohler slated on the outside of the 114, and all 24 drivers are scheduled to start this second B main. And again, it was a pretty quick turnaround for these drivers as well. So a couple extra minutes for them to get through tire tech and so on. But this is it, James. No more provisionals. The 2 high point provisionals are spoken for. And if you are in the top 4 in this race, congratulations. You've made the 55th World 100. If you are 5th on back, your weekend is finished.
So we started with 101 cars here on Thursday. Yes, Ben will narrow down to 28.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say, yeah, it's me. But I just wanted to say condolences to Roger Kerr. He passed away on us this last week. Anybody in Tennessee area know JT Kerr Racing Equipment? That Roger and Sandy took that over, turned it into competition racing equipment, which is now Jason Welsham's business. But Roger Kerr passes away last week, and man, I'm telling you, I wouldn't have raced a lot of races in my first years without his help. He helped everybody in that area. Patrick Dugan, Scott Sexton, the list goes on and on. So prayers and thoughts to their family.
Absolutely, Randy. Thank you very much. As the final preliminary race of the weekend rolls through tire tech, down the staging lane, and on to the half-mile Eldora Speedway, your Dave Poskey's Performance Parts Speed Cam, as they roll by for a couple parade laps here and get themselves in line.
So I guess you could do basically the 3 pre-race favorites, right? Davenport's going to start second. McDowell's going to start 19th. Pierce is going to start 27th.
That makes it interesting.
From one end of the spectrum to the other. Oh, yeah.
I mean, that makes it interesting. By the way, 6 heat races tonight. The winners came from 6th, 5th, 2nd, 5th, 4th, and 5th. 1 heat race winner from the front row.
Wow.
Move over inverts. Right?
Have to bring back the Wheel of Death next year, right? The Wheel of Misfortune. Whatever you want to. Yeah, some people, it's like, boy, when Hoffman spun that 6, right?
Yeah, and then he turned around and went out and won the first heat. I tell you what, man, that 9 car has been solid this weekend.
Yeah, he's going to have a good shot here tonight. Of course, he ran 3rd here in the Dream. Looking for a career best victory is Nick Hoffman. Well, Kyle Strickler, the AK race cars 8, Josh Rice in the 11, Garrett Alberson and Will Harrington in the 15K. Looks like all the lights, caution lights have been extinguished here. The final preliminary light, Dustin. This is it, as you said. Top 4 go. The rest are going to be watching with about 20-some thousand people as we come out of turn 4.
Green flag is out, and the final B main of the night is underway. Kyle Strickler trying to race his way into the World 100. For the 6th straight year. He gets the early advantage. Rice second. Will Harrington trying to start this race for the very first time in the 15K.
And that upsets the car down to 3, doesn't it? It bumps right through there. Right now, Strickland lead. Rice second. 3rd is Alberson. 4th is now Chris Ferguson with 1 lap scored.
Garrett Alberson trying to tiptoe around the top in the 58. Chris Ferguson, always so consistent here at the Big E. Josh Rice has run well here in the past, got a prelim win at the Dream, but out front, it's the high side tickler, Kyle Strickler, in that AK race cars, the Austin Kirkpatrick number 8.
Good, he debuted his car at Florence, the Sunoco North-South 100 back in August. Out at turn number 4, been running a lot of predominantly modified races this year at the USMTS. Rice second, Ferguson 3rd, Alberson 4th. Will Harrington's going to have to start pedaling harder because we still have a long way to go, but no caution so far. As Alberson trying to work through that middle as they come out of turn 4. Strickler steady, and consistent into turn 1 for the 8 car.
Absolutely. 4 laps in the books in this one. And it's a 1.5 second advantage for Kyle Strickler over this trio. Josh Rice in the 11, Chris Ferguson in the 22, Garrett Alberson in the 58, running nearly 3 different lines out there. Ferguson married to kind of a lower groove on the racetrack. Josh Rice a groove up, and Garrett Alberson, you saw him really trying to tiptoe around the top that last time by. Now side by side for the second spot. Ferguson making up some ground on the bottom, James.
$5,500 to start. That is a record in the World 100. Fergie right through the middle on Rice. Good clean race so far. 6 down, 9 laps to go. Right now, Alberson, he is about almost a half a straightaway ahead of Harrington. And Chase Younghands in the 18 trying to get it going. And here comes Forrest Trent in the 101 as well. But right now, off of turn number 4, you have Younghands. We had a car in the wall.
And it was Forrest Trent. Yeah. You jinxed him, James. Forrest Trent was, remember, he was running good in his heat race as well. Slipped back there a spot or 2 at the end. There he tags the wall coming off corner number 4.
Harrington's got a problem, DJ.
Oh, he
turn
does.
3, yes, off the pace. And the caution is out with, I believe we'll go back to lap 7, and I'm not sure if he's got a tire down or not in the Bruce Kane Racing 15K car, your 5th place runner.
Tough break for the Hawkinsville, Georgia driver, and his attempts to make the World 100 for the very first time have taken a blow. Guys, he's got a flat right rear on the 15K.
He does, and in the heat race, I don't know if we reported it or not, they actually took the wheel cover off to check the lug nuts to make sure the lug nuts were tight, and that's why he was penalized in the heat race. The only thing that you can take out is the heat cover from the front of the motor. They took off the wheel cover to make sure the lug nuts were tightened, and that was the penalty.
He's going to change tires, yes.
Yeah, you nailed it, James. I was going to say he is not stopping. So Will Harrington's bid to make the world has come to an end here in 2025. Well, it's a double file restart here at the Big E, and we know how these restarts are. Things could get interesting. Kyle Strickler will choose the inside lane on this restart, and that's going to put Josh Rice on the outside. It's good news for Chris Ferguson, James. He'll be on the bottom. That's where he's been running, along with the 58 of Garrett Alberson, who's been married to the top through the first half of this race.
Chase Younghands back now. He'll be at the 5th spot. Forrest Trent, damage on the right side of the car. Got in the front stretch wall here before we went to the caution. 8 down. Well, 7 down, 8 to go. As again, only 1 crossed the loop line, so we'll go back to lap number 7 as Rice on the outside of Strickler.
Series or race officials, as you mentioned earlier, James, in the leader +1 to be considered a complete lap. Barney Craig behind the wheel of the Ford Pace truck, going to turn the lights off. Green wave this time by. 7 scored, 8 to go. B main number 2. The final 4 starting spots in the World 100 are up for grabs. That's Kyle Strickler in the 8, Josh Rice in the 11, Chris Ferguson in the 22, and Garrett Alberson in the 58. They'll lead the hungry pack of wolves back to the green off corner number 4.
Apex at 3 and 4.
Look at Alberson.
Good restart for Garrett Alberson. Garrett trying to make it stick on the bottom. Rice to go to the top shelf out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Rice has a run. Rice on a run on Strickler. Strickler now, as Rice thought about it, cannot get low enough. Back to the top. He'll lose momentum. Trying to keep it out of the wall. He does. Meanwhile, Alberson, Ferguson, Younghands for that final transfer spot.
Chase Younghands has found a little bit of grip on the bottom of the racetrack in the 18. He's got to pick up 1 more spot, and now here comes Forrest Trent trying to rally on the outside. 3 cars battling for 1 transfer spot. 6 to go this time by.
Only at Eldora, right? The
That's
drama
right.
at Eldora. Bobby Pierce made it in.
Younghands
the final spot in that first into the walls. Forrest Trent down the back straightaway. That'll cost him as they come off at turn 4. DJ down the main straightaway. Strickler, Rice, Ferguson, Alberson, Younghands. Forrest Trent's going to have every corner bent, but he's giving it all he has, man. He's driving with everything he's got out of 2.
And Younghands is doing his best Dale McDowell impression. I mean, he has got the left front of that race car glued to the inside jersey barriers in this racetrack. Strickler remains out front. Rice second, Ferguson third.
It's about as low as you can get, right?
I mean, the tallest guy here limboing around the bottom of the racetrack.
All right, off at turn 4, DJ. We got 12 in the books. Garrett Alberson now picking the momentum back up, trying to get away from Young Hands, trying to prevent a last lap slider. 3 to go. Kyle Strickler, Josh Rice, Chris Ferguson, Garrett Alberson to start 22nd, 24th, 26th, and 28th tonight.
1 second the advantage for Kyle Strickler that last time by. 2 laps to go this time by Alberson in the final transfer spot. Young Hands has abandoned the bottom. He's now trying to tiptoe around the top, but as we like to say, James, the sands are running out of the hourglass in this one. And we've got a caution for an accident down in turns 1 and 2, and Forrest Trent, who had a fast car, was trying everything to race his way into the show, is pointed in the wrong direction with 2 to go.
Yeah, Sean Gage turning the wrenches on that Team Zero car, the Service 101 for the Talbot, Tennessee driver. He was giving it everything he had. It's the World 100. It's the biggest race in dirt late model racing, the most prestigious, and we'll check the replay on that, Dustin.
We got to look from the drone here on our 5-star bodies replay. It's going to be at the bottom of your screen. Yep, got a little high right there. And boy,
sucked him into the wall.
Yeah, good job driving by someone back there to miss the sliding 101. It might have been Travis Stemler, maybe.
So Forrest is going to run. Here comes, well, no, not the right front. No, not right front suspension like that. He may have to go on the hook. All right, so we've got 2 to go. It'll be Strickler, Rice, Ferguson, and Alberson. Down to you guys.
Yeah, guys, I was just going to say, if the 101, anytime you knock that deck off, like you guys was commenting about how hard he is trying, when you knock the right rear spoiler off, it actually, of course, takes more air away. So now you're trying to hustle, and you're so loose getting in the corner. He just got in there so hot, didn't have no spoiler to help catch him, and then, of course, the wall catches him.
Hey, Randy, real quick, while you're down there, there are some people that are watching that are saying, man, why are these guys back there 17th, 18th, 19th? Why are they still out there making laps? You can't overstate how important seat time is here at Eldora, can you?
No, you can't. And if you're ever going to come back and try to do anything here, excuse me, you got to get as many laps as you can and fill up that notebook, because we've seen this racetrack now for the 3rd night be similar, and it just got a little better cushion tonight. But you're going to race on this type of racetrack as long as the weather's good every time.
Okay, you're going to be back here in a month for the Dirt Track World Championship, $100,000 to win. We'll see the damage on Garrett Alberson's car in the Roberts Racing entry.
Oh my, yeah.
So he's hanging on to that 4th spot. Again, Chase Young ends a restart 5th, and it'll be Austin Smith, Jaden Frame, Travis Stemler, and Clay Stuckey. Alberson probably wanted to be over. He wanted to run it to the checkers here. So 2 laps to go. Well, Strickler's led from the start. Yes,
I'm going to be interested to see what the 18 of Young Hands does on this restart, because he had been running the bottom, and the last lap and a half or 2 laps, he abandoned the bottom and went up high. So you got to wonder now. I mean, again, you know, you got nothing to lose, right? You got to wonder if he's going to stick that thing on the bottom and just see if it works. Let's not forget, though, Garrett Alberson had a really good restart the last time we had a caution flag here in this second B.
For those that saw the top of the car, of course, Ken Roberts, his father, Herschel Roberts, longtime racer. And then Ray Gus ended up in the 58 car. Ray Gus Jr. All right, Strickler, Rice, Ferguson, Alberson to settle it. 2 to go. Here in the final preliminary of the night for the 55th World 100. What is Young Hands, Smith, Jaden Frame, Travis Stemler? Can they get to 4th, back underway out of turn 4, Dustin?
Aaron Alberson with that damage on the right rear of the Kennebec Roberts Racing 58. Look at Travis Stemler trying to drive through the middle in the 4 car. Alberson trying to work his way around the outside of Chris Ferguson. Side by side for the 3rd spot. Ferguson trying to drive back around, 3 wide behind them. James White flags out. Allgaier Performance, 1 to go.
Young Hands digging on the bottom. He may have a shot here. Alberson's got to keep it out of the wall at turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Here comes Travis Stemler. Who are going to be the top 4 out of turn 4, Dustin?
Checkered flag in the air. It's going to be Strickler getting the win. 2nd to Rice, 3rd to Ferguson, 4th down to the line. And unofficially by 63 1/1000ths of a second, Garrett Alberson gets the final transfer ahead of Chase Younghands and Travis Stembler in a frantic finish to the final preliminary race of the night. So fourth goes to Alberson, third goes to Ferguson, second goes to Josh Rice, and your winner will start 22nd in the World 100. He makes this race for the 6th straight time in the Clemens-powered AK race cars, the Cat Industries, G-Style Transport, Donaldson Grading Company, Tomcat, Glenn Miller Excavating, sponsored number 8. How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for the high side tickler, Kyle Strickler. James?
Younghands was digging hard. We'll have a replay here.
Yeah, you didn't ask for it, but I'm going to give it to you anyway.
It's Eldora, the final spot in the World 100 right here off of turn 4. Man, it looked like Younghands had the momentum.
You ever wonder what 6/100ths of a second looks like?
Right
that
there,
was it right
the loop
there.
Here at Eldora's right there in the middle of the flag stand. So there you go. 28 cars in, Dustin.
All right, we will step aside for a set of commercial breaks. On the other side of this 50-50 drawing, light show, drone show, and more. Don't go anywhere. It's the 55th World 100, and it's live right here on Flow Racing.
This isn't just a shop. It's where racers build products for racers with blood, sweat, and gears. At Buzzy Racing, we know what's at stake because we race too. From rear-end rebuilds and tube straightening to dyno-tested steering boxes and transmission overhauls, we don't just fix it, we build it like it's our own. Family-owned, track-proven, built with purpose, built to win.
Willys Carbon Dyno Shop has been setting the pace for over 40 years by manufacturing championship-winning high-performance carburetors, including the U.S. patent Super Bowl and revolutionary Twin Blade. The Super Bowl delivers instant throttle response, eliminates fuel foaming, and keeps jets perfectly fed, built for gas, methanol, or E85 in both 2-barrel or 4-barrel designs. And the Twin Blade, the most innovative carburetor of our time, tuned for maximum output while protecting your engine. Visit online at WillysCarbs.com. Willys Carbon Dyno Shop. Run one or follow one.
I love the sound of someone getting their money's worth. I mean, where else are you going to get ahs like that for 89 cents? Only in Casey's country. It's not crazy. It's Casey's. For a limited time, get medium fountain drinks for just 89 cents.
Impact Race Gear is your source for custom race shirts. We are certain that you will see the same things that hundreds of racetracks, teams, organizations, and manufacturers have already discovered. When it comes to quality and service, we simply can't be beat. We are not one of those here today, gone tomorrow print shops. Impact Race Gear has been trusted for years by racers all across the country. Give your fans and sponsors what they deserve. Simply awesome race shirts. Visit us online at impactracegear.com to learn more and start your order today.
Hey, this is Kyle Larson, and you're watching the best pavement, dirt, and drag racing, all live on Flow Racing. You have great racing on the track, you have great crowds.
400 race cars.
Laps to go. Corner number 4 at the line. Brandon over.
Hey race fans, picture this, a tap house with 46 taps where you make all the choices, paying by the ounce as you try all of your favorites on our unique self-serve pouring wall. Sure Shot Tap House offers something for everyone, from crafts, ciders, and seltzers to old favorite domestics, bourbon, and wine. Oh, and let's not forget our awesome beer-inspired food menu. So race fans, while at Eldora, be sure to check out the Sure Shot Tap House. Online at SureShotTapHouse.com, just right down the road in Greenville.
We like our girls in bikinis, like our coolers in the truck. Motorsports on TV, hard working for a buck, so raise them high, high, high. Testify, fi, fi. American Rebel is the only beer we're drinking round here. Hey y'all, this is Andy Ross, and it's my great pleasure to introduce you to America's patriotic beer. American Rebel is the only beer we're drinking round here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 55th running of the most prestigious dirt late model race in the world. It is the World 100 at Eldora Speedway. Well, the starting grid has been set. Still a little bit of business to take care of, though. One of those items of business has made its way to the Eldora Speedway victory stage. Ben Shelton, you are down there with the Barrel of Dreams. And, well, you guys are about to make somebody's dream come true.
Hey, what about this? The Dream Weaver is going to make somebody's dream come true. The Miss Eldoras aren't down here. Randy Weaver's going to do it. Randy, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that ticket come out of your pocket. I want you to grab it. $128,500 plus. Buy a lot of Randy Weaver merchandise or a new race car for Randy Weaver. What do you think?
Yeah, that could make merchandise. So definitely a big deal, and for the fans to be up here and be part of this, and the historic crowd, what a better way to end it is come home with a lot of money.
All right, it's going to be on you, man. They're going to stop spinning the barrel, and in just a second, Randy Weaver's going to pull one ticket out for north of $128,000. You'll be able to take that. Yep, we're ready, man. We'll stop it. And he gets a 30% take. Call him UNICEF. If you have this ticket, you go to the base of the tower or the turn 3 gate. They have a new station over there. And we're going to have Weaver. He's done it all night. He's driven the 2-seater. He's given us commentary. And don't waste around, man. Don't mess around. Dig down in there. Weaver's a gold digger. We're going to see what he pulls out of this one for over $128,000. And if anybody wants to help clean the barrel, they're going to take volunteer on that. All right, we're going to hold it up to the camera. Here we go. 575-1885. C-575-1885. C-575-1885. If you have got that 50-50 number, you have won a whole lot of cash. There's not a 116 in there, but 116 just pulled it for you, and I hope there's a Randy Weaver fan for life. So if you have that base of the tower or turn 3 at the 50-50 station, DJ, James, last night, over 150,000 tonight. We started from 0. Last night we started at 40 plus. Tonight we go to 128 plus.
I mean, they should have been a Randy Weaver fan already, shouldn't they?
That's right. That's right. Randy Weaver said they're going to be a fan if they buy him a new race car. He'll have one fan. Well, there you go. So the 50-50 track prep is ongoing. And Randy, talk to me. At this point in the night, is this kind of how you thought the night would go? Has everything been status quo for you, or has there been any surprises?
No, it's been about what I thought. But I talked to Tony earlier, and they was ready to do some kind of track prep, and he even said if we need to slow one lane down to speed another one up, or whatever. But I see they're out there working on it. So it's different, of course, when you're running 25 lappers and the 100 lappers. So he's going to make it where it's the best racing you could be, and hopefully he'll get both those lanes good, the Dale McDowell and the Bobby Pierce lane, and then half of them be in the middle. So I look for it to be a really good race. I would think track prep is probably favoring the 9-car Hoffman a little bit, just because he's really, really good through the center. And, that's what we want, is just a really good race. We really don't care who wins. I just want to see a really good race.
We want to see a really good race. DJ and James, moments away, 55th annual World 100 main event.
Absolutely. So the track preparations are underway. Still a few things coming up here at Eldora. The light show, for those of you that downloaded the Q Live app, that will be coming up momentarily. Again, that will be, coming up momentarily. It will not be during a 4-wide parade lap. So if you didn't download the Q Live app, shame on you, because we are still going to give you an opportunity as well to get those pictures on the 4-wide parade lap like you like to do. And of course, drone show coming up as well. And the final race of the weekend will follow that. The richest World 100 in event history, over $600,000 put on the line for this weekend, including $72,000 just to win and $5,500 just to start.
And it was announced in the drivers' meeting, 2026 bigger and better. Can we make it better? We can make it bigger. Can we make it better? Are you serious? That is awesome. Hey, thanks to Tony Stewart and Levi Jones for all that they do here. And they still got some more events here at Eldora. Of course, a couple of weeks will be the Four Crown Nationals.
That's a fun one.
That is pretty cool. That's a good event. That's over 3 days. And then, of course, you have Carl Short's Dirt Track World Championship coming up in October. For more information, tickets, and camping at EldoraSpeedway.com. Dustin.
James, you talked about big events coming up here at Eldora. A lot of big events coming up here on Flow Racing as well, including the 58th running of one of the biggest asphalt races in the country. The Snowball Derby, December 4th through 7th. That's live right here on Flow Racing. Oh, by the way, at the same time, the Gateway Dirt Nationals going on in St. Louis, Missouri at the Dome in America Center.
Is that Bubba Pollard or is that Massey? That's Bubba Pollard, isn't it?
It's not Bubba Pollard. I know Bubba Pollard. We're going to see him for Flow Racing Night in America here in a couple of months. I know who that is on the right. That is not me, contrary to popular. That's Kyle Larson. The Chili Bowl, presented by NOS Energy Drink, January 12th through the 17th. The lead into that is also on Flow, the Tulsa Shootout.
The Tulsa Shootout. What about Wild West Shootout?
That is also on Flow. The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. High Limit Racing, presented by Kubota.
Mars Series.
The Mars Late Models, USAC, all of it and more. Live right here on Flow Racing.
Hoffman's firing up his app. He'll be ready to go.
He
will start 6th here tonight.
He's got his NOS Energy Drink. He's
go.
ready. Track preparations ongoing. Don't go anywhere. This is the 55th running of the World 100 at Eldora Speedway. You're watching it live on Flow Racing. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final night of racing action and the 55th running of the World 100. And final track preparations underway. Final event on the agenda is the most prestigious dirt late model race in the world. And there's the boss man, Tony Stewart, overseeing everything here as they tickle this racetrack, sprinkle it with water. And we'll start running that back in here momentarily. Those of you that downloaded the Q Live app, we will have that light show coming up here momentarily. That'll be followed by a pretty spectacular drone show. And if you get to see that last year, they have got a lot of cool stuff up their sleeves again here in 2025. That will happen just off of the back straightaway, kind of over the back straightaway turn 2 area. And that's coming up here in just a little bit as well.
By the way, DJ, the 50-50 has been claimed. So what is that, 3 nights in a row now that the winner has been here at the racetrack, right?
Was it
pretty good?
Was it you? Is
No,
that where you went? You left for a few minutes.
Well, I had to let Jeep in. But anyway, well, the field's set, and we're going to have drivers' introductions coming up here momentarily.
That is, I mean, look at that. What does a record crowd look like at Eldora Speedway? That right there. That is what a record crowd looks like.
You know how it is tomorrow. There'll always be people that doubt it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I think they...
Well, how many was it? It's like Earl Balda said one time. Why do you want to know? You the IRS?
You the IRS?
I mean...
Oh, it wasn't as big as the King's Royal. Yeah, well, it is. Right? So there you go. How about all the drivers, their T-shirt vendors? I mean, they do really well.
And there were some that sold out
of
some apparel on Thursday.
Great fans. We love y'all. Dirt late model fans are the best, and there's still a lot of racing left here at Eldora. Of course, we mentioned a couple weeks the 4 Crown Nationals. I didn't see Jack Hewitt anywhere. Remember, he won 4 of them, right?
Absolutely.
He won one night.
Absolutely.
And, of course, the Carl Schwartz Dirt Track World Championship coming up here in October, Ben. Now, somebody.
That's a fact. I was in a little battery check. We're all good. We're all good.
You want to do the Lucas schedule?
Why don't you do the Lucas schedule?
By the way, every Lucas Oil
Flow.
race is on Flow Racing.
Yes,
we'll be at the
that's why we show it.
Well, Knoxville Raceway, Knoxville, Iowa, September 18th through the 20th. And then it'll be the C.J. Rayburn Memorial. It'll be on Friday, September the 26th. And then the 46th Jackson 100. Guess who won the first Jackson 100?
Jim Curry.
Charlie Swartz. But anyway, it is September the 27th, the 50,000 to win. Then October we'll be at the Pittsburgher at Pittsburgh's Pennsylvania Motor Speedway in Imperial, PA, October 3rd and 4th, right here, the Dirt Track World Championship, the 45th annual. Now that's a bit of history there because Brandon Shepard is tied with the late great Freddie Smith at 5. Can B. Shep get his 6th? And that'll decide the Lucas Oil Championship. So somebody could walk out of here, not only 100,000 to win, DJ, right? But a dirt late model record, 250,000 to win the points fund. So somebody could walk out of here. And right now in the top 2 in the points, Thornton and Davenport, they're on the front row here tonight.
Well, if you didn't
win
the
World 100.
If you didn't win the 50-50, maybe you want to run the Lucas Oil late model dirt series. Another way to get money.
Oh my.
6 figures, right?
What do they say in racing? How to become a millionaire? Start with $2 million, right?
That's right. That's exactly right.
But hey, we want to thank all the great fans. We had 101 cars this weekend. And it's the 55th annual. The first one was here for the first one back. I saw the video. Matthew Dillner, what great job he did on that video last night. That was awesome. Had video action for the very first World 100 here in 1971. They had 68 cars entered here. As they're going to pass through Tire Tech here in a little bit, as you see the world famous, right? The world famous.
I'm clapping. That's me clapping. Hey, next on the agenda, by the way, for our very own Flow Racing Night in America series presented by Kubota is the Scott Bloomquist Memorial. That is coming up at Volunteer Speedway in Bulls Gap, Tennessee on Thursday night. It'll be the first Flow Racing Night in America show that I've missed. So guess what we're going to do? Ben Shelton and Randy Weaver. Randy Weaver on color commentary.
Love it. Love it. And then your next one is what? A couple of weeks after that at Hopstadt, Indiana.
I can't wait.
What a week in Indiana the last of September. 20,000 at Hopstadt. On a Wednesday night, right?
Yes.
10,000 in the Rayburn Memorial Brownstown, 50,000 in Brownstown. So
I mean,
come to the Hoosier State the last week of September.
Why don't we just check out the float? Why don't you just tell me what you want to see? As Kramer said one time. Yeah.
There
Scott
it is.
Bloomquist
3 more to
Memorial.
go. What do you got?
Gap.
4 more to go.
It's almost like the old Northern All-Stars Indiana Speed Week, James. It used to rain out every year, right?
You've gotten every race in this year, right? Unlike last year.
We have, yes. Last year, I think like our 4th race of the year was this week at the World 100. Absolutely. I had to talk Ben Shelton, the general manager, off the cliff no less than a dozen times during Illinois Speed Week last year. Hobstown on the 24th, Peach State Classic at the Bubba Pollard promoted. Sonoy Raceway, November 14th and 15th. It's Flow Racing Night in America, presented by Kubota. And of course it's all live right here on Flow Racing. James, did you download the Q Live app for the light show? Does your flip phone have that ability?
I want to see it. I want to see it. And well, either see both, right? It's been a long week. Oh my goodness! So you've got to get out of here tonight. Are you going home? No, you're not going home. You're going to Indianapolis tomorrow
heading
to see the Colts and the Dolphins.
Yes, fins up. Sorry, James.
I'll be watching. I'll be watching.
We're
for
friends the other 364 days out of the year.
Did you get a suite?
No,
Lucas
no.
Oil
We're
Stadium?
going to slum it out there with the commoners.
With us Hoosiers, right?
That's right.
What you're going to do.
That's exactly right.
Did your Buckeyes win today? Who did they beat?
Yeah, they last I saw they were up 8 million to nothing on Grambling. All right, hey, if those of you here on the grounds, check out the video board over in turn number 2. Now is the time. Open up the Q Live app on your phone. And we're going to light up Eldora Speedway with a light show here. The cars are starting to make their way through Tire Tech and Eldora. Let's go ahead and get those phones out and open up the Q Live app on your phone for a light show with a sell-out crowd here in Rossburg, Ohio. I can see you can't see those of you watching at home. I can see James has his BlackBerry out. He has his BlackBerry out. Or is that a Nokia? Might be a Nokia that he's got. He's pulling the antenna out on it right now. It looks like a Zach Morris type phone. One night away from a corn moon. James, not a corn sweat. We had that at Fairbury, the PDC. Not a corn sweat, a corn moon tomorrow night. Again, open up the Q Live app.
Blood moons.
We're going to get it underway right here, James. All right, get those cell phones out. Open up the Q Live app. The light show, as I understand, is about to begin.
This is the 54th running of the World 100, and the biggest dirt late model race in the world is underway.
And Dale McDowell and Garrett Albertson are leading the green DJ into turn number 1.
Here comes Jonathan Davenport. There's the battle for the lead, and Jonathan Davenport drives it deep into turns 3 and 4. Pierce washes up the racetrack. 35 laps on the board, 49 out front.
It's a 2-car battle, Eldora. He's slipping up a little bit. Here comes McDowell on the bottom. Pierce has the grip. Yep, out of turn number 2. Dale McDowell is going to retake the lead.
The crowd on their feet. It's official at the scoring loop. Off corner number 4, 8 laps to go. Mac Daddy back out front at Eldora.
Are you kidding me? 5 to go, Dustin. For the World 100, it's Dale McDowell and Bobby Pierce. Who's it going to be?
Pierce gets that momentum back on the high side, and Pierce rockets back out front down the back straightaway.
Final lap of the World 100.
The 54th running of the World 100 as they head down the back straightaway for the final time. Pierce with lap traffic in front of him. McDowell, a hard charge through turns 3 and 4. It's not going to matter. Bobby Pierce wins the World 100.
The hill and you start seeing campers, I literally get cold chills. And it's been that way from the day that Earl called me and told me I needed to come meet him to present. I mean, every time I come over that hill and see the property, I start getting goosebumps.
For the 55th time, we all go home again this weekend. You don't live here, but you are from here. We all are. Welcome home to the World 100.
Eldora Speedway. It's time to meet the 28 starters for the 55th World 100. We'll start the back of the field and work our way to the front. And when we mention your favorite driver, let's send them off with a cheer. Starting 28, out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, he's in the Ken and Beth Roberts Racing number 58. Let's hear it for Garrett Alberson. And starting alongside the 27th starting position, he's the two-time and defending World 100 champion out of Oakwood, Illinois, the smooth operator, Bobby Pierce.
Outside of row 13, looking for his first World 100 victory. He drives the number 22 Stinger car. He comes to us out of Mount Holly, North Carolina. It's Fergie time, Chris Ferguson. Alongside the 2023 World 100 winner, in car 71, out of Martinsville, Indiana, it's the New Deal, Hudson O'Neal.
James, we move up to row 12. The 24th starting spot belongs to the second generation driver out of Crittenden, Kentucky. In the 11R, it's Josh Rice. And on his inside, starting the World 100 for the first time in his career, out of Centerville, Pennsylvania, the 111 is Max Blair.
Starting 22nd, he drives car number 8, the AK Race Cars entry. He is from Mooresville, North Carolina. The high side tickler, it is Kyle Strickler. And alongside the 2018 World 100 winner, in car number 9, out of Watertown, New York, it's T-Mac Tim McCready.
We move up to row 10. The 20th starting spot belongs to the driver out of Loudon, Tennessee. Last year, he was 6th in the World 100. It's Corey Hedgecock. And starting 19th, 2 preliminary wins this weekend for the 2005 World 100 champ, the 59-year-old out of Chickamauga, Georgia, Mac Daddy Dale McDowell.
Outside of row number 9, he is a 2-time World 100 winner. In car number 20, the Newport Nightmare out of Newport, Tennessee, it's Jimmy Owens. And alongside the Corinne Mars Series points leader, the number 25F, he comes to us out of Bloomington, Illinois, the high side hustler, it is Jason Fager.
The 16th starting position belongs to the driver originally out of New Waverly, Texas, the 2022 Gateway Dirt Nationals champ. It's Turbo Tyler Erb. And starting 15th, he makes the World 100 for the 3rd time in his career out of Benton, Kentucky, in the Copeland Farms Racing 96, Tanner English.
Row 7 on the outside of his first World 100, the 74X. He comes to us out of Bakersfield, California. It is Ethan Dotson. And alongside of his first World 100 in the 22X for G.R. Smith, out of Hindman, Pennsylvania, it is Drake Troutman.
James, we move up to row 6 on the outside. The driver out of Marshalltown, Iowa. Behind the wheel of the 19R, it's the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. And on his inside, out of Dresden, Ohio, the driver of the Double Down Motorsports 99. Let him hear you, Buckeye State, Devin Moran.
05 on the outside, he was the Spring Nationals champion earlier this year. In car number 10, former track world champion out of Madison, Georgia, it is Garrett Smith. Alongside, he's a former Dirt Late Model Dream winner in car number 28. He's out of Carpentersville, Illinois. It is Dennis Erb Jr.
That puts us to the 8th starting position. The outside rope for the 2019 Dirt Late Model Dream winner out of New Berlin, Illinois, and Rocket One, Brandon Shepard. And starting 7th, the 2021 World 100 champion out of Evans, Georgia, it's big sexy Brandon Overton.
Outside of row number 3, he was 3rd in the Dirt Late Model Dream in the tie touring number 9. Out of Mooresville, North Carolina, it is Nick Hoffman. And alongside the Paler Motorsports number 93, he comes to us out of Lincoln, North Carolina. It is Carson Ferguson.
Row number 2 on the outside. He is your reigning Prairie Dirt Classic champion out of Chatham, Illinois, Squirrel Brian Shirley. And starting 3rd in the Kale Green Motorsports 44 out of Gregg Court, South Carolina, Chris Smokey Madden.
Your front row, looking for a record tie 6th World 100 in car 49 out of Blairsville, Georgia. It's Superman Jonathan Davenport. And on the pole, looking for his first Crown Jewel victory at Eldora, he is the defending Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion in the 20 RT out of Chandler, Arizona. It is Ricky Thornton Jr.
Rossburg, Ohio isn't home to many people. In fact, only 187 live here. But if you love dirt late model racing, if you live dirt late model racing at least 1 weekend a year, it is home to all of us.
I walk this road, it takes me home where skies are blue. This road because I know it leads to you. No matter when, no matter what, I have a place to go.
From the moment you crest the hill on Highway 118, you see your first camper. There's a hint of fall in the September air. Everything about it feels familiar. It feels nostalgic. You know that not only so many of your own personal great racing memories have happened here, but so many of the country's great racing moments have happened here. How is it possible that you can only come here once a year and somehow you've never been more comfortable anywhere?
It's just in the middle of nowhere. You go through these 2 little small towns and then you're just going, and all of a sudden here's this huge coliseum that's just, I think, the greatest place on earth.
There ain't no place in America that is more awesome to come to here is to sit here and look out and see all these wonderful people.
It's called the world, but it feels a lot more local than that. The campfires, the friendships, the stories, the kitchen table feeling that you get. It may belong to an entire sport, but you can't help but feel like it's all yours at the exact same time. And in a way it is. Eldora and the World 100 speak to each one of us individually. Personal memories, something year after year that never lets you down. It's vacation, and it's your own front door all in one place.
That's the best place to race Eldora Speedway. There they come. It could be anybody great.
just love these late models, especially the ones we got here tonight.
We all have a home track, and we all travel to various events across America, but none of them feel like this. This sense that at some point in time, this is where you're supposed to be. Every conversation about the sport that we've had all year, every moment that's occurred from speed weeks to the heat of the summer, leads up to this one night, this one weekend in September.
There's absolutely nothing in the sport like the World 100.
Every time I just think about it, I get cold chills thinking about the place. I love that place.
That's never changed in almost, 50 years now, I guess.
For the 55th time, we all go home again this weekend. Maybe there'll be another 06. Maybe 21 will do it for the 7th time. Maybe one of the kids of one of the legends will pull up their seat to the kitchen table and we'll be telling stories about them one day. Maybe. You don't live here, but you are from here. We all are. Welcome home to the World 100.
Eldora and the World 100 what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for you, the sellout crowd of Eldora Speedway, to give the 4 most famous words in racing in 3, 2, 1, drivers.
Awesome. Good job, brother. Oh, 365 days we got to wait to do this again in the World 100, but how can Davenport do it? Can he tie Billy Moyer? Can Thornton get his first? What about Madden, Shirley? Of those starters up there, only Overton and Davenport won this race.
Yep.
Moran, 4-time, his dad won this race. Donnie Moran.
You gotta remember,
McDowell from 19th wouldn't shock anybody, would it?
Not anybody.
Pierce from 27th.
I don't know that Pierce from 27th would shock anyone, truth be told. Let's not forget Davenport started 5th in this race 2 years ago. Everybody thought he was going to win it. He did not. Hudson O'Neill outran him and got the win.
Would you say 8 or 9 lead changes right a year ago? 4 different drivers.
Last year, the same thing. Everyone thought JD was going to win. He started 4th last year.
Can Thornton finally get it done? Carson Ferguson, biggest win of his career, would be here tonight. Now that team won with what? Tim McCready back in 2018, Taylor Motorsports team. Or was that the Sweeteners Plus team?
It was the Sweeteners Plus team. It was the Sweeteners Plus team, yes.
2018, yes, sir.
Yes, they towed in a pickup truck and a box trailer. How could we forget? Nick Hoffman.
He's been solid all weekend.
Yeah, trying to send Ty Torrey to victory lane for the first time in this race, and there's the Rocket 1. Brandon Shepard has won the Dirt Late Model Dream. Never won the World 100.
They won this race 2 years ago with Hudson O'Neill behind the wheel. The only Indiana driver to ever win it. Brian Shirley, will show him in a little bit, coming off a career best victory, the Prairie Dirt Classic, back in the month of July.
Dale McDowell.
Cool as a cucumber, as they say.
Absolutely, he is.
Ariel, Katrina, they're here, rooting on the 17M.
Garrett Smith was good in this race a year ago.
He's won a Dirt Track World Championship.
Yep.
He's a young man. He won the Spring Nationals for Ray Cook.
Is this the year Devin Moran finally does it? He's got to come from 11th tonight. Of course, his dad, Donnie, 4-time World 100 champion. There's for the Reaper, Ryan Gustin.
USA Nationals winner, $100,000 for Todd Cooney.
You know, I
back in August.
Talked to Ryan Gustin. I had a conversation with him about a year and a half ago, driving home from a race one night. We were talking, and he said, "I'm going to win a World 100 someday." Is tonight the night?
Why not tonight, right?
Why not tonight?
Well, you look at the game plan. 28 cars starting. I mean, Pierce, you got to get off to a good start because you don't want to get lapped early on. Now, there is a lucky dog, by the way. They were told that in the driver's meeting. That began back at the Dream. So the first car lap down to caution will get a lap back, but you only get that once.
Yes.
During the night.
A field of 101 entries this weekend has been whittled down to these 28 drivers who keep their hopes alive to win the most prestigious, the most iconic, the most sought after dirt late model race in the world. That is why it's called the World 100.
See Tony Stewart down there as all 28 starters will get out on the racetrack. Again, it's double file restarts all the way through to the very end. If we have a caution there at the end, we do not have a 1 lap to go. It's always 2 to go.
Only one driver in the first 3 rows has won the World 100. That is Jonathan Davenport. Thornton, Madden, Shirley, Ferguson, Hoffman, all looking for their first World 100 crown.
I know you and I love stats, and we said it earlier. In the last 25 years, only 2 drivers have ever led all 100 laps. That was Dan Schleeper in 03, and then Jonathan Davenport driving for G.R. Smith in 2017. We may have a receiver issue on Carson Ferguson's car.
Is that Tony? Maybe Tony's just giving me my pep talk.
Well, that young man won a heat race here earlier tonight.
Something else the matter on the 93. Nah, it looks like they're swapping batteries out on the receiver.
Tony can do it all, can he?
Absolutely. I mean, get out there on the 4-wheeler. He'll tell guys where to go.
Receiver batteries.
Receivers, yeah. That's
man.
I'm excited to see. Obviously, we're excited for this race. I'm excited to see what the 56th World 100 has in mind.
Oh, yeah.
Said it was mentioned in the driver's meeting.
Bigger and better.
Bigger and better. I don't even know how that's possible after a sellout crowd for the 55th World 100.
Well, you've got 2 in the best in the business on the front row, right? I mean, we've seen them how many years now in the Lucas Oil Series? First and second in that points. And their title will be settled here in October at the Dirt Track World Championship between Ricky Thornton Jr., Jonathan Davenport, and the rest of the drivers. Should have a great field of cars for that.
And you've got in this race the best drivers from all over in it. They're going to make a couple laps around this racetrack, James. Let's go ahead and show the starting grid for the field.
Ricky Thornton Jr., the 20 RT, on the pole in the Kohler Motorsports entry, in the Lance Landers and Darla Landers Double Up Motorsports 49 of Jonathan Davenport alongside DJ.
Yeah, you can look down through there, James, and see the rest of the starting grid. Again, just a few important notables. You got the Brandons back there in row number 4. Devin Moran trying to come from the inside of row 6. We'll show you the next group.
16 years in a row, my friend.
Yes, sir.
And it just keeps getting bigger. And we're running for 72,000. We're running for the Globes. Record crowd, had a record 50-50 last night. Let's do it.
The Eldora Speedway, you already know what this means. They have lined up in what we like to call the prettiest sight in all of racing. As always, we start with the T3G, the Turn 3 gang. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a salute to the greatest race fans in all of motorsports. This is the starting field for the 55th World 100 in Eldora Speedway. They're coming at you four wide.
Wow. Hey, we didn't catch the plants on fire down there, did we? Unbelievable. Thank you to Tony Stewart, Levi Jones, everybody here at Eldora Speedway. It's just a, man.
Thank you to you, the race fans.
Absolutely. Rigsby, man, that was just an awesome job and all of that and all the great memories here. Billy Moyer, when he won his 6th, they said, well, I don't know if anybody's ever going to come close to it yet with it. Well, in about, I don't know, about an hour, we might have somebody that might tie Billy Moyer. Did Thornton finally get it done? What about Madden?
We've been saying it for 3 years. This will be the 3rd year for Davenport. Is this the year he's going to tie it? Hadn't happened yet. He's tired of people asking. RTJ looking for the first World 100 of his career. Chris Madden, is this the year he finally gets that Eldora crown jewel monkey off his back?
Goes to part-time racing this year, liquidated his racing operation, driving for Cale Green there in South Carolina. Brought about Brian Shirley, got that career best win, finally got the Prairie Dirt Classic in July. And right there, starting in the 4th spot.
And with the lap money, that one actually paid over $80,000.
Right.
But you know he wants it. Everybody wants to win this one. James,
let's go, brother.
It's time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the caution lights have been turned off. The Eldora Speedway Ford Pace truck is going to make the hard left-hand turn to the infield. 100 laps, $72,000 goes to the winner, and the 55th running of the World 100 is underway here at Eldora.
28 starters fired at turn 1 out of 2. Davenport will grab the lead early on down the back straightaway. Off and talking about going 3 wide now. On the bottom, it's Madden. Thornton runs in second as we come out of turn number 4. And 1 lap in the books, and Jonathan Davenport out in front.
Jonathan Davenport trying to stretch out that advantage early in the going in this one. We know what happens. We know how the air works at Eldora. We know that it only takes about 8-9 laps for the leader to reach the tail end of the field, and we know what happens then. And JD looking to set sail and pick up number 6 in 49.
Thornton in second, Madden third, Hoffman fourth, Garrett Smith hanging right there in the 10 car. He's won a $100,000 victory. That was at the dirt track at Portsmouth back in 2022. Is Jonathan Davenport out in front here with 1.8 already, the advantage over Chris Madden now, who has gone to second in 44.
Yeah, Madden took the second spot away from Ricky Thornton Jr. that last time by. You're looking back now on the battle for the 6th position. Brandon, or the 5th position rather, Brandon Overton takes it away from Garrett Smith this time by at the stripe. 4 laps in the books in the World 100.
Right now, all 28 stars. We'll keep an eye on Dale McDowell. He started 19th. He is right now back to 24th. Bobby Pierce runs in 26th. As we head into turn number 3 for your leader, Jonathan Davenport, the Lance and Darla Landers, Double L Motorsports, Cornet-powered Longhorn. Chris Madden, 1.2, trying to stay in contact of him. Remember, those two ran the last few laps there close together in the Eldora Million a few years ago. And Chris Madden, he's got the talent, he's got the equipment. Can he finally get it done here tonight as they head into turn number 3? JD, as they come off of turn 4.
Chris
as we
Madden.
score lap number 7 here tonight of the World 100.
Chris Madden keeping pace with him right now as we double it up for you at home. That is the battle for third on your screen. Nick Hoffman, we've talked about it how many times. He is so good, and he's trying to get that Ty Torrey number 9 into the third spot. On the right side of your screen, a whole host of cars back there. That is 9th, 10th, and 11th. It's Carson Ferguson, the 93, Ethan Dotson, the 74X, and Ryan Gustin in 19R.
Down the back straightaway, DJ, it's down to 0.8 of a second already here. And again, a long way to go, but Chris Madden right there in the 44 car for Cale Green into turn number 1. It is still 0.8 of a second. Off at turn number 2, that's about 5-6 car lengths down the back straightaway. Brandon Overton is up to third, DJ, from 7th. And the Anthony Burroughs crew chief car. Does Overton, who won this race a couple of years ago, right in 2021, showing some muscle there early on tonight?
Remember what he said? They're all talking about that 49. That's what he said. And don't look now, but they're about to be talking about the 44. Chris Madden reels in your race leader, Jonathan Davenport. He's about a car length higher as they head into turns 1 and 2. 11 laps in the books, and whoa, man, we needed a PSG there. Well, Jonathan Davenport made me happy for it. Everyone else was looking for a PSG.
And
it's
Josh
Rice. Yep.
The Rick Jones Team Synesis number 11, current Northern All-Star points leader. Looks like he got into the wall as he heads down to the hot pit.
Yeah, right rear damage on the 11R of Josh Rice, and he's going to drive all the way down to the end of the staging lane and come to the attention of his crew, guys.
Yeah, it was like all 4 Hoosier tires up on that race car, but he has mangled the right rear quarter panel, the right side of the deck, and the spoiler on that 11. Looks like he's backed it into the concrete or maybe got over that berm at the top of the racetrack, the cushion, I should say. They're going to go to work on the right rear of that race car, try to get him back out there. Probably the guy that wanted to see that caution the least right there, though, was Chris Madden. He was really starting to hit his paces and reel in your leader, Jonathan Davenport.
Sean Full with the crew chief on the 11 car, but Brandon Overton right there, and we're going to have double file, of course, restart as we see the replay.
There's your 5-star bodies replay from the drone. You're going to see Rice, right there. Ooh, someone
track there.
Yeah, someone. Is that Pierce? Maybe. Yeah, it looked like Pierce bobbed a little bit, or maybe even the car bottomed out. And when that happened, Rice slid up into the wall.
So an update on Dale McDowell. He's in 23rd right now. Bobby Pierce in 25th. But yeah, it was starting to get interesting right there. But Brandon Overton's got a good hot rod. He started in 7th. He's up to 3rd. Double file restart. It'll be Davenport and Madden. Overton Thornton is the Eldora pace track, makes his way to the infield. DJ, 11 laps in the books, 89 to go in the World 100.
Jonathan Davenport, we talked about it, that 49 is good on restarts. Chris Madden says, I can be good on restarts too. He's got to run on the outside. Tuck back in line now down the back straightaway. Oh man, and Madden, you saw him. The 49 just spoiled the air on the snout of the 44. You saw that car just kind of set down in the corners, and Madden's going to have to regroup.
Bumpy in 3, no doubt about it. Down the back straightaway, Overton's going to run side by side with RTJ in a 3. Then you have 3-car battle behind them between Nick Hoffman, Brandon Shepard, and Brian Shirley as Jonathan Davenport still leads over 4. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Thornton sneaks there, and Thornton will go to 3rd as he's gotten around Brandon Overton.
Their pole sitter tries to take 3rd back away from Brandon Overton. It was official that time by the stripe. Overton, though, going to try to battle back on the outside. As this happens well behind your race leaders, already about a full second behind Jonathan Davenport and Chris Madden as this battle for 3rd. Brandon Overton going to take the 3rd spot back from Ricky Thornton Jr. that time at the line.
Yeah, those bumps definitely upset the cars. Meanwhile, Davenport, it's 1.2 the last time around. Chris Madden, Brandon Overton, he struggled the last couple of nights now, but right now, good hot rod again here tonight as he's right now in 3rd. Thornton, Hoffman, Shepard, Shirley, Garrett Smith, Gustin, Ethan Dotson runs in 10th.
Yeah, good run for Ethan Dotson going right now as well. Dennis Earp Jr. has worked his way up to the 11th spot. Ethan Dotson, James, you just talked about him. He's in that Merle Haggard tribute car. Okie from Muskogee. Mama tried. Think I'll just stay here and drink, and that could be what happens if the 74X finds victory lane tonight.
Down the main straightaway, Chris Madden trying to reel him in. 1.1 the advantage. They're about a straightaway behind the tail end of the field. Josh Rice is out of the race. So we got 27 of the 28 starters. By the way, Pierce is up to 19th. McDowell still in 24th. Meanwhile, Chris Madden slowly but surely, Dustin, reeling in the 49 car. The two veterans down the back straightaway. 15 laps as they work lap 16 now.
And Nick Hoffman continues to work over the 20 RT of Ricky Thornton Jr. And he's got to run down to the inside in a battle for the 4th spot. Hoffman with a run. RTJ will have it by 1/100th of a second. That time by at the stripe. Hoffman clears him off corner number 2. Thornton going to try to get a run down the back straightaway. 19 laps. It'll be 20 scored this time by. Does Hoffman have the 4th spot from RTJ? He does.
Okay, out of turn number 2. By the way, Bobby Pierce is up to 15th. Keeping an eye on that 32 car, the #1 ranked dirt late model driver in the nation. The defending World 100 winner, Jonathan Davenport, trying to win his 6th. Chris Madden trying to win his 1st. Brandon Fritz trying to win his 2nd. Runs third. Then Hoffman and Thornton now. Out at turn number 2. Only 1 caution so far as we have completed 21 laps here tonight.
James, you called it. Madden has reeled back in the 49 of Jonathan Davenport. He actually had a real good run on him that last time by. Kind of backed off of a little bit as the 49 has once again caught the tail end of the field. Jason Feger going to be the first driver to go 1 lap down in the 25 on the right side of your screen. Nick Hoffman has caught and passed the 76 of Brandon Overton. He's going to try to make it official this time by at the scoring loop with 23 laps in the books.
Jonathan out at turn number 2. About a 10-car length lead over Chris Madden. And it's Hoffman, Overton, Thornton, Shepard, Shirley, Gustin, Carson, Ferguson 9th. 10th remains Garrett Smith as they come off of turn number 4. Now Madden has got to deal with the current Mars points leader, Jason Fager. Madden will make quick work of him out of turn number 2. JD down the back straightaway. No lap cars between 1st and 2nd.
Battle for 4th on your screen as Brandon Overton trying to hang on to that spot. Ricky Thornton Jr.'s got to run down to the inside. 20 RT started on the pole, fell back. Now he's going to work his way back to 4th. Overton is 5th. You mentioned Shepard is 6th. Bobby Pierce just lost a spot. He was up to 15th. He runs 16th this time by at the straight. Dale McDowell, who had fallen to 26th, has worked his way up to 20th that time by at the line.
26 laps complete. It's 1 second the advantage for JD out of 2. No lap cars between the 49 and the 44, but there's 4 cars running side by side. 2 by 2 in front of your leader. Davenport's going to have to take through the middle. And he comes out of turn number 4 as he gets around the 71 of Hudson O'Neill.
And he made a nice move there to do that. Max Blair will be the next driver to go 1 lap down. And Jonathan Davenport will work by him. Meanwhile, Brian Shirley and Brandon Shepard going at it as a pair of drivers from the land of Lincoln race side by side for 6th. That's Brandon Overton just in front of them in the 5th spot. 72 laps remaining in the World 100, and Brian Shirley will take the 6th spot away that time from Brandon Shepard.
Davenport trying to stretch out the lead here. Long green flag stretcher racing. Only 1 caution so far. Davenport off of 4 now. Behind the 111 still a Max Blair in his first World 100.
And don't look now, but Nick Hoffman is slowly reeling in your 2nd place car of Chris Smokey Madden. That's the battle on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, he's Ty Torek. Yeah, I mean, he's got to be very happy. He's had a good weekend. He came in as the points leader here tonight. And right now, he is eyeing that 2nd spot. Again, he was 3rd in the Dirt Late Model Dream, and right now you're about to have all the top 3 here on the same straightaway, and you do as they enter turn 3. JD still battling with traffic with the 111 of Max Blair.
And that happens just in front of the 2nd place battle. That's on the left side of your screen between Chris Madden and Nick Hoffman. On the right side of your screen is the battle just behind them for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Brian Shirley has 5th. That's Brandon Shepard on the inside in Rocket 1. He's going to take 6th spot away from Brandon Overton. 69 laps remaining, 31 scored in the World 100.
Davenport, and that time Madden went underneath the holes in turn 3, the humps. Right now they are there. Out at turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Jonathan Davenport, Chris Madden, Nick Hoffman. You see the battle back here. That is Thornton, Shirley, and Shepard, but all eyes up front as Nick Hoffman goes to the bottom on Chris Madden out of turn number 4.
He's got a run, and they're both closing in, as you said, James, on Jonathan Davenport. Top 3 covered with a blanket. Now Madden down to the inside of JD. Not going to make it happen. You can't push too hard too early. Madden going to wash up the racetrack. Now Nick Hoffman going to go back down to the inside. They're both just a stone's throw behind your race leader, Davenport. Hoffman, does he clear Madden? He does not at the stripe. It's 9/1000ths of a second, the advantage for Madden in second.
Meanwhile, Davenport had to throw a slider to get around into the car. Meanwhile, Madden battles back on Hoffman. Tries to muscle his way around Nick down the main straightaway. They're still side by side, and by a nose, I believe that was Madden that time in that great battle for second, and they come out of turn number 2.
Hoffman had him by 22 1/1000ths of a second. It's getting tight back there. It's allowed Jonathan Davenport to pull away just a little bit. Madden going to try to clear him, making a great battle for second in the World 100, and Madden will take the spot back.
And Ricky Thornton Jr. starting to close down the turn. Here comes the 20 RT. Down the back straightaway in turn number 3, it's Davenport. Madden, Hoffman, Thornton, Shirley, Shepard, Gustin, Overton, Garrett Smith, Dennis Herb Jr. right now runs in 10th as they head into turn number 1.
Wow.
It is 1.4 seconds for the 49, Dustin.
Yeah, it had shrunk down to about, and we got a caution flag on the Speedway for the second time in this race. Debris on the racetrack. You see it on the screen, and with 37 laps scored, that will bunch the field back up once again. Davenport, Madden, Hoffman, Thornton, Shirley, your top 5. Guys, down to you.
Brandon Overton down to the hot pit. They're going to take a look on the factory Longhorn at number 76 as they're waiting to get a word with him. Looked like all 4 tires are up on that race car, but maybe something he didn't like to like is he had started to fade just a little bit. And now Tim McCready's going to make his way down as well. And the car, a tribute to his dad, the late great barefoot Bob McCready. They're going to go to work under the rear of that race car. And now Hudson O'Neill, in a very jammed up pit road down here, makes his way down. He'll head down to his crew. All 4 tires up. And you got to think Randy Weaver, as we approach the halfway mark, it's time to make adjustments if you're going to have anything to say about the outcome of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Those guys just took an opportunity to come in and try something to get a little better. But I still think, I know JD's just setting a pace, but that 9th car is awful good. He can row the middle without having to scoot his car around or even overdrive it. So I really think if he could have cleared Madden there where he didn't have to hurt his tires, he probably would have been running JD down. But once Madden kind of took his line away, there's no need to push it now. You kill your tires so fast here just by overdriving. So Hoffman's using his head, and he's got a really fast race car.
Overton's got a new National Late Model tire for the Hoosier going on the right rear. McCready is going to get a new right rear tire, it would appear. Now they're going to go work on the right front suspension of car number 9 as Hudson O'Neill will rejoin the field. Now Tim McCready makes his way back out as some guys we'll keep an eye on who are now going to find themselves at the tail of the pack.
All right, great job down there, guys. Just in time as well as the caution lights have been turned off.
So still 27 of the 28 starters. Josh Rice, the only car out of the race with 10 laps complete. So it'll be Jonathan Davenport, Chris Madden on a double file restart. Then Nick Hoffman and Ricky Thornton Jr. as the Eldora pace track makes its way to the infield.
37 laps scored, 63 laps remaining. Double file restart, and the green flag flies after the second caution in the 55th World 100.
Chris Mann's going to diamond off the corner down the back straightaway. He'll get a run on Jonathan Davenport. Meanwhile, the battle for third, they're side by side. Hoffman and Thornton into 3. Brian Shirley in there into 3 off a turn number 4. That's Brandon Shepard now has climbed up in there in the 1 car, and he goes to 4th.
Up front, Chris Madden.
Oh,
man. He drove it deep into turns 1 and 2. Man, he drove it down there. Couldn't quite complete the pass, though. And now Madden will go to the high side down in turns 3 and 4. Hoffman still right there.
It's so important, isn't it, as they always say in post-race interviews, to have a maneuverable race car. Well, you know what 49 could do here. Madden's got a good one. Hoffman's been good all weekend. And we've got a caution back out on the racetrack, a 5-star bodies caution on the track.
Oh, and someone has lost. Part of a tire? Yes, it is. And it's either, I couldn't tell if it was part of a tire, if it was the foam piece. Yeah, it looks like the foam that goes around the air cleaner on the 71 of Hudson O'Neill.
So we do have 39 complete. Drake Troutman into the hot pit.
Yep. Just made the World 100 for the first time. Former World 100 winner Tim McCready also down in the hot pit area, coming to the attention of his crew. Is that Boom? Is that Boom down there? Calling shots in the gray and blue.
By the way, McDowell's up now to 12.
Oh my!
Yeah, he'd been running like what, 21st to 26th.
He fell back to 26th at one point.
Still a long way to go, Dustin.
25th. He was 25th.
He was running 24th for several laps. Yeah.
On lap 13, Dale McDowell was 25th, and
now he's 12.
Dale McDowell doing Dale McDowell things at Eldora.
Another double file restart. Still 61 to go. It's Davenport, Madden, Hoffman, Thornton, Shirley, Shepard, Gustin, Garrett Smith, Dotson, Dennis Erb Jr., Chris Ferguson, McDowell, Tyler Erb, Devin Moran, and Corey Hitchcock. Yes, sir.
Chris Ferguson from 26th to 11th. Don't tell me there's no passing at Eldora.
Meemaw's going to love that one, isn't she? Good run for him.
Meemaw's got both of her grandsons out there. Carson's running in 16th.
All right, here we go. 39, my friend, in the books. 61 to go.
Yeah, McCready, O'Neill, and Troutman all make it back out and rejoin the field at the tail. Green flag will wave this time after the third caution of the night. 39 scored, 61 to go, and we're back underway.
You think Madden can clear him at some point? Max Blair problems at turn 4. Can he make it off the track? And Max at his first World 100 is out. Davenport such good on restarts, throwing it in on the bottom.
Thornton.
Ricky Thornton Jr., your pole sitter now. Back to second place here with 40 complete.
And Madden slips up. I didn't slip up. Hoffman just gets a good run down in turns 1 and 2, James. Nick Hoffman trying to get by the 44 now. So after a couple good restarts in a row, not quite as good of a restart that time for Chris Madden. He'll fall back to 4th now with 41 scored.
9 shy of the halfway mark. Madden ran second for a number of laps. Now he's dropped back to 4th. 5th is Brandon Shepard. Gustin on the bottom and 6th.
James, trouble at the end of the back straightaway for Garrett Smith. He slows, and that will draw another caution with 41 laps scored. So running 2 laps at a time here the last couple laps.
Somebody slows behind him, Dustin.
Garrett Alberson. And Alberson and maybe Pierce might have made contact. Guys, down to you.
Trio of cars. Looks like Fager going to lead the trio and Jason Fager in right rear flat for the 10. And it looks like Alberson, we'll see what they decide to do. I think Alberson's just going to call it a night in 58.
Yeah, Garrett Smith, right rear tire flat on the number 10 car. The Georgia driver will get a new shoe on the right rear. Meanwhile, Max Blair further down pit road, climbing out of the 111.
Again, Hudson O'Neill, they've made a lot of changes on that 71. Looks like they're going to do the same as well.
Three cars out of the race, Rice, Blair, and Alberson. And the 5-star bodies replay what happened between as the 10 car slowed in 4 as we had the caution. See what happened here.
Yeah, here they come off of the corner. Pierce drifts up the racetrack, and Alberson was just there.
So contact between the two, and Garrett off the pace. So Smith and Alberson, as we'll see it. Now that's after the contact.
Yeah, you see Alberson slowing there, and the 10 had already slowed as well.
All right, 41 down. Davenport and Thornton now back where we started at. This time Davenport will be on the inside, and Thornton will be on the outside.
Well, the yellow light's turned off. You see they're still trying to get the right rear changed on the 10 of Garrett Smith. They will, and he will hustle down the pit lane and rejoin the field at the tail. 4th caution flag of the race. 41 in the books, 59 to go. Jonathan Davenport has been your leader since the drop of the green flag, and the driver that started alongside him on the front row, Ricky Thornton Jr., now on the outside as we go back to green.
Chris Ferguson, 26 to 8th. Here we go on the restart. Thornton's going to go to the outside. Down the back straightaway, eyeing the lead. Can someone finally pass Davenport in this race? He throws it in. And
he leaves him a lane.
We know what happened in Lernerville last week, DJ. And Thornton's got the lead.
42 laps into the books, and you got a new race leader. It's Ricky Thornton Jr. in the World 100. Madness third, Hoffman fourth. Ryan Gustin has come to the 5th spot after starting 12th. Chris Ferguson from 26th to 6th.
Chris Madden running up against the wall. He got up on that cushion. And right now down the back straightaway, it's Thornton and Davenport. Madden on the outside of the Reaper. Ryan Gustin looking for his first World 100 win. The Marshalltown, Iowa driver.
Is that
3 wide out of turn 4.
That's Turbo on the outside. He started 16th.
Uncle T making it 3 wide. Tyler Erb's got a good car. They're still 3 wide out of 2 down the back straightaway. Shepard on the bottom as they split Chris Ferguson. Meanwhile, they're side by side here briefly between Gustin and Madden.
Wow.
We still got 55 to go, Dustin.
And Ricky Thornton Jr.
Yeah.
Pulling away. He's got a 1 second lead on Jonathan Davenport as we inch closer to halfway. This time by 46 scored, 54 laps to go. Davenport second, Gustin up to third from 12th. Is this Ryan Gustin's year?
Dale McDowell up to 11th. 46 complete. Thornton, it was 1.3 the last time around, Dustin. Down the main straightaway, the top 2 in the Lucas Oil points. Top 2 in the World 100. Good run for Gustin, Madden, Hoffman, Turbo, Shepard, Chris Ferguson, Dennis Erb Jr., Dale McDowell at 10th.
Another win for McDowell. It's just unbelievable. Dale McDowell on the bottom at Eldora Speedway. He had fallen back to 25th, and he has worked his way now up inside the top 10. Chris Ferguson from 26th is in the top 10. Tyler Erb from 16th is up to 6th. Ryan Gustin from 12th is up to 3rd. Passing galore.
McDowell's has about a half track behind. Moran now trying to get it going in 99. It's Thornton 1.4. DJ looking good out of turn 2, but he's going to pick up the tail of the field. If this thing stays green, who knows, right?
Absolutely. Halfway next time by. 50 laps in the books. 50 laps remaining. Ricky Thornton Jr. is your leader in the 55th World 100. Jonathan Davenport is second. Ryan Gustin third. Chris Madden fourth. And Nick Hoffman now rounds out the top 5.
Bobby Pierce still back in 17th. Not made much headway, though. He did early on, but he's back to 18th now. Dale McDowell in 9th. He's got another spot. Ricky Thornton Jr. 1.3 ahead of Davenport, Gustin, Madden, Hoffman, Turbo. Tyler Erb's got a good hot rod as well as he's into turn 3 as he eyes Nick Hoffman. And Madden has come out of turn number 4.
James, would you have any guess as to where Dale McDowell is running?
He's running on the apron sometimes. It seems like he's all over Fergie into 1.
Yeah,
he can't get any lower than that.
I was going to say he's going to get him there. He may not, though. They're going to go side by side. He is so low in the racetrack, the cameras have trouble picking the race car up. That's how low he is here at Eldora.
I wish we had an in-car on him. It was side-by-side battle back here.
Can I key the radio up and talk to McDowell, you think? You think I can key up my Racing Electronics radio and talk to him? Dale, can he go any lower, buddy?
Well, no signal sticks or radios, okay?
Okay, oh, yeah, no, I don't want to be the reason McDowell gets thrown out. Meanwhile, Ryan Gustin and Chris Madden now going at it for the 3rd spot. Gustin's been in that spot the last several laps. Madden trying to rally back on the outside. And at the front of the field, meanwhile, Ricky Thornton Jr. has caught the back of the field, and that's allowed Jonathan Davenport to reel back in the 20 RT.
Yeah, this track's good, isn't it? I mean, they went out and reworked it, and they watered it and filled it up a little bit. Now Davenport into turn number 3. Now Davenport's going to the top now, Dustin, off of turn 4. Thornton still leading as they come across the stripe with 56 laps complete, 44 remaining. Ricky Thornton Jr. at 0.7 of a second the advantage, but he's picking up the tail in the field there with Kyle Strickler in the 8 car.
And you saw the 49 of Jonathan Davenport work by Garrett Smith. So as you can see on your screen, no lap traffic now between RTJ and JD. Again, Davenport well documented going for that record-tying 6th World 100 Championship. Hudson O'Neal out of the race in the 71. Green flag stays out. Strickler goes 1 lap down.
Off at turn number 4. It is still Ricky Thornton Jr. and the Bobby and Jessica Kohler 20 RT. Davenport, Gustin, Madden, Hoffman still your top 5. Ryan Gustin trying to pick up the pace down the back straightaway. There you see the 20 RT working around the 22 star. The current World of Outlaws rookie points leader Drake Troutman in his first World 100 puts him another lap down. Meanwhile, we still have 25 of the 28 starters. Rice, Blair, and Alberson are out.
Yep, McDowell up to 8. There's Tyler Erb and Brandon Shepard. They're the next victims on Dale McDowell's hit list. From 25th to 8th. Well, he didn't start 25th. He started 19th. He fell back to 25th for a couple laps.
The Silver Fox,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
David Pearson was the Silver Fox. Dale McDowell of Dirt Late Model Racing, the Silver Fox. Down the back straightaway with a pair of 1s. In front of McDaddy. Tyler, Brandon Shepard, there you see Nick Hoffman. Off at turn number 4, 61 laps now complete. It's still Thornton, Davenport, Gustin, and the battle right here. Turbo's got some damage on the right rear of that car. Dale Mack down the back straightaway. He'll be running the tire tech line down there for very soon in turn 3 and 4, right? That's where they tech the tires before they're allowed in the lineup chute.
Hey, he might be running 16th, but Bobby Pierce, if Dale McDowell running low at Eldora is a guaranteed, how about Bobby Pierce running high at Eldora?
He gets some more cautions, yeah.
He's trying to tiptoe around the top. I don't know if there's just quite enough up there. This track is so good and so even from top to bottom. I don't know he's going to be able to make this incredible high side rally like he often does. Meanwhile, McDowell picked off both number 1s. He's up to 6th.
Doing Dale McDowell things right. We still got 37 to go.
Yeah, nice little green flag stretch here.
Thornton, Davenport, Gustin, Madden, Hoffman, McDowell. Shepard, Erb, Chris Ferguson, Corey Hedgecock. In 10th, remember Hedgecock had to take a provisional. Point provisional. He started 20th. He's up to 10th. McDowell, eyes Nick Hoffman. On the bottom, there you see Madden in front of them. Here comes the 17M. 65 complete, still 35 to go. McDowell is there alongside the tie touring number 9. They'll go side by side down the back straightaway, DJ.
Do you think the camera guys are just guessing, like, because they, I mean, you can't see the car, it's so low on the racetrack. He's going to get 5th. He takes 5th away from Hoffman.
The Mac Daddy cam. Who needs a kiss cam, right? You got the Mac Daddy cam. Down the back straightaway. Madden's in front of him.
Yeah, there's the gap between Dale McDowell in your 4th place car, Chris Madden. Gustin 3rd. Thornton Jr. is kind of inched back ahead here the last couple laps. He's got a 1.8 second advantage now on Jonathan Davenport with 33 to go.
Thornton with 3. Davenport several car lengths back, 1.8. And Gustin, Madden, McDowell, Hoffman, Shepard, Tyler Erb, Chris Ferguson, Hedgecock, McCready, Erb, Moran, Shirley English runs 15.
100 laps at this place is a grind, man. I mean, it really is. And so as Garrett Smith pulls in, calls it a weekend, you wonder how hard some of these guys are running, knowing that, I mean, really and truly with 31 laps to go, history tells you that there's a very good likelihood there's going to be a caution in the last 30 laps of this race.
And then it's a double file restart, Thornton.
That's right.
Down the back straightaway, Ricky Thornton Jr.
It's almost like you need to cue up the Jaws music here as Dale McDowell continues working on the bottom of the racetrack. There's Bobby Pierce in the 32. He's now up to 14th on that high side of the racetrack, with Devin Moran just in front of him.
So out of the race, Rice, Blair, Alberson, O'Neill, Garrett Smith. Still 23 cars running on the track. There you see back there the 99 and the 32. Into turn number 3 as we have 71 complete. It's Ricky Thornton Jr. took the lead on lap 42, and he has led ever since. And right now the advantage, DJ, staying steady at 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, Davenport has taken a 10th or 2 off of the last couple laps. I've been watching the live timing here in front of me as they come by. And as they come by this time, Thornton, just as we say that, puts another 10th between himself. Brandon Overton calls it a weekend in the Riggs Motorsports Longhorn factory car, and Chris Madden continues, right now at least, to turn back the challenges of Dale McDowell in the 17M.
Yeah, but for how long? A matter of time. In a turn number 1, Brandon Overton, by the way, they ran as high as third in this race, side-by-side battle there. The two veterans, Dale McDowell and Chris Madden, down the back straightaway. Both moving steady, but Dale Mack may get him this time as they're side by side. They touch that. They might have touched wheels right there. Half a car length for Madden right there. Running in fourth. Fifth, McDowell. 74 complete, DJ.
And meanwhile, at the front of the field, Ricky Thornton Jr. is having a little bit of trouble trying to find a way around the 74X of Ethan Dotson. He slipped up the last couple laps trying to get by him, and that's allowed Jonathan Davenport to really close the gap. It was a 1.8 second advantage at one point for RTJ. It's now down to 1.1 seconds. We are 3/4 of the way through the World 100, 25 laps to go, 24 laps to go this time by.
So Davenport tried to take the high route. It is a razor thin cushion up there. Thornton has got to get around Dotson. 24 to go. He's got to clear him because he'll have a little bit of gap between him and JD. It's 1.2 seconds. It is slippery. It is slippery from the wall to wall down the main straightaway. Into turn number 1, it's 1.2. 23 laps remaining.
And RTJ
now Thornton,
clears
he get, yeah.
He clears him. So that's going to put the 74X of Dotson between himself and the 49 of Jonathan Davenport. You mentioned it, McDowell up to fourth. And oh, by the way, while all of this is going on, Ryan Gustin just continues to have a great run. Just kind of pedaling away right around the middle or just upper part of the racetrack, running in the third spot rather in the 19R, and Gustin really and truly not terribly far behind the 49 of Jonathan Davenport.
Now he's about 1 second exactly behind JD, as we'll have 20 laps to go. Next time around, Dale McDowell again has cleared Chris Madden. He'll have Gustin on his sights, but he's about 1.5 seconds behind the Reaper. As they head down the back straightaway, Madden goes back to the outside of Dale McDowell. Ricky Thornton Jr. off at turn 4. 20 laps to go in the World 100 for his first crown jewel victory at Eldora, but that is a long way to go, as we know, as we've seen at the end of a race. Double file restart all the way through in case we have a caution.
Yeah, RTJ fell back. Remember, he started on the pole, but he fell back to 5th. At one point, he's been your leader now since lap 42. He had the restart on lap 41. That's when RTJ made his move. And now,
yeah, look at the cars in front of Thornton, though, as Davenport has cleared
and look
another car.
Look,
comes Reaper.
Look at the 17M. Jeez. McDowell now pressuring Ryan Gustin in a battle for the third spot, and they're side by side. You're exactly right, James, in front of your race leader, Brian Shirley in the 3S and Jason Feger in the 25.
I think if you're Thornton or Davenport, you don't want to see a caution, do you? Because that 17M will be right behind you, right? He'll be on your.
I know.
He'll be on your fuel cell in the 1.
Oh, and is Thornton going to clear up? Wow, man, that was a nice move.
That was a good move right there. That. If this thing stays green, wow, and oh man, the lap car is trying to get back up there to Thornton. Davenport well behind him now. It's almost 2 seconds. Gustin, McDowell, Madden, Hoffman, Shepard, Tyler, McCready, who's pitted a couple of times, is 9th. Chris Ferguson still 10th.
There's the battle for the third spot. As McDowell's got to run down on the inside of Ryan Gustin. Is he going to be able to take that spot away? Dale McDowell has now made the World 100 18 times in a row.
He's now third, Dustin. He's got 15 to go. I'm telling you, 20 RT and 49 do not want to see a caution.
No.
And Dale, he's on to say he was about a half a lap behind there a while back, but right now he's trying to be on the same straightaway as the 20 RT and 49. Here comes 17.
He's the fastest car on the track last time by.
Shocking.
Yeah. The thing is, there's now only 14 laps to go, and there you see second, third, and fourth on your screen. These drivers are 2.2 seconds behind Ricky Thornton Jr. Davenport in the black and gold 49, McDowell where else on the bottom of the racetrack, and Gustin now back in fourth.
Let's check the deficit. He's about 9/10 of a second behind Davenport is McDowell. Ricky Thornton Jr., good move through traffic there. He's got a lot of clean air in front of him off of turn number 4, Dustin. 12 laps to go. And McCready may have an issue in the 9 car, but Dale McDowell closing on the 49 into turn number 1. And we've got
it is.
Caution flag is out.
McCready had slowed smoke out from underneath the 9.
Kyle, yeah. Strickler out. Oh, man.
Well. 88 laps scored. McCready out of the race with smoke billowing out from underneath the 9, guys.
Randy Weaver, lay it on me, man. You've been watching those top 3 cars. It's a shootout now. What have you got your eyes on in these closing laps?
Well, it just looks like the 49 got where he's really tight and couldn't steer in 1 and 2. And now this caution's going to cool that off, and then you see them buffing their tires here. But, man, McDowell, if he could just get a good restart there and be able to run that Dale McDowell line, I think it's going to be a heck of a race for sure.
Well, tough break for McCready. Was right. He was up to 9th, by the way.
And he pitted twice, right,
James?
Really
Yeah.
going to the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, 12.
There's Carson Ferguson. He's in.
Double file restart. Thornton Davenport, McDowell Gustin, Madden Hoffman, Shepard Turbo, and then it'll be Ferguson Hitchcock. Yes, sir.
I'm going to make a prediction that it's not the last time we're going to see the caution flag fly in this race.
We've seen it so many times.
I mean,
oh man, double file restart.
Just the 5th caution of the race. Thornton's been your leader since lap 42.
And it was 2.4 seconds.
Yeah.
He made some nifty moves through traffic.
Yeah, we'll put the 17M on the bottom on this restart, guys.
Weaver, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who wins the World 100 with 12 to go?
Man, what a spot. Rooting for McDowell, but and RTJ 49's fixing to see who's who right here on this restart. I couldn't guess. I'm thinking RTJ, but these restarts change everything.
Well, let's ask the crowd. How many folks think Ricky Thornton Jr. is going to win? How many folks think Jonathan Davenport? How many are pulling for the 59-year-old Dale McDowell?
You're a man of the people.
12 laps to go in the 55th World 100. We're back underway.
They fired at the apex at 3 and 4. Good restart for Thornton into turn number 1. They're trying to go 3 wide for second. McDowell on the bottom. Squeezes up Hoffman down the back straightaway. Dale McDowell. They will have 11 laps to go. Ricky Thornton Jr. trying to get away. Davenport up top. Hot through the middle. That is Gustin down the main straightaway. Second spot, they can taste it into 1, but Thornton leads 10 to go. Next time around, Dustin, we got a car up and problems in turn 2.
It's Chris Madden.
Oh, man.
Madden, and I believe Hoffman may have made contact. I don't know what happened. I could be wrong, but that will bring out the caution again. Now 11 laps remaining.
And we scored it.
And it was a fully scored lap.
Davenport to the pits.
Oh my!
Davenport to the
flat
pits.
right rear tire. A flat right rear tire, guys. Oh my goodness.
And Dale McDowell is second. Dale McDowell is second. We got a lap in 89. And Jonathan Davenport to the hot pit.
The storylines write themselves at Eldora Speedway in the World 100.
Why do you think this one? You can't think this race gets any bigger, right?
There's a
bigger
reason.
and better next year.
There is
How about right now?
reason this event is sold out.
And guys, Chris Madden down here in the hot pit as well. They're going to go to work on the left side of that race car. Man, wholesale story changes in the closing laps of this one. Randy Weaver, if you're the 20 RT, you definitely want the inside on this restart, am I right?
Absolutely. You want to put Dale McDowell where he ain't been in 3 or 4 days. But I'm telling you guys, that's probably why the 49 was pushing so bad. That tire was probably going down on him a little earlier than that.
Well, Ricky, they can see the scoreboard, right?
And
so
he'll fall to the tail end of the lead lap cars, by the way, right?
Who's
or does
that?
he go all the way to the tail, the 49? If he
The lead lap cars should be the lead lap cars.
So he should go back to, 16th then unofficially. It's unofficial until it becomes official.
Thornton
right?
can see this. Thornton can see the scoreboard, right? He knows 17M what to do here on this restart. 11 to go.
Do you think Thornton is looking at the scoreboard, seeing the 17M is in second?
You know,
thinking, where the
caution,
hell did he come from?
He came from 19th.
Yeah, well,
he came from Chickamauga, Georgia.
25th at one time, yes. All right. Caution lights are turned.
Well,
Caution lights
we're
are
going
turned
to show
off.
a 5-star replay, but we got 11 to go. Thornton, McDowell, Gustin, Hoffman,
Turbo from 16th.
Shepard. Oh man, on the restart, the apex at 3 and 4. Thornton fires down the main straightaway, 11 to go.
Boy, I'm incredibly surprised Dale McDowell didn't rip the top. No, I'm not. McDowell down to the bottom, going for the lead. Turbo throw the slider in there. Side by side momentarily down the back straightaway. Thornton knows where Dale McDowell's going.
He's got to stick it on the bottom, doesn't he?
Here comes
He's got to
Hoffman.
stick it.
Here comes Hoffman.
Nick Hoffman to the outside, and Hoffman will go to second. Nick Hoffman now down the back straightaway. The 32 car is 7th. 32 to the outside, but we've got 9 to go. Up front, Thornton, Hoffman, McDowell, Gustin, Turbo 5th.
Hoffman going to stay in that second spot as those two drivers battle for the bridesmaid honors. It's still Ricky Thornton Jr. out front. 9 laps to go in the 55th World 100. Does Nick Hoffman have anything left in the tank? He's trying to close in on Ricky Thornton Jr. 8 to go.
And he'll cut a 1/10 of a second off. The tie touring number 9 down the back straightaway. 8 laps to go. Thornton, Hoffman, McDowell to settle it as they have pulled away from Turbo and Gustin. He's trying to keep it down there as low as he can go. McDowell starting to pick it back up again. He'll challenge Hoffman into turn 1. 7 to go for second.
They will not catch the tail end of the field with just 7 laps to go in this one, James. This battle for second now 1.1 seconds behind your race leader, Ricky Thornton Jr. There's the gap, the 20 RT, the battle for second, the 9 and the 17 M6 to go.
5 to go next time around. McDowell trying to clear Hoffman. Does he have a shot if this thing stays green? He will clear him into 3. No, they go back side by side. Turbo back and forth. 5th is Gustin. Thornton through the middle. McDowell will clear Nick Hoffman, but he's only got 5 laps to catch him.
And he lost another 1/10 of a second that time as well. It's 1.6 the advantage. Hey, Dale McDowell made up 6 car lengths on the last lap here on Thursday night. He's never out of it. On the right side of your screen, the battle for 7th between Pierce and Ferguson. 4 to go.
You know they're slipping and sliding that 20 RT. Right now it's 1.7 seconds down the back straightaway. He has got to go and go now or hope for a caution. Meanwhile, Hoffman's going to challenge him on the outside. And Ricky Thornton Jr. is 3 laps away from a crown jewel victory at Eldora.
McDowell took a 1/10 off of it that time by, but it's not going to be enough, James. 3 laps to go in the World 100. Ricky Thornton Jr. trying to win it for the first time. McDowell trying to win one outright. Hoffman trying to put his name in the mix. 2 to go.
White flag. Rob Penrod. This time around for the 20 RT, the Bobby and Jessica Kohler, the current Lucas Oil points leader, the defending series champion. Off at turn number 4. Down the main straightaway, Dustin Jarrett, 1 lap to go for the Chandler, Arizona native.
Final time around at Eldora Speedway. He's worked his way up through the ranks. He's won in stock cars. He's won in go-karts. He's won in micros. He's won in modifieds. And as they come off turn number 4, Ricky Thornton Jr. is a winner in the World 100. Dale McDowell will finish 2nd. Nick Hoffman 3rd, Tyler Erb 4th, and Ryan Gustin will round out the top 5. Brandon Shepard 6th, Jonathan Davenport rebounds for 7th, Chris Ferguson from 26th to 8th, Bobby Pierce from 27th to 9th, and Tanner English will unofficially round out the top 10. There is still 1 bit of business left to take care of, James.
A pound per lap burn off, 23.50 before they start. They can weigh 22.50. As you see the digital readout here at the scales, Zach Frields, the crew chief, on that car along with Nick Hardy. On the crew of the 20 RT. And also on the crew.
There's the green light.
Skylar Cooper, the green light is out. Let's see now.
Gotta check the droop.
Cornette powered. Saw Jack Cornette earlier tonight. Gotta check the droop to make it official. And he will become a World 100 winner here tonight.
You can see him shaking his fist to the crowd.
Well,
to crew chief Zach Friels.
He passed the best driver at Eldora the last how many years, right? He passed him on lap 42, and he led the rest of the way. It's official.
It's official, guys. The winner of the 55th Annual World 100, Arizona native Ricky Thornton Jr. In 55 editions, he becomes the 33rd different driver to claim the coveted globe, and he'll be the first one to do it that hails out of the state of Arizona. The Bobby and Jessica Kohler Motorsports 20 RT as he pulls on the Eldora Speedway victory lane stage. Zach Friels in the gang as he picks up his 23rd win of the year and the biggest one by far, worth $72,000 here tonight. His wife Shay's down there waiting to congratulate him as he prepares to climb out of this race car. Again, a first-time World 100 winner. This year it's worth $72,000, the most this race has ever paid to win. But more importantly, those coveted Globe trophies. His buddy Max Blair waiting down there to congratulate him. Race fans, he grabs the checkered flag. He climbs out of the race car. How about it for your 55th World 100 winner, RTJ Ricky Thornton Jr. There's nothing like victory lane at Eldora, and in the World 100, Zach Friels picks him up. All 4'11" of Zach Friels. He picks Ricky Thornton Jr. up over his head. Ricky's wife Shay, a big hug, a big kiss, a big embrace. Max Blair down here, their travel buddies. Bobby Kohler, the car owner on this 20 RT.
Do we have confetti, Ben?
We're going to get some confetti for the kids. Big hug from the car, and we're getting him in front of the race car over here. Ricky Thornton Jr., you are a World 100 champion. What does that mean to you?
It means the world, honestly. Man, you never know how tiring it gets. You're good, but you're never good at Eldora. So honestly, today I didn't really have a lot of confidence. You can never let your guys know that, though. So I don't know. I felt like there early I was just trying to ride. And I'm like, man, it kind of feels like the dirt track last year. Like, I feel like my car's really good, but I just can't do something dumb and hit the wall. And we got that restart, and I was able to get by Hoffman and Madden. I'm like, man, I might actually have a shot at this. And then I don't know if it was determination or what. I got a really good restart, and I stayed next to JD, and I knew he was going to move up. I'm like, all right, if I can just dictate where he's going to go on this restart, we're all watching that board get in turn one, trying to see exactly how much of a gap you have and don't have. And I don't know, I was able to get by him, and then I was running scared probably the next 15 laps. Every time I was coming down the front straight, I go, man, is he going to go to the outside? Is he going to go under me? I feel like I could hear him. Kind of crazy. We get that last restart, and it's Dale up next to me. I'm like, man, I gave my heat race away a couple nights ago to Dale. Hopefully I can get a good start and get out front. And he got under me off of 2, and I'm like, man, if he gets in that traction down there, he's gonna drive right by me down the back straightaway. And I got a really good start. Man, like I said, my boy's been working hard. We built this thing new. Hopefully we're trying to make it our Eldora car. That way we could slowly just get it better and better. And I feel like Sunday definitely helped us be able to come out and run the Baltus. And was able to work on it. And I don't know, we kind of went to the drawing board a little bit today. And just, I feel like every time I get here, I overthink it and don't do exactly what I need to do. And tonight I tried not to do that. And really, we didn't change anything from the heat race to the feature. And normally, if you know me, that never happens. So I don't know. Overall, it's just crazy. And finally,
you're a fierce competitor. All anybody wanted to talk about was 49 and 32. Did that feed an anger or a fire leading into this event, or did you tune all that out? Where were you at on that situation?
I mean, I think all of us knew the 49 was the one to beat. He's kind of been the one to beat here the last few years. At one point, I could see Bobby in front of me. I'm like, well, if I can see him in front of me, then I know he's not going to pass me. So, I mean, obviously, you hate knowing coming to a racetrack where a lot of people count you out. And I don't know. I tried to be as methodical as I could and just make sure I did every right move and didn't put myself in a bad situation and all that. And finally, it worked out.
Bobby and Jessica Kohler, last July, they come into your life in the blink of an eye. The big hug down here. What does it mean to gave them their first Lucas title last year? You give them their first Globe tonight. What does that mean to you?
Bobby told me a couple months ago there was one race he wanted to win, and it was this one. I feel like I said, it was a brand new car, brand new motor, everything on it was new. Kind of put all our eggs in one basket just to try to get better here. Like I said, just normally I don't do a very good job here, and I'm just glad we can get them one.
You and your wife, Shay, man, you've had like past couple of years. That hug, what does that mean down here for you on this stage?
Oh, it's huge. She's been with me along this whole journey. I kind of wish my boys and my little girl were here. It definitely sucks, but at least my wife's here. A couple of guys are actually giving me crap earlier, like, man, if you don't win and then you win the next race and your wife's out there, you're just gonna have to tell her to stay home. So I'm glad she was here for it. Like I said, it's been a lot of work, and like you said last year. Whenever we got to this team, it just instantly felt like family, and I'm just excited for the future with them.
Who do you want to thank on this race car?
Obviously, Bobby and Jessica Kohler, KP, Zach, Seth, everyone, Jordan, Evan, my wife, my kids, Bryce, Jill, Skylar, just Jug. They've all been helping a ton. Hooker Trucking, Coleman Farms, Bill Stein Shocks, Longhorn, Sunoco Race Fuels, Matt Man Designs, my brother AMD Wraps. This thing looks really good. Lone Wolf Petroleum came on for this weekend, and I'm glad we can get them in victory lane. Like I said, there's so many different people that's helped me throughout my career, and hopefully we can still keep being competitive for years on.
What have you got to say to Ricky Thornton Jr. Nation that was cheering when you took that checkered flag?
I got to thank all of them. They've stuck with me thick and thin whenever I was terrible, and this one's for them.
Your 55th annual World 100 winner, Ricky Thornton Jr. We'll head down to Mike Norris.
Man, the interview I did not want to have this weekend for the second year in a row. You've made this race 18 years in a row now, and for the second straight year, you've come home second. I think that invert may have got you a little bit, but let's get right to the race. That last caution comes out. You said, I think everybody was happy to see it, but at that time you were turning some of the fastest laps. You were catching the leaders. I don't think you needed that caution, did you?
I don't think so. I mean, we don't know. I just on depth perception, I was catching them, and I don't know if I could have got to them, but I definitely had some momentum going, and then it's kind of like the tires sealed up a little bit, and I couldn't take back off on those restarts. So I don't know. I needed to carry momentum. We're lacking just a little bit of compliance, and the race cars are just a little rigid. Shane said, like when we lost fuel load, it got a little bit more rigid. So I mean, I'm dejected a little bit. I'm bridesmaid, but you can't be dejected, you know, and with this crowd and the best racers in the world here, so I'm proud to be a part of it. And you know, 2 firsts and a second over the weekend. I just man, I want to get one before I quit, but hopefully we'll be back next year, and it looks like we're going to be back next year, so hopefully we can take another shot at it.
Well, I was just going to say 2 preliminary wins and a second, and doggone it, that caution didn't come out. Damn it if you weren't going to win this thing, Dale. Come on back. Keep entertaining us. We love you, brother.
Well, we love you guys too. Thank you. Thank all you race fans for coming out. Thank Tony, all the track staff. Track was awesome. You know, Tony and all the track staff, you know, did an awesome job. All of our sponsors that we've mentioned all week, you know, we couldn't do it without those guys. You know, look forward to coming back. So we'll see y'all next time.
Next time, drive right on by me, head to the victory lane, all right?
Man, I won't try.
Come on, Eldora. Dale McDowell comes home second. What a weekend. And coming home third in car number 9, we got to get Nick Hoffman up here. Man, what a weekend for this driver. Pop the NOS. Use that last restart to battle with some of the best in the business. Hey, you told me 3rd in the dream, 3rd in the world. Man, I think you're starting to figure this place out as well.
Yeah, for sure. I just, in the middle stage of that race, I didn't feel very good. I was a little too loose, and then we had that last restart, and I was able to restart on the outside and get a really good start and get to second there. And I felt like at that point, Ricky was kind of vulnerable. He looked like he was sliding a little bit, and I felt like I was going to be able to get to him. And then about 2 laps later, I felt like I was sliding too much, and then Dale drives right back by me. So, yeah, just put that down on our notebook, just a little too free there, and probably should have tightened up a little bit more and killed the motor probably back a little bit. So, you know, it's just part of building a notebook and trying to get better here. It's pretty crazy to kind of feel down on myself a little bit by running 3rd in the world. You know, it's pretty wild, but it's just the standards I kind of hold myself to. I felt super confident coming into today, and just didn't pan out for me.
It's very cool to see two modified guys, Ricky Thornton Jr. and Nick Hoffman, right here.
Yeah, it's pretty badass. Everything he's done in the modified, and I've been fortunate my whole career in the modified side, and now both of us made a name for ourselves in the late model side. So we're no longer modified guys, we're late model guys, and yeah, just awesome racetrack tonight. They did a great job tonight, and all you race fans, just unbelievable to race in front of this type of crowd. Everybody watching back at Flow, and everybody has spent money in my T-shirt trailer. I can't thank everybody enough. All my guys: Noss Energy Drink, C&W Trucking, Petroff Towing, Holdren Construction, Lone Wolf Petroleum, Burlisle, iBox Springs, Bill Stein Shocks, Clement Racing Engines, Longhorn Chassis. It's man, it was almost a flawless weekend. I almost made this thing a modified again at the end of the race, and I don't know. I just got to get just a tick better, obviously.
Ladies and gentlemen, he pops the NOS. He goes to third. How about it for Nick Hoffman?
Well, guys, thank you. And, man, I mean, I think if we learned anything here, James, the 49 and the 32 were the favorites coming in. I think they're still going to be favorites when they come to Eldora, right? The 20 RT, the 9, the 17M, the 19R, the 44. There's a lot of other contenders out there that, quite honestly, we probably ought to start paying a little more attention to.
Well, people ask all week, and they ask you the same way, all the great fans we have here. Who's going to win it? Who do you think is going to win? My always response is, first off, I want to see a good race, right?
Absolutely.
Secondly, I don't care. We don't play favorites, whoever wins. But a guy that's never won a race before here, the World 100, the most prestigious race, that's what I like to see, and it happened here tonight.
It did in front of a record crowd for the first time ever in World 100 history. They hung the signs up on the ticket gate, sold out. No more tickets were being sold. And all we know is that the guys were told in the drivers' meeting to expect bigger and better in 2026. I have no idea what that means, but the only thing I do know is you and I are going to be here for it, buddy.
Well, we'll be here in about a month for the Dirt Track World Championship, and that'll pay $100,000 to win and decide the Lucas Oil title.
It's been real, brother. It's been real. I love it.
Glad to have you back, man. Glad to have you back.
Absolutely. It's great to be back. Mike Norris, Ben Shelton, you guys were tremendous all weekend long. Thank you for your hard work. Your final thoughts on the 55th running of the World 100.
Well, it only makes sense on a night where we have a historic crowd that we have a historic 33rd winner in 55 editions of this event. Tony Stewart told us to start the night. There were over 22,000 on the property. At the end of the night, there was one in Eldora Speedway victory lane, and it was the 20 RT. I think a lot of people thought when he got around Davenport would find a way back, but Ricky Thornton Jr. did every single thing he needed to do tonight, Mike Norris, to get the win.
Yeah, he absolutely did, and to hold off the crowd that he did, charging Dale McDowell, and, congratulations, Nick Hoffman. I think he's going to pull his seat up to the table very soon. Ricky Thornton just did it. Talked about the 80s and the 90s. You had Moyer, Moran, Bloomquist. Now we've got maybe Pierce. We've got JD. Could Ricky Thornton Jr. be that next guy? Who knows?
Well, tonight, Ricky Thornton Jr. is the next guy. He's the next guy to win the World 100 to get those coveted globes. Again, congratulations to Bobby and Jessica Kohler, team owners. They get their first World 100 win. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Michael.
Welcome back to the 55th Annual World 100, where Ricky Thornton Jr. picks up his first win in the event. You see the drone following your second and third place finishers, Dale McDowell and Nick Hoffman of the Infield Media Center. Press conference in there. Michael Rigsby will be starting shortly. Hoffman down there signing autographs. Not even sure, James, if they've got. I don't know if they've got Thornton in there yet or not. That might take about as long as some of the traffic getting out of here as well.
What a show, right?
Davenport led laps 1 through 41. Thornton 42 to the finish. And again, people are going to look at the box score and say, well, Ricky Thornton won from the pole. Well,
was it fifth?
He fell back
as far as fifth.
He fell back
in this race.
McDowell fell back as far as 25th. Tyler Earp from 16th up to 4th.
I swear Dale Mack ran 10 laps like in 24th, something like that. But
I mean,
So Thornton, McDowell, Hoffman, Tyler, a good run for Turbo, then Gustin, Shepard, Davenport, Ferguson, Pierce, Tanner, English, 10th.
You're exactly right. All right, they're ready down in the Infield Media Center for the post-race press conference. We'll send it down to the post-race press conference with Michael Rigsby.
Dustin, Jared, thank you very much. We have Ricky Thornton Jr., your 55th World 100 winner, Dale McDowell and Nick Hoffman flanking him to his left and right. RT, I'm going to start with you. You said something interesting to me when you came in the media center. You said, I don't remember, it was 5 laps to go, 10 laps to go, and I think you said Dale pulled alongside of me. So, well, he's going to win. It's over. Did you really believe that at one point you were not going to win this World 100?
I really did. I don't know. I felt like I got a really good start, and then I got in turn 1, got a little tight, and then Dale got next to me, and I'm like, well, if you know Dale, like, he's going to roll right around the bottom. And I was like, man, I just gave this thing away. And I got a really good run off turn 2, and was like luckily able to clear him. And then I actually started running a little bit lower after that. I think I was trying to just almost carry too much momentum, like I had been through traffic, and I think moving around helped me and actually picked up a little bit of speed.
You coming into this race, presumably a lot of talk about the 49, right? He's dominated Eldora. Bobby Pierce won the World 100 and the Dirt Track World Championship. I think most people would agree you're right there, number 3 or 2.5 behind them this year. I want your honest opinion. Did you have like a little bit of a chip on your shoulder coming into Eldora? Like, shit, man, we've had a really good year. I think we can win the World 100 too.
Yes and no. I feel like every time I come, like, I'm really good at prelim nights, but then I struggle and I'm like a 5th to 10th place car come Saturday. And I think it's probably more me just overthinking stuff and thinking we need to take our car one way, and tonight we went the other way, and it was way better. So I think probably I had a little chip just because you see all the headlines, you hear all the announcers and everything else. And it's like, man, like, I'm not even good enough to even get talked about here. So I'd say a little bit of a chip, and you can't ever really count yourself out, obviously. And I just felt like if I did my job right and set the car up right, we were going to be in good shape.
Dale, you tell me. Too many yellows at the end? What happened at the end there?
I think so. I was gaining on them. I don't know. When you get there, you don't know, what it'll do with air. But I was kind of running a different line, and so I didn't think. I thought maybe the cautions would help me, but it didn't. I couldn't get refired. It's like the tires glazed up a little bit or something, and I couldn't get going. It took me a little bit to get going, and when I rolled under Ricky, I just couldn't pull off the corner like I needed to, or I would have had to wash out into him, when I did it, and that's just not how we race each other. So I kind of pinched it off and tried to pull off the bottom, and it wouldn't. So I did everything that I could do behind the wheel, and Shane will take notes. And man, these things are so tedious here. You make this little bitty changes, and it changes a lot. And so he worked his tail off all weekend. So I'm proud to be here. You get a little, like I'm a bridesmaid, but I can't complain because we don't race a full schedule. And to race with these guys, man, there's just the top racers in the country are here. And so what we do, and to be up here, I'm pleased for myself and the guys do a good job. Crew guys do a good job.
Last one for me, then I'm going to turn it over to everybody in here. Nick, I can feel your disappointment. I can feel it from the podium. But can you look back at it all and say we went from guy who runs here a decent bit to you're a bona fide Eldora contender now? Like, does that at least take solace in that a little bit?
Yeah, just get to the point where I expect more out of myself, I guess. And our car was really good. I tightened up a little bit more tonight than I did the last 2 nights, and I was almost worried that I was going to be too tight, and I was actually the opposite. Whether, I don't know what happened there in the midpoint of the race, kind of like what Dale said, it's like I almost glazed my stuff up on one of those restarts and fell back to, I think, 6th, then kind of had to try and battle back, and just got my stuff where I was just a little too free. And then we had that last restart, and I was able to restart on the outside and rolled a second. I was able to clear Dale, and I felt like he was at that point kind of loose, and I felt like he was kind of vulnerable at that point, and kind of almost rolled up to him. And then about a lap later, I got myself where I was the same way, like loose, and couldn't stick the corner like I needed to. And then Dale drives back by me. He was running way lower than us, and was able to hug that inside wall really nice and beat me off the corner. So it just got to the point where I just wasn't good enough, and it's just what it all boils down to.
I'll turn it over to everybody else in the room. Kevin Kovac, go ahead.
Hey, Ricky, go back a little bit, like to when you got the lead. I mean, lap 37, you're running 4th on a restart. Couple restarts later, you make a move to pass JD for the lead. Kind of go back and explain how that all worked out.
Yeah, so I was 4th behind Nick. Nick was 3rd, and I felt like Nick had way better pace than I did. And he started battling Madden there, and then Madden slid him. The yellow came out. and I just got a really good restart, and I actually stayed kind of high, and then we got another restart, and I felt like I had a good enough run where I actually entered turn 1 and never had to lift off the throttle. I think at that point JD was more worried about Madden and making sure to block Madden's air, so that let me get to second, and then we got another restart probably 2 or 3 laps later, and I was able to get a really good start, so Madden couldn't swing all the way, or so JD couldn't swing all the way out. And he kind of entered in the middle, and I thought he was going to slide me, and he ended up not sliding me until like we got all the way to the back straightaway. And I'm like, well, I got a good enough run here. If I can slide him, and the odds are he's going to cross me over and get the lead back down the front straightaway. And I felt like I did a good enough job, or whenever I slowed him, I didn't really kill any momentum. So then I was able to keep my pace going off of 4 and really race him into 1, and then just kind of did the next couple laps moving around, just trying to more block his air, so that way he couldn't get back by me. And then we got up front, and the nice part here, like obviously you can look at the board going down the front straightaway and kind of tell where the guy behind you, how close he is and stuff like that. And I was just trying to set a good pace after that, and not really abuse my tires. I felt like the dream, I was pretty good, and I was second, I was third, and I went almost too hard too early, and then faded really bad at the end. So I was just trying to set a good enough pace where if we did have a bunch of yellows the last half quarter, that I'd have enough tires to be able to restart.
You brought a brand new car here for the first time also. How does this factor into your success, and do you now have an Eldora car?
I mean, that was kind of our plan. We built a brand new car. We've had it since I think March, and really my other 2 cars have been really good. So we just haven't ever got it out. And the hard part is we race for so much money everywhere we go that it's hard to bring out a new car and just think, okay, like if we can have this bad night, but back of your head, it's a 25 or 30 or 50,000 to win race. So luckily we had the Baltus on Sunday. We were able to come and shake things down, and we actually found a couple problems. So I was able to do that and figured. But this week not being Lucas Points, if Sunday went good, we were going to keep racing it, and everything went well. So I think we'll get back to the shop, clean it, and it'll sit until a dirt track.
Dale is somebody who's been coming here for a long time. When you look at these 2 young guys to your right, you and I talked, we know you're a little closer to the end of your career than you are the beginning of your career.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you have the money that these guys are racing for, this crowd here tonight, Eldora Speedway sells out for the first time ever. Do you just want to kind of turn to these young guys and go, man, this is what arguably is the golden age of dirt late model racing right now? Try to impart this wisdom on these guys after a record-breaking weekend like this.
Well, the product is good, and these guys, we got to give it to, the promoters all over the United States that they go race, and the car owners, we couldn't do it without them. We couldn't do it without the people, and the talent is unbelievable. I mean, when I'm not racing, I'm at home watching, and it's never a dull moment, and so they put on a heck of a show. And I talked to Tony a minute ago, and he said they were lined up 1.5 miles, down with it sold out. So I don't know how many people got here that couldn't get in. But it is amazing for that crowd, and we can notice it out there in the cars when you look up, when they got their lights and stuff on. It's amazing, from our viewpoint, when they got their phones and stuff out, and so it is to race in front of this crowd and the best race car drivers in the country. I mean, I've raced for a long time. The competition level, I say it all the time, the competition level is so close and so good, and the talent's so good. It's just awesome to be a part of.
Ricky, I think you're starting to cement yourselves as one of the great race car drivers in the country, and your career is ascending. But you know as well as anybody, if you don't get a globe, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but it kind of doesn't matter. How good does it feel to check that box now that you have a globe trophy?
I mean, I honestly feel like you could win every race but Eldora and be like, he's not good enough to win Eldora, so he's not a great race car driver. I mean, you get tired of hearing, now you're good, but you can't get it done there. Like you said, either the 49 and 32, Dale, like there's so many other guys that have had really good success here, and really I feel like that's where people look at a career. Like if you can win at Eldora, then you really did something. So it was nice to finally get one.
Any other questions for anybody else?
Go ahead, Rhonda. Yeah, Rhonda. I just had a question about the 100 lappers. Ricky, I know last year Jordan said this is the first 100 lapper he ever did, and just getting used to that. How many have all of you done, and do you just feel each time that you understand it better? you get better.
I feel like we run so many 100 lappers a year that you kind of run the first 20 laps kind of hard, and then you pace yourself for the next 30, 40 laps, and really just try to put yourself in a good position for the last half of the race. And I don't know, I feel like that's kind of how tonight was. Like, I felt like the pace, we were going really hard, and then all of a sudden, like, everyone was like 3 seconds slower, and then all of a sudden everyone took back off again.
Kevin, one more. Yep.
Ricky, how much do you study, Dale and JD and all these guys that have had some success here? Do you do a lot of video or anything? What do you do to learn what they do?
I would say for me, it's kind of like being a football player. You study their race cars. You see where they're better than you and where you need to get better overall. And like, I feel like anytime we come here, JD's car steers better than anyone's. And whenever he does steer, he's not hung out. So we work on that a lot. Obviously, Dale's car is always going to be free enough where he can roll around the bottom. He's never pushed across the racetrack or anything like that. And I feel like that Nick's car was pretty much the same way this week. He could kind of go wherever he needed to. And I think all of us probably do the same thing. You go back and you watch videos. You see a million different photos with different angles and everything else, and just try to get your car as best as you can get it.
Before tonight, what did you consider to be your signature career win?
I feel like probably my signature career win was probably the dirt track at Portsmouth, just because it was early in my career as far as late model wise. So this one is probably a little more special. Just I got to race JD, I got to race Madden, I got to race Nick. Luckily, I didn't have to race Dale. Otherwise, for where he started, I think Dale started on the front row. It probably would have been a snoozer, honestly.
I don't know. I don't think I can win here. A big one. It's this close, but it is racing with these guys. You're messing with depth perception and watching when they're out there. So you'll change your lineup consistently through. I watch these guys do it, and that's part of the learning curve. I mean, Nick was really balanced all weekend, and so you watch what they do and how they can maneuver, and that's like what Ricky said. That's what you shoot for to try to get your car. I mean, that's what we worked toward all weekend. I know he and his guys did the same thing, and Nick's car's been balanced really, really well all weekend too. So no surprise. You can watch the first couple of nights and see how guys are, and what they're working toward. But it is tough. I mean, and when it gets slick out there, the least little bit of change kind of kills your momentum, and you can see it on lap times. So it's tough. So it's a heck of an accomplishment to win this thing for sure.
You guys are going to find this hard to believe. Kevin Kovac has one more question he'd like to ask.
Ricky, what did it feel like being up on that stage and looking out and seeing all those people? I mean, there was a million people taking pictures. Had to be pretty cool.
It was awesome. It feels like one of those, like almost like it's your first win all over again, just because there's so many people here and the crowd's so loud, whether they're cheering, booing, whatever. There's 50 photographers up there, so I go back to my 14-year-old self, and that's where you always wanted to be. You wanted to be a race car driver. You wanted to be there on the top step, and I had how much cherished it for a while.
Guys, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Ricky Thornton Jr., your 55th World 100 winner. Dale McDowell, Nick Hoffman. We will be back, Randy Weaver and I, to wrap up on the post-race show after this. Welcome back to the Infield Media Center here at Eldora Speedway as it is 2 minutes till midnight on this World 100 Saturday night. Randy Weaver and I are bringing you the final 5 minutes of our 3-day long coverage. Randy, a lot to digest and unpack from tonight. It was great to hear from those three guys. Ricky didn't quite say what I think he was thinking, but everybody in the world was talking about 49 and 32 coming into this race. He goes to Lernerville and he wins that race, the Hillbilly last weekend. And you could just tell that he's like, hey, I'm a bona fide superstar in this sport too. And I think he came in here with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, and now he leaves here with his first ever World 100 title. It meant something to him, you could tell.
Yeah, you could tell. He just wouldn't want to admit it. But, you know, and rightfully so. You know, you and I even and everybody else were 49 32s. Yeah. And I will say that was my fifth place guy.
You did.
But he's had really good speed, and he's got all kinds of talent, so you can never count him out. But tonight it was almost like he was determined to prove a point.
You could feel, I was sitting up in that media center right there in the middle of the infield. You could feel the crowd cheering for Dale McDowell. I'm just going to be honest, right? Yeah. You could feel the people pulling for Dale and everybody cheering for Dale. Listen, I know you'd probably love to be, your career was great, but Dale's career has been phenomenal, right? I know you'd say, hey, I'd take Dale McDowell's Eldora career, but can you sympathize with the guy a little bit? He's that close again and just not quite again at the age of 59.
Well, absolutely. And think about it. He won both preliminary nights. Yeah. He would give both of those for one more spot. He's been so close several times, but the thing of it is, if in the heat race, if we could have just run second or something, where, you know, he dropped back to 25th, but just to start back there in 19th and then have to drive by, like he said, the best in the country, by the time you get there, you've just used up all your stuff.
If we were doing one of those ESPN morning shows right now, this is where we'd throw out a hot take. We'd go, Jonathan Davenport is washed up at Eldora. He'll never win another Eldora. We're not doing one of those ESPN. It was weird to see someone drive around the 49, though, because JD went out with a flat tire, but Ricky was well clear of him already at that point.
Oh, yeah. And I talked to Ricky about that for the press conference that, man, when you win, I thought it was maybe too early. But when he got in clean air and he said he got notice and, you know, he kept gapping the 49 a little bit and he wasn't like overkilling the tires. So he knew he had something then. And then JD, like you said later on, had a flat, but not many people drive by the 49.
Not here, especially.
And that early in a 100-lap race or, you know, get away from them. So I'm sure for the fans and all the other teams, it does show Superman can be beat every once in a while.
Let's wrap up here with a couple of things. I always like to give sort of what are grand takeaways from a big weekend like this, right? I'll start with this one. There are always guys that they make their mark at Eldora, and then you just repeatedly see them towards the front here, right? Ethan Dotson had an ace weekend here. Corey Hedgecock has kind of established himself as a guy who's pretty good here. Carson Ferguson, right? Yep. Hit the swear button in his heat winner interview, but that's okay. We'll let him slide on it this time. Some of those guys like that. Joseph Joyner, right, was fast and had speed all weekend, didn't make the race. You always see that guy. You remember them from the year before going, okay, now they have speed at Eldora. A guy like Drake Troutman, who's standing over here to my right.
Some people, a lot of people, it'll never catch on. And it's just that unique of a racetrack. High speed, very technical, very slick. Me and Troutman was talking earlier about just a few little changes to your car and you just go the wrong way and you can't make it up against these guys. But that goes in the notebook, and then next time they come back, it ain't the track don't fit them. They just ain't figured out the setup for the technique they need.
I think my final takeaway from this weekend will be that I don't know that dirt late model racing has ever been more popular than it is at this moment right here. They were lined up 1.5 miles down Highway 118 to get in. Carl Short was giving Tony a hard time earlier. He said, Tony, you never sell out, he said. You never put sold out anywhere. But I just feel like we're at the peak of our powers as a sport right now, right? And I don't want to take that for granted. I think this weekend proved to have this crowd here, this level of event, this level of motorsports. I don't know that dirt late model racing has ever been more popular.
I don't either, and especially the buzz about Eldora again. I mean, I felt like we got away from it just a little bit, but now it feels like it used to, but now it's just with younger and faster guys and a whole different venue. But like Dale said, everything we've got is just really easy to market. It's got really good interest to it and a lot of good young talent, and it's going to do nothing but grow.
We wouldn't do it without you, brother. I appreciate everything.
Thank
Oh,
you.
nice job on the two-seater this weekend,
wow.
by the way. He actually did almost wreck this thing about 3 times this weekend. That turn 3 bump is something, isn't it?
It is with 2 people in there.
It has been a tremendous weekend here at Eldora. I can't say thank you to our entire production team and everybody behind the scenes enough. Obviously, everybody who was working on restoring website functionality tonight, thank you for that on Flow Racing. And really everybody here, the entire Eldora staff, Tony and his entire team down at Mission, everybody that works so hard at the Media Center, we cannot say thank you enough. We'll be right back here in 1 month for the Lucas Oil season finale of the Dirt Track World Championship, where you'll probably see Ricky Thornton and Jonathan Davenport battling it out again. But for everybody here at Flow Racing, we cannot say thank you enough for tuning in for 3 consecutive nights of what I think was unparalleled Eldora coverage. Thank you so much, and good night, and thank you.